attention while I beg you, first, to look at the text. Secondly, to look around you. And then lastly, to look above you. First, look at the text, then look around you, and then look above you. First, look at the text. Look at the text. If you look at it carefully, I think you will perceive the essential qualities which are necessary for any great success and power in prayer. According to our Savior's description of prayer, there should always be some definite objects for which we should plead. It seems then that he made the point that God's children would go to him to pray when they had something to pray for. Another essential qualification of prayer is earnest desire. For the Master assumes that when we pray, we have needs and desires. Thus, we are asking for something. Indeed, it is not prayer. It may be something like prayer, the outward form or the bare skeleton, but it is not the living thing, the all-prevailing, almighty thing called prayer, unless there is a complete and consuming desire. Observe, too, that faith is an essential quality of successful prayer. Believe that you have received it. You cannot pray so as to be heard in heaven and answer to your soul's satisfaction unless you believe that God really hears and will answer you. One other qualification appears here on the very surface, namely that a real expectation should always accompany a firm faith. Believe that you have received it. Not merely to believe that you will, but that you have received it. Count them as if they were received. Believe it as if you had it already, and act as if you had it. Act as if you were sure you would have it. Believe that you received it, and you will have it. Now, let us review these four qualifications one by one. First, to make prayer of any value, there should be definite objects for which we are to plead for. To make prayer of any value, there should be definite objects for which to plead for. My brothers and sisters, we often ramble in our prayers after this, that, and the other. And we get nothing because in each request we do not really desire anything. We chatter about many subjects, but the soul does not concentrate itself upon any one object. Don't you sometimes fall on your knees without thinking beforehand what you plan to ask God for? You do so as a matter of habit, without any action of your heart. You are like a man who goes to a store and doesn't know what he wants to buy. He may perhaps make a good purchase while he is there, but certainly it is not a wise plan to adopt. And so the Christian in prayer may afterwards attain to a real desire and get what he asked for. But how much better would it be if, having prepared his soul by consideration and self-examination of his true needs, he came to God with specific requests. If we arranged a meeting with a king or a president, we should expect to be able to answer the obvious question: what do you wish to see them about? We would not be expected to go into the presence of royalty or a great leader and then to think of some petition after we came there. It is to be the same with the child of God. They should be able to answer the great question: what is your petition and what is your request? And it will be yours. Now imagine an archer shooting with his bow and not knowing where the target is. Would he be likely to have success? Now conceive of a ship going on a voyage of discovery, putting to sea without the captain having any idea of what he was looking for. Would you expect that he would come back heavily laden either with the discoveries of science or with the treasures of gold? In everything else, you have to have a plan. You don't go to work without knowing that there is something that you plan to accomplish. How is it that you go to God without knowing what you intend to ask for? If you had some particular need, you would never find prayer to be dull and heavy work. I am persuaded that you would long to pray. You would say, I have something that I want. Oh, that I could draw near to my God and ask Him for it. I have a need and I want to have it satisfied. And I long to get alone with God, that I may pour out my heart before Him and ask Him for this thing after which my soul so earnestly pants after. You will find it more helpful to your prayers if you have some objects at which you aim. And I think also if you have some persons whom you will mention. Do not merely plead with God for sinners in general, but always mention some by name. If you are a Sunday school teacher, don't simply ask that your class may be blessed, but pray for your children definitely by name before the Most High. And if there is a mercy in your household that you crave, don't go in a roundabout way, but be simple and direct in your pleadings with God. When you pray to God, tell Him what you want. If you don't have enough money, if you are in poverty, if you are in desperate need, state the case. Don't be shy with God. Come at once to the point. Speak honestly to Him. He needs no beautiful phrases such as men will constantly use when they don't like to say right out what they mean. If you need either an earthly or spiritual mercy, say so. Don't rummage through the Bible to find words in which to express it. Express your needs in the words which naturally suggest themselves to you. They will be the best words. Depend on it. Abraham's words were the best for Abraham, and yours will be the best for you. You need not study all the texts in Scripture to pray just like Jacob and Elijah did, using their expressions. If you do, you will not truly imitate them. Oh, you may imitate them literally or in a forced way, but you lack the soul that suggested and animated their words. Pray in your own words. Speak plainly to God. Immediately ask for what you want. Name persons, name things, and be direct with the objects of your supplication. And I am sure you will soon find that the weariness and dullness which you often complain about in your prayers will disappear. Or at least you won't experience them very often like you did before. But someone says, I don't feel that I have any special things to pray about. Ah, my dear friend, I don't know who you are or where you live to not have anything to pray about. For I find that every day brings either a need or trouble, and that I have every day something to ask of my God. If we still insist that we have no troubles, that we have attained to such a level of grace that we have nothing to ask for, then I ask, do we love Christ so much that we have no need to pray that we may love Him more? Do we have so much faith that we have ceased to cry out, Lord, increase my faith? You will always, I am sure, by a little self-examination, soon discover that there is some legitimate object for which you may knock at mercy's door and cry out, give me, Lord, the desire of my heart. And if you haven't any desire, you have only to ask the first struggling Christian that you meet, and he will give you something to pray for. Oh, he will reply to you, if you have nothing to ask for yourself, then please pray for me. Ask that a sick wife may be healed. Pray that the Lord will graciously help the person struggling with a discouraged heart. Ask that the Lord would send help to some minister who has been laboring in vain and spending his strength for nothing. When you have finished asking for yourself, plead for others. And if you can't find someone who can suggest a theme, Look on this huge Sodom, this city like another Gomorrah, lying before you. Carry it constantly in your prayers before God and cry out, "Oh God, that this city may live before you, that its sins may be stopped, that its righteousness may be exalted, that the God of the earth may draw to himself many people out of this city." Secondly, it is equally necessary that with the definite object for prayer, that there should also be an earnest desire for its attainment. It is equally necessary that with the definite object for prayer, that there should also be an earnest desire for its attainment. Cold prayers, says an old Christian, ask for a denial. When we come to the Lord with an attitude of indifference in our prayers, we do, as it were, stop his hand and restrain him from giving us the very blessing we pretend that we are seeking. When you have your object in your heart, your soul must become so possessed with the value of that object, with your own excessive need for it, with the danger which you will be in unless that object would be granted, that you would be compelled to plead for it as a man pleads for his life. There was a beautiful illustration of true prayer that was addressed to a man in the conduct of two noble ladies, whose husbands were condemned to die and were about to be executed. These ladies came before King George and pleaded for their pardon. The king rudely and cruelly rejected them. King George I, it was in his very nature to act the way that he did. And they pleaded again and again and again. And they would not rise from their knees. They had to actually be dragged out of court, for they would not stop pleading until the king had granted their wish and told them that their husbands would live. Sadly, they failed. But they were noble women for their perseverance in pleading for their husbands' lives. That is exactly the way for us to pray to God. We must have such a desire for the thing we want that we will not stop praying until we have it, but always in submission to his divine will, nevertheless, feeling that the thing we ask for cannot be wrong, and that he himself has promised it. We have resolved it must be given, and if not given, we will plead the promise again and again until heaven's gates will shake before our pleas will cease. No wonder that God has not blessed us much lately, because we are not fervent in prayer as we should be. Oh, those cold-hearted prayers that die upon the lips, those frozen supplications, they don't move men's hearts. How should they move God's heart? They don't come from our own souls. They don't well up from the deep secret springs of our inmost heart, and therefore they cannot rise up to him who only hears the cry of the soul, before whom hypocrisy and formality are clearly seen. We must be earnest. Otherwise, we have no right to hope that the Lord will hear our prayer. And surely, my brothers and sisters, we would stop all insincerity in prayer and be constantly serious in our request if we could comprehend the greatness of the holy God before whom we plead. Will I come into your presence, my Lord, and mock you with cold-hearted words? Will I be content to babble through a form with no soul and no heart? Ah, my brothers and sisters, we have no idea how many of our prayers are an abomination to the Lord. It would be an abomination to you and to me to hear men ask us in the streets as if they did not want what they asked for. But haven't we done the same to God? Haven't we taken that which is heaven's greatest blessing to us and made it a dry, dead duty? It was said of John Bradford that he had an unusual way to pray. And when asked what his secret was, he said, "When I know what I want, I always stop and continue to present that prayer until I feel I have pleaded it with God, and until God and I have had dealings with each other upon it. I never go on to another petition until I have completely gone through the first." Sadly, for some men who begin, "Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name," and before they have realized the adoring thought, "Hallowed be your name," they have begun to repeat the next words, "Your kingdom come." Then perhaps something strikes their mind. Do I really wish his kingdom to come? If it were to come now, where would I be? And while they are thinking of that, their voice is going on with, "Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven." So they jumble up their prayers and run the sentences together. Oh, stop. Stop at each request until you have really prayed it. Don't try to put two arrows on the same bow at the same time. They will both miss their target. He that would load his gun with two charges cannot expect to be successful. Discharge one shot first, and then load again. Plead with God once and prevail, and then plead again. Get the first mercy and then go again for the second. Don't be satisfied with running the colors of your prayers all together until there is no picture to look at but just a huge glob, a smear of colors badly laid on. Look at the Lord's Prayer itself. There are certain definite mercies, and they do not run into one another. There it stands. As you look at the whole, it is a magnificent picture. Not confusion, but beautiful order. It should be the same with your prayer. Stay on one need until you have prevailed with that one, and then go on to the next. With definite objects and with fervent desires mixed together, there is the dawning of hope that you will prevail with God. Thirdly, these two things would not be powerful and effective unless they were mixed with a still more essential and divine quality, namely, a firm faith and belief in God. These two things would not be powerful and effective unless they were mixed with a still more essential and divine quality, namely, a firm faith and belief in God. Brothers and sisters, do you believe in prayer? I know you pray because you are God's people, but do you really believe in the power of prayer? There are a great many Christians that don't. Oh, they think it is a good thing, and they believe that sometimes it does work wonders. But they don't think that prayer, real prayer, is always successful. They think that its effect depends upon many other things, and that it doesn't have any essential quality or power in itself. Now, my own soul's conviction is that prayer is the greatest power in the entire universe. Prayer is the greatest power in the entire universe. That it has a more omnipotent force than electricity, gravity, or any of those other secret forces which men have called by names, but which they do not understand. Prayer has as obvious, as true, as sure, as invariable an influence over the entire universe as any of the laws of matter. When a person really prays, it is not a question whether God will hear them or not. He must hear them. Not because there is any compulsion in the prayer, but there is a sweet and blessed compulsion in the promise. God has promised to hear prayer, and He will keep His promise. Since He is the most high and true God, He cannot deny Himself. Oh, to think of this, that you, a puny person, may stand here and speak to God. And all the while, God is controlling the entire universe. Yet when your prayer is heard, creation will not be disturbed. Though the greatest prayer is answered, providence will not be disarranged for a single moment. Not a leaf will fall earlier from the tree. Not a star will stray from its course. Not one drop of water trickle more slowly from its fount. All will go on the same, and yet your prayer will have effected everything. It will speak to the decrees and purposes of God as they are being daily fulfilled, and they will all shout to your prayer and cry out, "You are our brother. We are decrees, and you are a prayer. But you yourself are a decree, as old, as sure, as ancient as we are." Our prayers are God's decrees in another shape. The prayers of God's people are but God's promises breathed out of a living heart. And those promises are the decrees, only put into another form and fashion. Don't say, "How can my prayers affect the predetermined will and plan of God?" They cannot, except in so much that your prayers are decrees, and that as they come out, every prayer that is inspired of the Holy Spirit to your soul is as omnipotent and as eternal as that decree which said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Or is that decree which chose his people and ordained their redemption by the precious blood of Christ. You have power in prayer, and you stand today among the most potent ministers in the universe that God has made. You have power over angels. They will fly at your command. You have power over fire and water and the elements of the earth. You have power to make your voice heard beyond the stars, where thunders die out in silence. Your voice will wake the echoes of eternity. The ear of God himself will listen, and the hand of God himself will yield to your will. He commands you, pray. Your will be done, and your will be done. When you complete his promise, then your will is his will. Doesn't it seem amazing, my dear friend? An awesome thing to have such power in one's hands as to be able to pray. You have heard sometimes of men who pretended to have a weird and mystic power by which they could call up spirits from the dead, by which they could make showers of rain or stop the sun. It was all a figment of their imagination. But even if it was true, then the Christian would be a greater magician still. If he has but faith in God, there is nothing impossible to him. He will be delivered out of the deepest waters. He will be rescued out of the distressing troubles. In famine, he will be fed. In times of great diseases, he will go unscathed. In the middle of calamities, he will walk firm and strong. In war, he will always be protected. And in the day of battle, he will lift up his head. If he can only believe the promise and hold it up before God's eyes and plead it with the confidence of unfaltering reliance. There is nothing, I repeat it, there is no force so tremendous, no energy so marvelous as the energy with which God endowed every man and woman who, like Jacob, can wrestle, like Israel, can prevail with him in prayer. But we must have faith in this. We must believe prayer to be what it is, or else it is not what it should be. Unless I believe my prayer to be effectual, it will not be. For it will depend to a great extent on my faith. God may be merciful and grant my request even when I don't have the faith. That will be his own sovereign grace. But he has not promised to do it. But when I have faith and can plead the promise with earnest desire, it is no longer a probability as to whether I will get the blessing, or whether my will be done. Unless the Eternal will swerve from his word, unless the oath which he has given will be revoked, and he himself will cease to be what he is, we know that we have what we ask of him. And fourthly, to mount one step higher, together with definite objects, fervent desires, and strong faith in the efficacy of prayer, there should be, and oh, may divine grace make it so with us, there should be mingled a real expectation. Together with definite objects, fervent desires, and strong faith in the efficacy of prayer, there should be, and oh, may divine grace make it so with us, there should be mingled a real expectation. We should be able to count the answered prayers before we receive them, believing that they are on the road. Reading the other day in a sweet little book, which I would commend to the attention of all of you, written by an American author who seems to truly and completely know the power of prayer, and to whom I am indebted for many a good thing, a little book called The Still Hour. In the little book, I noted a reference to the passage in the book of Daniel, the 10th chapter, I believe, where, as he says, the whole machinery of prayer seems to be exposed. Daniel is on his knees in prayer, and an angel comes to him. He talks with him and tells him as soon as Daniel set his mind to gain understanding and to humble himself before God, that his words were heard. The Lord had sent him to Daniel. Then he tells him in the most businesslike fashion, I would have been here sooner, but the prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me. Nevertheless, the prince of your nation, Michael the archangel, helped me. And I am come to comfort and to instruct you. Now I want you to see that God breathes the desire into our hearts. And as soon as the desire is there, before we call, he begins to answer. Before the words make it halfway up to heaven, while they are yet trembling on the lip, knowing the words we mean to speak, he begins to answer them, sends the angel. The angel comes and brings down the needed blessing. Why, the thing is a revelation if you could see it with your eyes. Some people think that spiritual things are dreams and that we are talking nonsense. No, I do believe there is as much reality in a Christian's prayer as in a lightning flash. And the utility and excellency of the prayer of a Christian may be just as sensibly known as the power of the lightning flash when it strikes the tree, breaks off its branches, and splits it to the very root. Prayer is not an imagination of fiction. It is a real, actual thing, coercing the universe, binding the laws of God themselves in chains, and constraining the high and holy one to listen to the will of his poor but favored creature, man himself. We must always believe this. We need an absolute assurance in prayer. We must count the answers before they are received, to be sure that they are coming, to act as if we have actually received them. When you have asked for your daily bread, then you are to no longer be concerned about it, but to believe that God has heard you and will give it to you. When you have taken the case of your sick child before God and believe that the child will recover, or if they should not, that it will be a greater blessing to you and more glory to God, and so you leave it with him, to be able to say, I now know that he has heard me. I will stand on my watchtower. I will look for my God and hear what he will say to my soul. Have you ever been disappointed, Christian, when you prayed in faith and expected the answer? I bear my own testimony here this morning, that I have never yet trusted him and found him to fail me. I have trusted man and have been deceived, but my God has never once denied the request I have made to him, when I have backed up the request with belief in his willingness to hear and in the assurance of his promise. But I hear someone say, can we pray for earthly things? Yes, you may. In everything, make your needs known to God. It is not merely for spiritual, but for everyday concerns. Take your smallest trials before Him. He is a God that hears prayer. He is your household God as well as the God of the sanctuary. Always take all that you have before God. As one good man who was about to be united with this church told me of his departed wife, "Oh," he said, "she was a woman that I could never get to do anything until she made it a matter of prayer. Whatever it was, she used to say, I must make it a matter of prayer." Oh, for more of this sweet habit of spreading everything before the Lord, just as Hezekiah did with the threatening letter from the enemy. And they are leaving it, saying, "Your will be done. I leave it with you." Men say that Mr. Mueller of Bristol is a bit crazy and eccentric because he will gather together 700 children and believe that God will provide for them, though there is no money or food. He is only doing what ought to be the commonplace action of every Christian man and woman. He is acting in accordance to a decree of God, which the world will always scoff at, because they do not understand it. For it doesn't make sense to them, because it is based on the uncommon faith in a faithful God. Oh, that we had that uncommon faith to take God at His word. He cannot and He will not permit the person that trusts in Him to be ashamed or confused. Now, I have, as best as I could, set forth before you what I conceive to be the 4 essentials of prevailing prayer. Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Now, our second point today, having thus asked you to look at the text, I now want you to look around you. We've looked at the text. Now I want you to look around you. Look around you at our prayer meeting, and look around you at the times of private prayer, and judge them both by the meaning of this text. First, look around you at our prayer meeting. Look around you at our prayer meeting. I honestly believe that the prayer meetings which are usually held among us have far less of the faults which I'm about to indicate than any others I've ever attended. But still they have some of the faults. And I hope that what we will say will be taken to heart by every brother and sister who is in the habit of engaging publicly in prayer at prayer meetings. Is it not true that as soon as you enter the prayer meeting, that you feel that many of the men who pray seem to have a good memory to remember the great many texts which have always been quoted since the days of our grandfather's grandfather? They are able to repeat them in a regular order. The gift to do this lies in some of the churches, especially in village churches, in having strong lungs so as to be able to hold out without taking a breath for 25 minutes when you are brief and 45 minutes when you are rather drawn out. The gift lies also in being able not to ask for anything in particular, but in passing through a range of everything, making the prayer not an arrow with a point, but rather like a nondescript machine, which has no point whatever, and yet is meant to be all point, which is aimed at everything, and consequently strikes nothing. Those brethren are often the most frequently asked to pray, who have those unusual and perhaps excellent gifts, although I certainly must say that I cannot obey the apostles' injunction in coveting very earnestly such gifts as these. Now, if instead of this, some man is asked to pray who has never prayed before in public, suppose he rises up and says, "O Lord, I feel myself such a sinner that I can scarcely speak to you. Lord, help me to pray. O Lord, save my poor soul. Oh, that you would save my old friend. Lord, bless our minister. Lord, be pleased to give us a revival. O Lord, I can say no more. Hear me for Jesus' sake. Amen." Well, then you feel somehow as if you had begun to pray yourself. You feel an interest in that man, partly from fear lest he should stop, and also because you are sure that what he did say, he meant. If another should get up after that and pray in the same spirit, you go out and say, "This is real prayer." I would sooner have 3 minutes prayer like that than 30 minutes of the other kind, because the one is praying and the other is preaching. Allow me to quote what an old preacher said on the subject of prayer and give it to you as a little word of advice. He said this: "Remember, the Lord will not hear you because of the arithmetic of your prayer. He does not count their numbers. He will not hear you because of the rhetoric of your prayer. He does not care for the eloquent language in which they are conveyed. He will not listen to you because of the geometry of your prayers. He does not compute them by their length or by their width. He will not regard you because of the music of your prayers. He does not care for sweet voices nor for harmonious periods. Neither will he look at you because of the logic of your prayers, because they are well arranged and compartmentalized. But he will hear you, and he will measure the amount of the blessing he will give you according to the divinity of your prayers. You can plead the person of Christ, and if the Holy Spirit inspires you with zeal and earnestness, the blessings which you shall ask will surely come to you. Brothers and sisters, I would like to burn the whole stock of our old prayers that we have been using for the past 50 years. That oil that goes from vessel to vessel, that misquoted, mangled text, where 2 or 3 come together in my name, there I am with them. And all those other quotations which have been manufactured and dislocated and copied from man to man. I wish we came to speak to God just out of our own hearts. It would be a great thing for our prayer meetings. They would be better attended, and I'm sure they would be more fruitful. If every man and woman would shake off the habit of formality and talk to God as a child talks to his father, ask him for what we want, and then sit down and be quiet. I say this with all Christian sincerity. Often, because I have not chosen to pray in any conventional form, people have said, "That man is not reverent." My dear sir, you are not a judge of my reverence. To my own master I stand or fall. I don't think that Job quoted anybody. I don't think that Jacob quoted his father Abraham. I don't find Jesus Christ quoting Scripture in prayer. They did not pray in other people's words, but they prayed in their own. God does not want you to go gathering up those excellent but very musty spices of the old sanctuary. He wants the new oil just distilled from the fresh olive of your own soul. He wants spices and frankincense, not from the old chest where they have been lying around until they have lost their savor, but he wants fresh incense and fresh myrrh, brought from your own soul's experience. Make sure that you really pray. Don't learn the language of prayer, but seek the spirit of prayer. And may God Almighty bless you and make you more mighty in your supplication. I have said, look around you. I want you to continue looking. This time, look around your own prayer closet. We looked around you before at the prayer meetings. Now I want you to continue the looking. Look around your own prayer closets. Oh, brothers and sisters, there is no place that some of us need to be so much ashamed to look at as in our own prayer closet. I cannot say the hinges are rusty. They do open and shut at their appointed times. I cannot say that the door is locked and cobwebbed. We do not neglect prayer itself, but those walls, what a tale might they tell. Oh, the wall might cry out, I have heard you when you have been in such a hurry that you could scarcely spend 2 minutes with your God. I have heard you too, when you were neither asleep nor awake, and when you didn't know what you were saying. Then one wall might cry out, I have heard you come and spend 10 minutes and not ask for anything. At least your heart didn't ask. The lips moved, the heart did not ask. The lips moved, but the heart was silent. How might another wall cry out, Oh, I have heard you groan about your soul, but I have seen you go away distrustful, not believing your prayer was heard, quoting the promise, but not believing that God would fulfill it. Surely the 4 walls of our prayer closet might come together and fall down upon us in their anger, because we have so often insulted God with our unbelief and in our hurry, and with all kinds of sins. We have insulted him even at his mercy seat, on the spot where his condescension is most fully manifested. Isn't this true with you? Must we not each confess that we are guilty? See to it then. See to it then, Christian brothers and sisters, that a change is made. And may God make you more mighty and more successful in your prayers than ever before. And lastly for today, our third point, not to detain you, the last point is look upward, look above. Our last point today is to look upward, look above. Look above, Christian brothers and sisters, and let us weep. O God, you have given us a mighty weapon, and we have allowed it to rust. You have given us that which is as mighty as yourself, and we have let that power lie dormant. Wouldn't it be a vile crime if a man had an eye given to him which he would never open, or a hand that he would never lift up, or a foot that grew stiff because he would not use it? And what must we say of ourselves when God has given us power in prayer, and yet that power lies still? Oh, if the universe was as still as we are, where would we be? Oh God, you give light to the sun, and it shines with it. You give light even to the stars, and they twinkle. To the winds you give force, and they blow. And to the air you give life, and it moves, and men breathe it. But to your people you have given a gift that is better than force, better than life, and better than light, and yet they permit it to lie still. Forgetful almost that they wield the power, seldom exercising it, though it would provide them with countless blessings. Weep, Christian, weep. Constantine, the emperor of Rome, saw that on the coins of the other emperors, their images were in an erect posture, triumphing. However, he ordered that his image should be struck kneeling, for he said, "That is the way in which I have triumphed." We will never triumph until our image is struck kneeling. The reason why we have been defeated and why our banners trail in the dust is because we have not prayed. Go back to your God. Go back with sorrow. Confess before him that you were armed and carried bows, but you turned your backs in the day of battle. Go to your God and tell him that if souls are not saved, it is not because he hasn't the power to save, but because you have never anguished over the perishing sinners. Your heart has not cried out, neither has your spirit been moved. Wake up! Wake up! You people of Israel, wake up and be astonished. You careless ones, you who have neglected prayer, you sinners that have been at ease, wake yourselves up. Wrestle and strive with your God, and then the blessing will come. The early and the latter rain of his mercy, and the earth will bring forth abundantly, and all the nations will call him blessed. Look up then, look up and weep. Once more, look up and rejoice. Though you have sinned against him, he loves you still. Look up and rejoice. Though you have sinned against him, he loves you still. You have not prayed to him nor sought his face. But behold, he cries to you still, "Seek my face." He doesn't say to you, "You seek me in vain." You may not have gone to the fountain, but it flows as freely as before. You have not drawn near to your God, but he still waits to be gracious, and is ready to hear all of your petitions. Behold, he says to you, "Inquire of me concerning things to come, and concerning my sons and daughters, command me." What a blessed thing it is that the Master in heaven is always ready to listen. Augustine had a very beautiful thought on the parable of the man who knocked at his friend's door at midnight, saying this, "Friend, give me 3 loaves." His paraphrase of it runs something like this: I knock at mercy's door, and it is the dead of night. Will not some of the servants of the house come and answer me? No, I knock, but they are asleep. Oh, you apostles of God, you glorified martyrs, you are asleep. You rest in your beds. You cannot hear my prayer. But will not the children answer? Are there not children who are ready to come and open the door to their brother? No, they are asleep. My brethren that have departed, with whom I took sweet counsel, and who were the companions. companions of my heart, you cannot answer me, for you rest in Jesus. Your works follow you, but you cannot work for me. But while the servants are asleep, and while the children cannot answer, the Master is awake. Awake at midnight too. It may be midnight with my soul, but he hears me. When I am saying, give me 3 loaves, he comes to the door and gives me as much as I need. Christian, look up then and rejoice. There is always an open ear if you have an open mouth. There is always a ready hand if you have a ready heart. You only have to cry and the Lord hears. No, before you call, he will answer. And while you are speaking, he will hear. Oh, don't be backward then in prayer. Go to him when you get home. No, on the very way, lift up your heart silently. And whatever your petition or request may be, ask it in Jesus' name, and it will be done for you. Yet again, look up, dear Christian, and make changes to your prayers from this time forward. Look on prayer no longer as a romantic fiction or as a strenuous duty. Look at it as a real power and a real pleasure. When philosophers discover some latent power, they seem to have a delight to put it in action. I believe there have been many great engineers who have designed and constructed some of the most wonderful of human works, not because they would be paid a great sum of money, but simply from a love of showing their own power to accomplish wonders. To show the world what skill could do and what man could accomplish, they have tempted companies into speculations that could never repay them, so far as I could see, in order that they might have an opportunity of displaying their genius. Oh, Christian men and women, will a great engineer attempt great works and display his power? And will you, who have a mightier power than was ever wielded by any man apart from his God, will you let that power be hidden? No. Think of some great object. Strain the sinews of your supplications for it. Let every vein of your heart be full to the brim with the rich blood of desire, and struggle and wrestle and tug and strive with God for it, using the promises and pleading the attributes, and see if God does not give you your heart's desire. I challenge you this day to exceed in prayer so much that my Master can't meet your desires. I throw down the gauntlet to you. Believe him to be more than he is. Open your mouth so wide that he cannot fill it. Go to him now for more faith than the promise warrants. Venture it. Risk it. Outdo the eternal if that is possible. Attempt it. Or as I would rather put it, take your petitions and your needs and see if he does not honor you. Trust him to see if he will fulfill the promise and richly bless you with the anointing oil of his Spirit, by which you will be strong in prayer. I cannot refrain from adding just these few syllables as you go away. I know there are some of you that have never prayed in all of your life. You have said a form of prayer, perhaps many years, but never prayed once. Ah, poor soul, you must be born again. And until you are born again, you cannot pray as I have been directing the Christian to pray. But let me say this much to you. Does your heart long after salvation? Has the Spirit whispered, come to Jesus? Come to Jesus, sinner, he will hear you. Believe that whisper, for he will hear you. The prayer of the awakened sinner is acceptable to God. He hears the brokenhearted and he heals them. Take your troubles and your disappointments to God and he will answer you. Ah, but one says, I have nothing to plead. Well, just plead as David did when he said, pardon my iniquity, for it is great. You have that plea. Say it for his dear sake, who shed his blood, and you will prevail, sinner. But don't go to God and ask for mercy with sin in your hand. What would you think of the rebel who appeared before the face of his sovereign and asked for pardon with the dagger sticking in his belt and with the declaration of his rebellion on his breast? Would he deserve to be pardoned? He could not deserve it in any case, and surely he would deserve double his doom for having thus mocked his master while he pretended to seek his mercy. If a wife has forsaken her husband, do you think she would have the impudence with brazen face to come back and ask pardon while leaning on the arm of her new lover? No, she could not have such impudence. And yet it is so with you. Perhaps asking for mercy and going on in sin, praying to be reconciled to God and yet harboring and indulging your lust. Wake up! Wake up and call upon your God, you sleeper. The boat is nearing the rocks. Perhaps tomorrow it may strike and be destroyed, and you will sink down into the unfathomable depths of everlasting woe. Call on your God, I say, and when you call upon him, cast away your sin, or he cannot hear you. If you lift up your unholy hands with a lie in your right hand, the prayer is worthless on your lips. Oh, come to him. Say to him, take away all iniquity. Receive us graciously. Love us freely. And he will hear you. And you will yet pray as prevailing princes. And one day you will stand as more than conquerors before the starry throne of him who reigns God over all, blessed forevermore. Amen.
That radiant example. Jesus is an example, moreover, not merely for the relations of man to man, but also for the relation of man to God. Imitation of him may extend and must extend to the sphere of religion as well as to that of ethics. Indeed, religion and ethics in him were never separated. No single element in his life can be understood without reference to his heavenly Father. Jesus was the most religious man who ever lived. He did nothing and said nothing and thought nothing without the thought of God. If his example means anything at all, it means that a human life without the conscious presence of God, even though it be a life of humanitarian service outwardly like the ministry of Jesus, is a monstrous perversion. If we would follow truly in Jesus' steps, we must obey the first commandment as well as the second that is like unto it. We must love the Lord our God with all our heart and soul and mind and strength. The difference between Jesus and ourselves serves only to enforce, certainly not to invalidate, the lesson. If the one to whom all power was given needed refreshment and strengthening in prayer, we more. If the one to whom the lilies of the field revealed the glory of God yet went into the sanctuary, surely we need such assistance even more than he. If the wise and holy one could say, "Thy will be done," surely submission is yet more in place for us whose wisdom is as the foolishness of children. Thus Jesus is the supreme example for men. But the Jesus who can serve as an example is not the Jesus of modern liberal reconstruction, but only the Jesus of the New Testament. The Jesus of modern liberalism advanced stupendous claims which were not founded upon fact. Such conduct ought never to be made a norm. The Jesus of modern liberalism, all through his ministry, employed language which was extravagant and absurd, and it is only to be hoped that imitation of him will not lead to an equal extravagance in his modern disciples. If the Jesus of naturalistic reconstruction were really taken as an example, disaster would soon follow. As a matter of fact, however, the modern liberal does not really take as his example the Jesus of the liberal historians. What he really does in practice is to manufacture as his example a simple exponent of a non-doctrinal religion whom the abler historians, even of his own school, know never to have existed except in the imagination of modern men. Very different is the imitation of the real Jesus, the Jesus of the New Testament who actually lived in the first century of our era. That Jesus advanced lofty claims, but his claims, instead of being the extravagant dreams of an enthusiast, were sober truth. On his lips, therefore, language which in the reduced Jesus of modern reconstruction would be frenzied or absurd becomes fraught with blessing for mankind. Jesus demanded that those who followed him should be willing to break even the holiest ties. He said, "If a man cometh to me and hateth not his father and mother, he cannot be my disciple," and "Let the dead bury their dead." Coming from the mere prophet instructed by modern liberalism, those words would be monstrous. Coming from the real Jesus, they are sublime. How great was the mission of mercy which justified such words, and how wonderful the condescension of the eternal Son, how matchless an example for the children of men. Well might Paul appeal to the example of the incarnate Savior. Well might he say, "Let the same mind be in you which was also in Christ Jesus." The imitation of the real Jesus will never lead a man astray. But the example of Jesus is a perfect example only if he was justified in what he offered to men. And he offered not primarily guidance, but salvation. He presented himself as the object of men's faith. That offer is rejected by modern liberalism, but it is accepted by Christian men. There is a profound difference, then, in the attitude assumed by modern liberalism and by Christianity toward Jesus the Lord. Liberalism regards him as an example and guide, Christianity as a savior. Liberalism makes him an example for faith, Christianity the object of faith. This difference in the attitude toward Jesus depends upon a profound difference as to the question who Jesus was. If Jesus was only what the liberal historians suppose that he was, then trust in him would be out of place. Our attitude toward him could be that of pupils to a master and nothing more. But if he was what the New Testament represents him as being, then we can safely commit to him the eternal destinies of our souls. What then is the difference between liberalism and Christianity with regard to the person of our Lord? The answer might be difficult to set forth in detail, but the essential thing can be put almost in a word. Liberalism regards Jesus as the fairest flower of humanity. Christianity regards him as a supernatural person. The conception of Jesus as a supernatural person runs all through the New Testament. In the epistles of Paul, of course, it is quite clear. Without the slightest doubt, Paul separated Jesus from ordinary humanity and placed him on the side of God. The words in Galatians 1:1, "Not from men, nor through a man, but through Jesus Christ and God the Father, who raised him from the dead," are only typical of what appears everywhere in the epistles. The same contrast between Jesus Christ and ordinary humanity is everywhere presupposed. Paul does indeed call Jesus Christ a man, but the way in which he speaks of Jesus as a man only deepens the impression which has already been received. Paul speaks of the humanity of Jesus apparently as though the fact that Jesus was a man were something strange, something wonderful. At any rate, the really outstanding fact is that in the epistles of Paul, Jesus is everywhere separated from ordinary humanity. The deity of Christ is everywhere presupposed. It is a matter of small consequence whether Paul ever applies to Jesus the Greek word which is translated God in the English Bible. Certainly, it is very difficult, in view of Romans 9:5, to deny that he does. However that may be, the term Lord, which is Paul's regular designation of Jesus, is really just as much a designation of deity as is the term God. It was a designation of deity even in the pagan religions with which Paul's converts were familiar. And, what is far more important, in the Greek translation of the Old Testament which was current in Paul's day and was used by the apostle himself, The term was used to translate the Yahweh of the Hebrew text. And Paul does not hesitate to apply to Jesus stupendous passages in the Greek Old Testament where the term Lord thus designates the God of Israel. But what is perhaps most significant of all for the establishment of the Pauline teaching about the person of Christ is that Paul everywhere stands in a religious attitude toward Jesus. He who is thus the object of religious faith is surely no mere man, but a supernatural person, and indeed a person who was God. Thus Paul regarded Jesus as a supernatural person. The fact would be surprising if it stood alone. Paul was a contemporary of Jesus. What must this Jesus have been that he should be lifted thus quickly above the limits of ordinary humanity and placed upon the side of God? But there is something far.
He was short but had a strong athletic physique, a gregarious and engaging storyteller. You gotta watch out for the high charisma storytellers in this world. I know, I'm kind of one of them, but you gotta watch out for these people because they can really charm the socks out of you, and there's a reason why they put so much effort into charming people. It's to blind them to particular characteristics that may be pretty bad. He practically brimmed with extraordinary rollicking stories of his business career, of making millions off a deal and champagne-soaked dinners with the billionaire Richard Branson, who's kind of this pirate-looking guy, Virgin Airlines, I think. Anyway. Okay, so he's telling her stories of making millions of dollars in champagne-soaked dinners with a billionaire. So again, this is like catnip to a woman who is really into status. This is the ultimate catch for a woman. And of course, if he is the ultimate catch, why is he dating a lonely divorcee in her 40s? I mean, come on. Everybody knows the breakdown point of Leonardo DiCaprio. The woman hits, 25, and he dumps her for a new model, literally a new model. And so, let's say Leonardo DiCaprio starts dating some lonely, half-depressed, needy woman in her 40s who's divorced. It would be like, eh? Anyway, so, he introduced her to his two young sons, right? So they met again and again. So he's saying, yeah, I'm incredibly wealthy, I'm high status, and all that, I'm needy, and I want you, anyway. So he introduced her to his two young sons. See, that's not good either, right? Because I've known enough single parents to know that you wait at least 6 months to make sure the relationship is stable and positive before you start introducing your partner to your kids, right? I mean, you don't want to get involved in what I got stuck in, which was sort of the conveyor belt of low-rent, trashy men going through my mom's place, our place. Sorry, a door might just slam here. Oh, it's just creaking. Ghost! Now, here's something interesting. It struck her as strange that he drove an SUV and not the Aston Martin the aforementioned, but he explained that away. He sometimes drove his brother-in-law's car because as a very private, very wealthy person, he liked to keep a low profile. Sorry, I mean, come on. Come on, you can't believe that for a second, right? See, pro tip, right? So if someone is very wealthy and wants to keep a low profile, he doesn't buy a super expensive sports car at all, right? And also, if he's super wealthy and he wants to keep a low profile, why doesn't he just buy an SUV rather than borrow his brother-in-law's car? What does that mean? He drives his Aston Martin over to his brother-in-law's place, leaves it there, picks up the SUV, drives somewhere. Well, he's already driving in his Aston Martin, so, like, this makes no sense. Oh, I have an Aston Martin, but I show up in some beat-up SUV, and it's like, oh, no, I just like to keep a low profile and not show any wealth. But, of course, if you look back up here, linen shirts, cashmere V-necks, designer sunglasses, okay, so he's already showing off his wealth. And so this idea that he's just not... I don't know, it's just funny, right? I mean, it's funny in hindsight, of course, but that's just a lie, right? Smith had been a stay-at-home mom when her kids were young and came away from the divorce with her home, a condo that she rented out, and around $600,000 in the bank. See, now here's the key, right? So you go back up here, and you say, oh, put these threads together, right? She before her divorce, she had traveled widely, right? So here's the thing. She married a rich guy, and she just took him to the cleaners in the divorce, right? Holy crap. She'd been a stay-at-home mom, and then she got divorced from the guy, and she got a home in Toronto worth, I don't know, millions, I assume. A condo she rented out, around $600,000 in the bank. Oh my God. And yet this guy is considered to be the con man, right? I mean, now she did it, of course, I'm sure legally through the court system, but the court system is so terrible for divorces these days. But so she's used to, I guess, wealthy guys, right? As their relationship progressed, Sean often steered the conversation to his various business ventures, one of which was an idea called Trivia for Good, a gaming app, blah, 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 charity angle. It intrigued her. One day he made his pitch. Most of the company's been invested in, but there are still a few opportunities. She would get regular dividends, and later, if she wanted, she could sell her shares for a profit. Smith was excited to be involved in an endeavor that would make her money and do some good in the world. Anyway, mid-September, a month and a half after they met, she handed over a bank draft for $160,000. Oh my God. 6 weeks after you met, she's handing over a bank draft for $160,000. Of course, if this guy is involved with Richard Branson, he doesn't need his girlfriend to invest, and he shouldn't have his girlfriend invest at all, because business and family don't mix for the most part. Oh my God. That's just crazy. That's money that I guess she got from her ex-husband for being a stay-at-home mom and all that. Smith had suffered through a painful divorce and adjusted to the prospect of a life alone, but a long time since her future looked bright. Finally, reluctantly, she allowed herself to feel something like hope. But this is desperation. This is how little she values herself, in my humble opinion, and I have a lot of sympathy for this woman because people just don't tell her the truth, and I didn't know the truth about these things when I was younger and made lots of terrible mistakes, so I have a lot of sympathy. But this is so terrible. This is so terrible. To just hand over all this money to keep this guy. This is how insecure I guess she is, right? Which is, well, I obviously have to fill up whatever I'm lacking with $160,000. Okay, lovers make the easiest marks in the dating world. No consumer protection agency, no regulatory body or task force looking out for earnest seekers of love. Yeah, earnest seekers of love. Here's $160,000. All right, we all want to believe we're too smart to fall for a con, but our propensity to believe in something or someone rests far more on our state of mind than some predisposition. Someone going through a major life change, a lost job, or a bad breakup is more susceptible, blah, blah, blah. Anyone, anywhere can be had if the scammer is skilled enough. I don't really think that's true. I don't really think that's true. In the U.S. in 2019, some 25,000 people reported being the victim of online romance scams with losses estimated at more than $200 million US. And of course, that's just the people who admit it. There are far more people who don't. In Canada, in that same year, 760 Canadians lost $22.5 million to romance scammers. Romance scams now constitute the highest lost form of consumer fraud. I mean, to me, massive alimony and child support payments are a massive romance scam, but of course, you won't see many articles about that. Okay, scammers lurk on all platforms. They construct elaborate excuses, can't meet in person, blah, blah, blah. They're away on a foreign military posting, on an oil rig, or with an international aid organization, blah, blah, blah. All right. So, around the same time as Rutenberg and Smith began their relationship, a woman named Kim Barker logged on to eHarmony. She was a 43-year-old doctor, a newly single mother of 3 from Toronto, who had just become medical officer of health, and blah, blah, blah. Far from her adult kids and alone in a new city. Wait, she's a newly single mother, but she had adult kids. She decided to go online dating. Sean said he worked in mergers and acquisitions in Toronto. So mergers and acquisitions, of course, are a dog whistle for I have a lot of money. No photo on his account, but looks for unimportant to her anyway. She was legally blind. A result of contracting malaria during a 6-year stint in Tanzania working for UNICEF in her early 30s. Oh. 43-year-old single mother who's half blind. It's going to be kind of tough to have an adventurous dating travel central lifestyle if you're half blind. And my gosh, I mean, she was, I guess, doing pathological altruism stuff in Tanzania, and she, what was she doing? Early 30s. Oops, early 30s. So she's like 43. So early 30s, 10 years back. Her kids are adults now, so she basically take her kids. Let's say her kids are 20, or roughly around 20, and we're talking 10 years back. So she was working in Tanzania and became blind, or mostly blind, while her kids were 10 or 8 or 12 or 13 or whatever. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing working for UNICEF in Tanzania when your kids are young? Did they come with you? Did they also get ill? Did you stay? Like, what the hell? It's just bizarre. Anyway, so with regards to her sight, she could still discern the broad strokes of things, like the outlines of a man's face if he was close enough to her. She could still read a computer screen, too, under the heading, "One thing you wish more people knew about you," who'd written, "that I really do care." Again, care being the, I can become obsessed with a woman and give her all my power. She devoted her life to helping others, and that line resonated. She clicked match. They were speaking by phone at least twice a day. The glamorous life he described fascinated her. His latest venture, he told her, was a platform he was launching with Richard Branson, and he was flying to London weekly for visits. "It will transform media and advertising," he said. "I have to be honest with you, Sean," she said. "I feel like you're totally out of my league. I just don't swing in those kinds of circles." "That's what I like about you," he replied. "You're down to earth." Well, yeah, she's down to earth because she's crawling along looking for an exit. So she knew she needed to learn to trust people. It had never been her strength, and years of breakups had chipped away at what little trust she had left. So this is the way that women are described in articles written by women, right? This is the way that women are described. You really got to like that. No agency, right? Years of breakups had chipped away at what little trust she had left. In other words, she didn't choose the wrong guys. She didn't act badly in a relationship. She didn't destroy her relationships with nagging or withholding sex or whatever. Or she didn't make herself kind of undateable by going and getting malaria, caring for whoever out there in Tanzania. She didn't make bad decisions in her life. You know, it's like water wears away the stone. You can't blame the stone. It was just actions of physics, right? So years of breakups just chipped away at what little trust she had, the poor thing. She had no agency and made no choices or anything like that. He had a mysteriousness that both unnerved and enticed her. So in September 2013, they got more serious. He drove to Sault Ste. Marie, which is where she lived. He was surprised. She was surprised when he arrived in an SUV and not the Aston Martin he had mentioned. Blah, blah, blah. He constantly concerned with people tracking him. He said, as a person of immense wealth, he explained, he was constantly concerned with people tracking him, so he borrowed his brother-in-law's car. "When you make as much money as I do," he said, "you like to stay private." Again, resource access to women in their 40s is like sexual access to men in their 20s. It is just something that overrides reason. When you make as much money as I do, you like to stay private. And he's, people are going to track him, you see. So he borrows his brother-in-law's car. But of course, if people are tracking him, this just makes no sense. If people are tracking this guy, then they're going to track him going to borrow his brother-in-law's car, right? They know where he lives. So he drives with his Aston Martin to go get his brother-in-law's car. His brother-in-law drops off his car and hangs around at his house. This just makes no sense, right? So, straight up lie. And he's testing to see if she's completely enamored with him to the point where she has no power in the relationship and will do and obey anything he says. Women do the same thing when they're younger. They show up late. I remember once I was in yoga class, asked a woman out, and she wanted to join me at a movie where I was meeting some friends. And I said, "Okay, no problem, but we're kind of running late, so if you don't mind hurrying up." And she took like 25 minutes to come out of the change room, right? Because she was testing me. She was trying to see if I was somebody who would put up with bad behavior. In other words, was I so enamored and besotted that I would put up with bad behavior, and would she have all of this power and control? And I said, "Well, you're very late," but I said to my friends, "You were coming, so let's go see the movie." I went to see the movie, I dropped her off, and I never asked her out again, because it makes no sense. Like, why would somebody forget that she agreed to hurry, right? There's no way you hurry 25 minutes. Anyway. So he's basically making completely incomprehensible stories, the purpose of which is to find out if he has any capacity to judge or call him, or any self-esteem, or any independence, or whatever, right? Or any skepticism. Okay, the relationship progressed quickly. They spoke on the phone multiple times a day, met in Toronto on weekends. He told her about this trivia for good, how proceeds would go to helping people in need. He urged her to invest, but she declined. So she's trying to set up a little bit of financial boundaries, and what happens? He said, "This is what happened with my wife. She didn't want to be involved with me in what I believed in. She didn't trust me." So basically he's saying, "Give me money or I will break up with you." And then this mirage will be revealed, and you're going to actually have to adjust your expectations of sexual market value. Look, adjusting your expectations of sexual market value is really tough. It is really tough. Now, men go through this in their teens. And I know a few men who didn't go through this in their teens and they ended up single for life. It's just something you have to do. So when you're in your teens as a boy, you ask out the very prettiest girl or the very highest status girl, the very most attractive girl. It could be more than looks or whatever. But you ask out the most attractive girl you can conceive of or you can get in contact with. And then you work your way down, right? I remember clearly asking out the most popular girl in school who had a locker near me. And I said to her, I was 13 or 14, and I said, hey, would you like to go swimming on Friday? And she turned to me and she said, with who? Mayday, mayday, we're going down. And actually met her years later at a party, and she really missed being the most popular girl in high school, junior high, I guess, at that time, because sometimes it doesn't last. So you just keep asking out girls, and then you ask out a slightly less attractive girl, and eventually you'll find where you settle, right? And it's, you know, we all have high ambitions, and then it plays out in a particular way. And then I had a great makeover because a relative of mine visited me from England and got me off my bowl cut and Velcro pants or velour pants and got me. And it was funny. I had this makeover, in a sense, that turned me from fairly nondescript to a pretty good-looking young man. And it was so startling for people that when I went into school, after I got my weekend makeover, got a good haircut, he went out and paid for like really great clothes for me and so on. And I went into school and I couldn't figure out why no one was talking to me. And it turned out because everyone thought I was the new kid. That's how radical the transformation was. And from there, I could ask out anybody and get a yes. And it just taught me something. I hadn't particularly changed except for the exterior of me. And I got serious swagger and started dating like crazy and went to nightclubs starting about the age of 16 or so and all of that, and learned how to dance. And I remember a bunch of the kids who thought I wasn't cool after I'd been going to discos for a year came in and saw me dancing up a storm and asking out girls and all that, and my reputation. Like, it's just funny how these kind of swings occur in life, and you realize just how shallow/biological the world is. It's a very, very important lesson. So yeah, she's afraid now to figure out what her real sexual market value is. And you know, sexual market value doesn't mean just for sex. It means romantic or dating market value. But what is her sexual market value as an infertile woman who is half blind or mostly blind? You know, how far down do you have to go? Well, she doesn't want to find out, right? So she just gives him money. She might lose so when she says, oh, my wife didn't want to get involved and didn't trust me and blah, 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 and that's why I divorced her, basically, she says, it says, Barker's stomach tightened. She might lose the first man she'd grown to care for in years and who wanted her in return. She wrote him a check for $100,000 and make it out to Sean Rothberg. When the bank called to verify the transaction, they told her she'd made a spelling mistake. Sean's last name was Rutenberg, they said. When she Googled that name and discovered that he had a criminal record, she felt betrayed. She confronted him. Ooh, bad idea. When people lie to you about a criminal record, detach. She confronted him and he mounted an impassioned defense. He'd been charged with fraud, he said, but it was all a misunderstanding. He told her how he'd sued RBC, it's the bank, and won. A lie sued the Toronto Star. A lie and was in the middle of suing the court system for a terrible miscarriage of justice. The application was dismissed, so was the appeal. He showed her court documents as proof. He'd been mistreated by the banks, the media, and the courts, and all he wanted was a chance to start over. Well, I've been mistreated by the media, but anyway. And for those of you watching, there's a picture here. And yeah, listen, I don't mean to diss her. I'm sure she's a good doctor and all of that, but just not an attractive woman. She's just not an attractive woman. And so, yeah, mid-40s, divorced, mostly blind, not physically attractive, and yet this millionaire jet-setter, good-looking guy is like all over her, right? Come on. Come on. It sort of reminds me of, oh gosh, what was it? One of the Mike Myers films, one of the Wayne's World films. Dana Carvey plays Garth, I think his name was, and some really, really hot woman gets into Garth, who's kind of a nebbish, dweeby nobody, and it turns out it's because she wants him to, kill her boyfriend or commit some crime. I can't remember, but anyway, it's like it's explained why this incredibly hot woman would be going for this average dweeby person, right? And this is how men are warned about this kind of stuff, right? In late September, they traveled together to Big White Resort near Kelowna. Barker was a frequent flyer, and she assumed he was too. Rutenberg had called her from the Maple Leaf Lounge before, or so he said, so on the day of the flight, she went there expecting to find him. He wasn't there. When she reached him on the phone, he explained he didn't want to risk missing the flight, so sat by the gate. Once she got there, she found him surrounded by luxury magazines, poring over pages filled with cars, yachts, and vacation spots. It was bizarre, she thought, that he would buy so many magazines that were available for free in the lounge. When she said as much, he turned it around on her. He felt irritated by her interrogation and reminded her of the importance of trust in their relationships. They smoothed things over. She couldn't shake the feeling that it all seemed a bit strange. Okay. I mean, come on. So, this guy lied to her about his last name. And the bank called and said, oh, this is his real last name. And she Googled him and found that he had a criminal history. We'll get into the criminal history in a bit. So he lied to her about his last name, and he lied to her about his criminal history, and lied to her about the Aston Martin lied to her about being followed, lied to her about why he's not in the frequent flyer lounge. I mean, come on, But again, men do crazy things for women when men are young, and women do crazy things for men when women are older. Like, you can listen to the Dear John podcast about this woman in her late 40s with 4 failed marriages, I think, 3 or 4 failed marriages, who fell for this guy who was a complete scam artist, a drug addict, and ended up trying to kill her daughter. I mean, this is how long things sort of went on for. So there's sort of backstory about all of this stuff. Born into a life of opportunity, he attended the private United Synagogue Day School and Crescent School, strong athlete, good math student, generally popular, blah, blah, blah. And he tried out for varsity soccer but didn't make the team, so he told friends when he was in his early life, he told friends he'd instead been recruited to pay for the elite Maccabi Canada rep soccer team in Israel. According to one source, Rutenberg went so far as to buy the uniform and travel to Israel during the tournament. So he ended up with a job at a collections agency, right? So people who phone you up and say you got to pay your bills, and all of that. He met a physiotherapist named Lena Rothstein. And so they had children, and his Rutenberg's in-laws loaned the money towards a down payment on a home in Lawrence Park, according to a source. His job didn't afford him the lifestyle of his neighbors, but he spent like crazy. He bought himself a Porsche. When his wife wanted to improve her cooking, he flew to Italy for classes. And so he didn't like doing collections work. He created a fake resume and with a colleague formed a management consultancy. He talked his way into a business strategy role at Dell, which is a computer company, and then he moved on to Compaq. The ruse lasted until his bosses realized he didn't have the skills he claimed, but before they could fire him, he talked his way into another business role, blah, blah, blah. So, this really kind of just scammed a whole bunch of people, and things went pretty badly, and he offered to invest. The doctor invested $20,000. When he got a 20% return, he invested another $75,000, which disappeared. A senior lawyer at a Bay Street firm bought in as an NHL player. Of course, their money was never invested. It just went into his personal slush fund. And this is before Bernie Madoff and all of that. And so Ponzi schemes weren't much in people's consciousness and all of that. And let's see here. He was the star of the company at this collections agency until his bosses received calls from strangers asking why money had been withdrawn from their accounts. The company discovered that the account numbers Rutenberg had written on deposit slips were real, but didn't belong to the debtors he purported to collect from. He was fired, but managed to talk his way into another agency. According to a former co-worker, within a week, regulatory officers walked in, pulled him from his cubicle, tore up his license, and banned him from the industry. So, anyway, his wife eventually divorced him, and he went on a whole bunch of pillaging and all of that. And let's see here. He found another victim, an executive, 2006, an executive from Montreal. After dating for a while, and after she'd loaned him more than $200,000, they bought a home next door to where his brother and sister-in-law lived, a 5-bedroom house in Lawrence Park, blindingly expensive. She thought she'd met the father of her future children. He thought he'd discovered a gold mine. At this point, he perfected his sales pitch. And you can see this, again, I want to sort of really understand the seesaw that happens between the generations, right? So when men are young, their lust for women makes them vulnerable to being financially exploited by women. When women get to what used to be called a certain age, which is basically post-fertility, their loneliness and low sexual market value makes them susceptible for financial exploitation from men, right? So men end up sinking a lot of money into women when they're young, and women end up sinking a lot of money into men when they get older, right? It's really, really important to understand these things, right? So a tech entrepreneur gave him $250,000. A Florida financer named Jeremy Schwimmer wired him $400,000 and so on. And anyway, he never really got their money back. And then what happened was he started doing other kinds of frauds with the banks and mortgages, and so he ended up pleading guilty to 2 counts of fraud totaling $2.2 million, and he just served a couple of years in jail. Pretty wild. And in jail, he typically slept for just 4 hours a night, and his cellmate was Joseph Gromofesk, a Canadian lawyer convicted of insider trading in 2009. He shared a unit with Garth Drabinsky, the former theater impresario who was convicted of fraud in 2009 for a scheme that cost investors an estimated $500 million. Rutenberg made friends with Drabinsky's associate, Myron Gottlieb, who'd also been convicted of fraud, and he would later assist Rutenberg with setting up Trivia for Good. Anyway, so he was released in 2012, tried to pick up where he left off, and got into other kinds of scams. But the important thing is the women here, right? It was 8 months after Rutenberg's release from prison that Victoria Smith, the divorced mom who loved to travel, fell for him. That's the woman from the beginning. She had no idea that her boyfriend had spent 3 years in prison and was a career con artist, right? So $2.2 million, 3 years in prison. That's like a Gowan song, right? So what is that? $700,000 and change a year for 3 years in prison. I mean, this is crazy. It's crazy. To me, you get a year for every $100,000. A rational legal system would be for every $100,000 you scam from someone, you get a year in prison, which would be 22 years in prison for this guy, right? Because otherwise, I mean, even that's kind of generous, because it's got to be a lot less than a salary, right? Okay, so within months of meeting him, she'd hand over $160,000, and then Rutenberg said, hey, do you want to invest the rest of your savings? And so she gave him a bank draft of $435,000, the rest of her savings. Well, and they're not really savings, because I don't think she saved that money. I think she got it from the divorce, right? So he goes straight to the car dealership and walks out with a BMW. So Rutenberg paid for 3 vacations to the Bahamas, of course, with her money, once bringing along his sons and Smith's daughter. So while Rutenberg was dating Smith, he would visit his other girlfriend, Kim Barker. This is the half-blind doctor, convinced her to invest $100,000. Now, Barker had explained she was having trouble finding a qualified candidate to serve as chief financial officer to oversee Algoma Public Health's $23 million annual expense budget and $25 million worth of assets. So, long story short, this woman hires this guy, Rutenberg, her boyfriend, as interim chief financial officer with a salary of $205,400 without disclosing their relationship to the board, right? It was incredibly bad. Incredibly, incredibly, incredibly bad. What can I tell you? What can I tell you? To hire a guy with a history of being a con man as a chief financial officer overseeing $25 million of spending in assets, give or take, without telling that he's your boyfriend, oh man, just terrible. Just terrible. So, it just gets nuts, right? He explained his odd behavior so well, right? This is odd behavior. He'd pay for everything in cash, even big-ticket items. It says it was a matter of privacy. She agreed to open a joint bank account in her name because she said his criminal record prevented him from doing so. She also applied for a MasterCard and added him to the account, which meant the bank didn't complete a background check on him. When he started ringing up the account, she was unaware. He'd signed them up for paperless billing, and only he knew the password to the online account. I mean, come on. Come on. I mean, this is, you put this in a novel, people wouldn't believe it. Like, okay, I know she's blind, but she can't be that blind. And she's a smart woman. She's a doctor, right? Not wise, but smart. And come on. I mean, a matter of privacy? If he's so into privacy, then why does he want it to be added to the account of MasterCard? Why does he even have a joint bank account if he's so into privacy, right? And if you put someone with a history of being a con man on your credit card, and then, well, she was unaware because only he knew the password to the online account. I mean, come on. I mean, it's one of the things you'd want to ask for, right? Eventually, Rutenberg struggled to manage both relationships. Anyway, it doesn't really matter here. There's a bar mitzvah, and ends up that the two women find out about each other. And there's a confrontation, and a surge of panic arose in this woman. Wait, which of the women is this? Let me just double check here. Smith, right? So this is the first woman. A surge of panic rose in her. Where was her money? She asked for it back, but he convinced her it would all work out if she just gave him her trust and some time. She decided not to call the police if he stayed in the relationship. She thought she might get her $600,000 back. Her decision didn't last. It was too hard to be with someone she didn't trust. After one last trip together to New York, she broke up with him. She stayed in touch with him, exchanging texts and talking on the phone. Where she had before asked politely for her money, now she insisted he'd respond by toying with her, proposing a date to meet to sign the necessary documents, and then rescheduling again and again. Yeah, he served 3 years and 6 months for $2.2 million. When Smith finally realized deep down that her life savings were gone, she was devastated. So again, in my particular opinion, she got the money unjustly through the divorce, and now he got the money illegally, or unjustly at least, through scamming her. Her days became a haze of panic attacks and tears. She became deeply depressed and stopped seeing most of her friends, probably experiencing what her husband experienced during the divorce. Swallowed by shame and uncertain how she'd tell everyone what happened, she couldn't keep food down. She attempted suicide. She went to rehab. When she texted Rutenberg to tell him she was thinking about trying to kill herself again, he texted back, "Please don't, and I wish you would get back together with me." Smith moved out of her home and in with a friend. Her family kept her close, calling every few hours to make sure she was still alive. Now, where are her friends and her family? You know, I've had so many men call me over the years in my call-in show to talk about how they had been, or they were in too deep with some woman, and so on. And this is where the dick-knack phrase came from. You got to look out for the people in your life. If they're on the verge of falling into these scams or whatever, you've got to, please, my friends, I'm begging you, please, look out for the people in your life. Lust washes us away, and only friends and family who are outside the situation can rebuild. I almost got married to the wrong woman. It would have been a complete disaster for my life. And I was saved by a friend. I mean, I guess Elton John style, right? So, I won't give you the full story, but I was engaged, and a friend of mine's wife said to me, normally people who are engaged seem a whole lot happier. And I thought about it, and I thought about it. One of these phrases that just drops into your life. Like, you never know what little phrase you're going to drop in that's going to save someone from a disaster. Please get involved. The scammers don't want you to get involved. The exploiters don't want you to get involved. Please, please get involved. Because if your friends are like, your friends and family, oh, you got a friend that's who's going to put you up, and your family keep calling every few hours to make sure she was still alive. Where were her friends and family when she was handing over massive amounts of money to a guy she met 6 weeks before? Come on. Now, maybe they were there. Maybe they told her all about this. In which case, what they needed to do was to have an intervention and say, look, if you have anything to do with this guy, we're not going to have anything to do with you. And that will, like a needy person who generally falls for these kinds of scams, will respond very positively, angrily, but positively in the long run to an intervention. Where you say, if you choose this guy 6 weeks on the internet who's asking you for huge amounts of money, we're going to have nothing to do with you because we can't get involved in this. And we don't want to end up being party to some lawsuit or some crime situation. So no. So help me now or try and save me later. That's the way it is, right? So the sick carousel of broken promises. Rutenberg's ban for Smith lasted 2 years. Finally, she called for police. And anyway, fraud cases she ended up trying to help with. So in January 2015, 3 months after Smith finally saw through Rutenberg's lies, Barker had her own reckoning. And so let's see here. It doesn't really matter, but they find out that her boyfriend with a criminal history was the man that she hired to manage all of these resources that the public health has, right? The mayor called Barker incensed. Barker was mortified. She resigned in disgrace and took a job in Iqaluit as the territory's health officer. But despite the major transgression, she stayed with Rutenberg. She still loved him. So he's ruined her career, he's ruined her finances, and was still fearful she wouldn't find another partner to spend her life with. They vacationed together in the Bahamas. By then, they'd been together for almost 3 years. Ugh. The CIBC called to tell her that he'd rung up to $28,000 in overdraft on their shared accounts. She was stunned. And just wretched. And so she finds out about the other girl. She meets with the guy, and he just shows up. They have a meaningless exchange, and he leaves her with the bill. In July of 2019, Rutenberg was convicted of defrauding Smith, but it's unlikely she'll ever get her money back, and he's delaying things like crazy, of course. With coronavirus, the courts have slowed down as a whole. For Smith wants an open-hearted, free spirit. See, you have to have this story of this pure, innocent, agentless, virtuous, virgin, white-haired Valkyrie of joy and hope that gets broken into and smashed up by a sinister man, and she has no agency in it whatsoever, right? For Smith wants an open-hearted, free spirit. That's how you describe somebody who's needy and naive, and is willing to surrender basic common sense and put health resources at risk in what turned out to be a pandemic, right? Barker says she'll never date again. How could I? She says softly. The emotional ramifications feel endless, and the financial repercussions keep crashing over her life like waves. So, yeah, it's rough. A former colleague of Sean's had his credit decimated so badly his 90-year-old mother was told to pick up banking business elsewhere. A friend who invested $250,000 that he never got back nearly lost his house, and the list goes on and on and on. And it doesn't really matter what the end of it is, but it's crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. So, look, love is our involuntary response to virtue. If you want love, you need to be virtuous. You need to have integrity. You need to be honest. You need to stand up for what you believe in. You need to have wisdom. You need to be a positive force in people's lives, and you need to help them. You need to stand up and help people. Everyone talks about the family and friendship, and there's nothing more important than friends and family and so on. It's like, but if people really lived like that, if they formed a protective phalanx around everyone's capacity to be taken in as the result of lust or neediness or loneliness or a desire for higher status or whatever, if we actually truly cared about each other, these people would have no purchase. It is a lack of love. I mean, this guy is a pathological con man and so on, knows how to play these women, but how is it that these women are so easy to play? Why is it that people aren't standing up to protect these people from these exploiters? Now, in Dirty John, the woman's family does really not want to have anything to do with her if she keeps dating this guy, and the man, I can't remember who, does put a barrier, says you can't be around here, you can't be around my kids because I don't want this guy around my kids or whatever. But it is really, really, really important that we protect each other and stand up to these people. And if it means that you have to threaten to cut off a relationship with somebody who is bringing a predator into your life, then that's what you have to do. It's the best chance that they have to be saved. And we also need to remind women that all of the heady, romantic, and sexual power that they enjoy in their 20s will be completely reversed in their 40s should they remain single. And what they need to do is spend their highest sexual market value time gaining a quality, virtuous, steady, dependable man. And he may not be some David Beckham David Beckham lookalike high-status investment banker, 6'2" with a motorcycle, rock-hard abs, like this complete fantasy that doesn't exist. It may not be that, but it will be a guy who, by the time you get into your mid-40s, let's say you're marrying your early to mid-20s, by the time you get into your mid-40s, your fertility is gone, your looks are fading and all of that, and the man is very, very high status, you already have enough shared love and experience and joy that he's not going to be interested in looking for a younger woman. I mean, I'm not looking for a younger woman. I've been married close to 20 years. This would never cross my mind. It's never be of interest to me because my wife and I have planned our lives together so beautifully that there's no upgrade, there's no substitute, there's nothing better. So we need to remind women. Now, of course, we do the exact opposite. What we do in the media as a whole is post-divorce, women always end up with some young, hot guy who's a sculptor and just worships her, and she has all this crazy sex, and she never seems to worry about any bills, and she's never... Or like there's a Bridget Jones Diary thing where this lonely, infinite breakup, sexually used up woman, Bridget Jones, ends up with like 2 billionaires vying to become her husband because she got knocked up and she doesn't even know by who. Come on. I mean, a woman in her 40s who gets knocked up by some guy, and the idea that there's these 2 billionaires who are just going to do anything they can and fight over her, I mean, it is so destructive. It is almost like an act of war against the next generation to allow women to maintain themselves in these delusions that the value of their 20s is going to continue into their 40s. It's so destructive, and it's so harmful to women. Care about women? Yeah, I care about women. I want women to be happy. I want them to be in stable, loving, committed, monogamous, permanent relationships. Now, this is not the way. This is a cautionary tale that I guess I'll be one of the few people who will tell the truth about, because all of this is about, oh, she was a hopeful, wonderful woman, and she just got taken in, and everybody could happen to anyone, and blah, blah, and it's all the man's fault. And yeah, the man's a bad guy. Absolutely, the man's a bad guy, and there are bad guys out there. And he's not a violent guy, right? He relies upon participation in delusion. And the more we hold reality away from people, and we hold reality away from men to some degree, but in particular,
Black leather glove, no sequins. Buckles on the jacket, it's elite. Nike crossbody, got a date.
Can't let you go now. Underwear.
Testing. Huh. Guess it's not going. Oh, there we are.
Just read it one of this stuff. Microphone's going on.
complico, ¿cómo te explico? Que a mí me gusta pasarla rico. ¿Cómo te explico? No me complico. A mí me gusta pasarla rico, no me complico. ¿Cómo te explico? Que a mí me gusta pasarla rico. ¿Cómo te explico? No me complico. A mí me gusta pasarla rico. No me complico. Nah, yo no me complico.
stole a helicopter. I thought I see it. Oh, we're pretty far away. It's gonna be difficult to find Wolverine. So low on an ammo. shot me in midair. I already have one. I have a burst assault rifle, purple. Oh, we're gonna... We need a vehicle. Well, we're doomed. Nope, there's a couple people near you. 2 of them. No, 3 of them. They should get on. And that helicopter. Hey, we should move before the storm gets us. Oh, a spicy fish. Revived in the tub. Seems like I have a party invite from somebody. Oh, we gotta make a move. Oh, I'm down. You should build around me quick. Oh, they're behind us too. Gonna head to the lobby. There's two people sending invites, don't know who to join. Oh, these are creative.
The Universal Master Key by Fran.
Two people are in a match now. And we need to go forward.
Far more surprising still, the truly
modern society is holding the truth away from women to the point where they're becoming dangerously deluded, as you can see in this circumstance and situation. It is just brutal what we're doing to women and how much reality we're withholding from them. And it is destabilizing the family, it is destabilizing society. And yeah, ladies, if you're in a marriage and you've got kids, I'm not saying stay in an abusive marriage or anything like that, of course not. But, you know, the number one reason, like vast majority of divorces are initiated by women, and the number one reason given for the divorce is something called dissatisfaction. Yeah, well, welcome to life, man. Everybody gets dissatisfaction from time to time. Everybody feels dissatisfied from time to time. It may last for quite a while. It hasn't happened to me in my marriage, but I know that it does happen. So just realize that what's on the other side of that divorce is a pretty lonely and horrible life, where you kind of have to scrape the bottom of the barrel for someone who'll be with you. And I talked to this woman years ago who was really shocked that in her late 40s, she suddenly flipped. She could no longer attract anyone, any man in her 30s. She could now only attract men in their 60s. And she's like, I don't want to be someone's nurse. And I'm like, well, unfortunately, you're a woman in your 50s. And she was living with a guy basically because he had a nice house and he might die soon. I think I might have used the phrase straddling the Nazgul for a house or something like that. But it's brutal. And women should not, like if a man makes mistakes in his 20s, he can correct them. But if a woman, after her sexual market value is mostly gone, she can't rewind. She can't go back and get that in return. She can't go back and get that back. So this is something we really need to remind women. Please remind them, stop dating around. Stop milking your sexual market value for free vacations and dinners and trips, and stop chasing after the top 5% of alpha males, because they'll just use you up and keep moving on to younger models, and then you'll end up in the 40s trash heap of male begging for males. And it's unbelievably brutal. It comes as a deep and profound shock. And a lot of pathology within society is designed to keep this truth away from women so that they continue to waste their fertility, and smart people continue to have fewer babies, and Western civilization continues its demographic decline. Get out there, get married young, have your babies young. There's plenty of time for your career when you get older, and have a happy continuation of society. This is Ben Molyneux for Free Domain. Hope you're doing well. Please, if you find this helpful, freedomain.com/connect. Really, really appreciate your support. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Stefan, we're on a first-name basis, aren't we? Yeah, pretty much sure we are. So I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday, a wonderful weekend. And yeah, we were just chatting about Trump's Supreme Court nominee, and I was just mentioning that it's kind of a long game to have all of these sexual assault allegations and other kinds of ruling drag men through the mud kind of situations, which is that basically it means that fewer men are going to want to become Supreme Court justices or take that kind of route, and it is inevitably going to drift towards getting women into the seat of power as far as that goes, right? And, you know, while of course women are wonderfully competent and brilliant, and there are many fine free market thinkers among women, in general there's a slight to medium tendency for women to be a little bit more sympathetic and a little bit less objective justice oriented. And so, yeah, part of the long game is to make sure that you're going to end up with a whole bunch of women in power, because men can't survive these sexual assault allegations or don't want to put themselves through it. And of course, for the men, and I think we've seen this with Kavanaugh to some degree, is that after they go through that process, like they know that that process is always there and always available, and that, you know, once you've had that that bullet go past your ear and take off an earlobe, so to speak, you know that the reloading and the attack can come again at any time. So it conditions kind of what you do going forward. And as long as we live in a system where a woman like Christine Blasey Ford can end up making hundreds of thousands of dollars and be then famous and in demand on the speaking circuit and all of that, for making these allegations, which I certainly did not believe in any way, shape, or form. As long as we have that system, this kind of brute force character assassination is going to win the day, and that means, of course, that unfortunately it's late Weimar, not early Weimar, and things are going to be settled in rather unpleasant fashions rather than intellectually. But that's the world we live in. We've certainly done our best to prevent it, but that is the slide that is occurring. So let us move on to the callers. James, please do tell me who we have up with this morning.
Well, good morning, and today we have a caller who writes, I'm 19, and for the past few years I've been living in hell because of an abusive relationship with my parents. They are extremely violent and have been treating me like complete shit because of my mental illness. Almost every day I'm disrespected and made to feel extremely uncomfortable. Fights break out every few days and they make me way more depressed. Somehow I managed to make it so far. The only thing I want right now is to leave and never look back, but I still don't make enough to get myself a place, and I don't think they will let me leave on good terms. What should I do?
Wow, I'm so sorry to hear about that. Welcome to the show, and what else do I need to know?
Hello, Stefan. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
No problem at all. I get that. That makes total sense to me, but trust me, we're going to get into a productive conversation here, and we're going to get you some real help. So please just tell me what's the backstory here? What's been going on, I guess, from day one?
Okay, so a few years back I got diagnosed with OCD. Yeah, after my parents' divorce. And since then, nobody respects me in the family. They basically treat me like a retard. It's humiliating. They get very violent. They force me to do things that make me uncomfortable. And they just scream at me almost every day. Especially my mother. She is the most violent one. I recently got a job, but it pays too low for me to leave this house, so I'm stuck here, and I almost lost all hope.
Well, don't do that. At least don't do that. I mean, I get where you're coming from. I really do, and it does feel like sometimes it's you're born at the bottom of a bottomless well, so to speak, and there's like maybe a tiny little pinprick of sunlight so far above that it looks like a star would look to most of us. So I really understand that. It does feel sometimes like there's no way out, but there always is. And sometimes it's just a matter of perspective and encouragement. So, but not empty, like go for it, like some practical things that need to happen. So tell me a little bit about the violence, because you talked about like they scream at you, yell at you, and so on, which is terribly destructive, of course. But is that the extent of the violence? Is there physical violence involved as well?
Yes, there is. So when my mom is angry at someone, she just uses me up as a punching bag, essentially.
So she literally like closed fist, full on raging bull punching.
I think she did that once. There was this one time where I was a little late for church. So she was already angry, and she used that as an excuse. She just came up on my room and started beating me over the head. She just punched me in the head repeatedly.
Wow. Oh my gosh. And when you were growing up, what happened when you displeased your parents?
Usually like a beating with a shoe.
Right.
Pulling my ear until I can't feel it anymore.
And the beating with the shoe, would that be aimed at your butt or some other place, or just random?
Butt, sometimes legs.
Okay, all right. And how often would you be hit as a child?
Every time I did something they didn't like. They also really, how should I say it? verbal abuse as a child too.
I'm sorry, say again? Who was
They
abused?
did verbal abuse as a
Yes,
child.
verbal abuse. Okay, got it. Sorry, go ahead.
I was beaten for life about like minor things. If I like didn't do my homework, I would get beaten.
Right.
If I didn't do well in school. Yeah, and sometimes my dad would get very angry and we just break stuff around the house.
That was your dad. He would like punch walls, that kind of stuff.
He break glasses and stuff. He broke my monitor once.
I'm very encouraged by something you said, though.
Right.
I mean, I'm very unhappy about the things that you're saying about your parents, but I'm very happy about something that you said. You said, I was hit or beaten for displeasing my parents rather than for doing something wrong. That's a world of difference, and I'm certainly glad that you've seen that kind of clearly, because displeasing people, like being hit for displeasing people, which is most punishment in the world, is because you've displeased someone, not because you've broken any objective moral law.
Mm-hmm. My mother always says that you have to do what's right, and it always is what she wants.
Yeah, funny coincidence that, right? Right. Morality is always what pleases me. Yeah, that's I sort of. Well, so the violence within your mother is something that needs to come out, and she needs an excuse. She needs an excuse to come out with. She needs an excuse that justifies her need for violence. In other words, she's not in a neutral state. You displease her, and then she is violent. No, she has a desire for violence, a thirst for destruction. But in order to protect herself, she needs to justify it in some manner. My experience when I was a kid, I don't want to confuse the two of us, right? Like we may do it the same people, but I think these kinds of personality structures are very similar. So I don't know if you ever had this experience that your mom comes home, she's in a bad mood, and she's just stalking around the house looking for something that's wrong so that she can vent her bad mood by being destructive or violent or abusive in some manner. And it's important to understand the bad mood precedes the beatings. The beatings don't come from a neutral place. I'm neutral. You have broken some objective rule. I now must regretfully punish you. No. The way it works is it's like you turn the kettle on the stove. You put the kettle on the stove, you turn the kettle on. Eventually there's that whistling sound. Well, usually not too eventually, but... And that's your mother, right? The temp is there. And the shrieking, whether it's from the tea kettle or from your mother, is going to happen because of the bad mood or the heat from the stove. It's not an objective process. It is an inevitable process that's looking for an excuse, if that makes sense. Did that happen in your family, or was it something different?
I think all of my family was beaten to varying degrees. I remember my mother telling me she was hit with sticks and belts.
Right. And it's always struck me as so strange that people who remember being hit and remember how unbelievably unpleasant it was to be hit, how those people just turn around and hit their kids.
Also, she was hit by her husband. Both of them. I mean, boyfriends. She never married.
Right.
All the bad luck. All the bad luck. And also, her violence is making my mental condition worse. I was getting better from my OCD, and now it's going worse than ever.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I have a general beef with the mental health profession as a whole, which is, to me, the mental health profession, again, lots of exceptions, lots of wonderful individual practitioners and so on. But the philosophy of the mental health profession as a whole is to try and get people, a lot of times, to try to adapt to crazy conditions, to kind of insane conditions. And particularly adult children of abusive parents. Right? The idea is, well, you know, you've got to find some way to live with it, you've got to find some way to deal with it, you've got to find some way to adapt to it, and it's like, no. It's like, you know, if you're a lung doctor saying to someone, well, you know, you're a smoker, so we've got to find some way to manage that and adapt to your smoking, and it's like, no. The whole point was to, and there was a time, of course, when doctors didn't really believe that smoking was bad for you, and the cigarette companies used to get doctors to endorse the cigarette smoking and all that. If 4 out of 5 doctors smoke, I think it's Chesterfield's or something like that, but it's, there's not this clear delineation of, well, look, you're in an abusive relationship that you never chose. You have no moral responsibility to people who abuse you as children. And probably the very obvious thing to do would be to get out of that relationship at least for some time, because it's destructive to you. And it's funny because they say this a lot of times to people who are in abusive relationships that they chose. You know, so if you were a wife and you came to a therapist with stories of how your husband verbally abuses you and beats you and so on, well, they'd say, well, you know, you've got to get to safety. We give you the shelter, you know, you can get to. You've got to get to safety. This is incredibly destructive and so on, right? But a lot of times, it's kind of a taboo within the whole profession. If you say, well, my parents are abusive, well, it's a whole different matter. It's a whole different matter. And this contradiction within the profession, to me, is really bad. And in the future, I think it will be looked at as really terrible behavior. It will be similar to doctors encouraging smokers to keep smoking. It's not bad for you. It's fine. You know, we'll find some way to work around these symptoms. Right? And the reasons for that, I mean, it's the topic for another time, but it does seem to be the case. I mean, Dr. Phil, to his credit, as I mentioned before, on his website, does say if you have abusive parents, it might be healthy to get them out of your life. But it's not the kind of thing that is repeated and, in a sense, kind of drilled into the general population, which I think is a real, well, it's more than a shame. I think it's a real betrayal. But of course, as I'm working on my book, Peaceful Parenting, if we can imagine what a society would look like if it dedicated itself to the welfare of children rather than the protection of corrupt adults, it would be a whole different matter. But, and part of me thinks, well, it's kind of a, you know, if you have adults whose parents are abusive and they stay in that relationship, then the therapy is going to go on for longer, right? If it may never end, because the environment is not changing. And I don't know, is it a ka-ching situation? I don't know, that seems kind of really bad, so I don't sort of go there the whole way, but I certainly do have some suspicions, so I just wanted to mention that at the outset. It was something I was mulling over in preparation for this call. Why would you say to people who were the victims of abuse in relationships that they voluntarily chose that the first thing they have to do is get out and get safe? But if you are talking to an adult who's being abused in a relationship he or she never chose, why is it usually the case that that person will be told, often, not always, to find a way to accommodate themselves within that situation, and it will simply just be managing symptoms rather than dealing with root causes? So anyway, just kind of wanted to mention that as my humble outside amateur opinion.
I mean, it's true. My therapist said to mediate her situation, not to leave.
Oh, really? Okay, so I guess we have a bit more of a concrete example straight out of this, right?
But and I'm like, no thanks, I wanna live.
Right. So tell me a little bit about the OCD, the obsessive compulsive disorder. I'm sure everyone knows that.
Yes.
But yeah, tell me a little bit about the OCD thing, what the story was with that.
It started with washing my hands like a few times, and it just kept going till I was disgusted of things. I took long baths. Then I started getting better, but then my mom started getting worse, and I got way worse. And now it got to a point where I can't talk about it with her, or I get like her violent screaming at me. She just screams when I am honest with her. So I just gave up on talking. I'm like, I'm just gonna shut up. And it's really distressing to me, like not having anyone to talk to.
Yeah, no, I get that. So tell me a lot, if you can, about the emotions involved with the OCD. So you said it started with hand washing, which, you know,
Yeah.
it's funny because the OCD hand washers are the ones most likely to flourish in an epidemic, but that's, you know, sort of a side-by-side thing. So you were washing your hands, as we all do, of course, and then what was the feelings associated with that?
I just felt like I had to do more. Like I had to do a specific amount of times, or I just don't feel comfortable. No.
So was it that you had an existing discomfort that was alleviated by washing your hands, or did washing your hands introduce a new comfort that you didn't experience before?
It was a discomfort.
So you had an existing discomfort, and then when you'd wash your hands, it would go away, but then it would come back, and then you'd wash your hands, it would go away. Is that kind of how it worked?
Yes.
Right. Right. Do you remember what was going on in your life when this first began to arise? How long ago did it start?
About the time when a few years after my parents' divorce. It was a very violent endeavor. Want me to tell about it?
I'm so sorry. Did you say your first divorce?
No, my parents' divorce.
Your parents' first divorce. Your parents got divorced. Okay, yeah, I would like to hear all about it if you don't mind.
It's not like a formal divorce. They weren't married, but you know they left each other's house.
We can call it a divorce. It's fine. I guess a separation, but okay.
So
yeah, no.
what happened was that he was very violent one day, and he was beating my mother in the bed with I was with her, and then he pulled out a pair of scissors and started threatening us to stay in the room, and then he stayed in the room next, and then I got the idea to leave, so I just took off my shoes, went just with socks, and went to the police, called it, and left with our things after we got the police in.
Wow. And so was he threatening to stab you both?
I think he was threatening just to stab me.
Just to stab you? Now, what was your involvement? I mean, he was beating on your mom, right? So what was his beef with you, so to speak?
I don't know, he was just angry.
Did you confront him? Did you demand did you come between the beast and his prey, so to speak?
I didn't utter a word.
Wow. Wow. So you basically were in the presence of a hyper-violent man with a deadly weapon who was threatening to kill you.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh,
it
I'm so
happened
sorry.
with my mom too.
Yeah, I'm a bit more concerned with you than your mom, if you don't mind me saying so, because your mom has beaten up on kids. So, frankly, to hell with her, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm much more concerned with you at the moment. And also, of course, your mom chose to have this man.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant that she also threatened me with a weapon.
Oh, so not in the same situation, in a different situation?
Yes.
Okay, well, to hell with her even more. Tell me about that situation.
Once she was fighting with me, she was like cooking food, and she was holding a knife and she pointed at me. They were pretty scary.
And what was the circumstances, and what did she say?
I don't remember. I forget a lot of stuff because it's a bit traumatic.
That's a really powerful and terrifying image to me, in particular that your mother is cooking and at the same time pointing a deadly weapon at you. And it's the same implement that she could use to make your food or end your life, you know, to feed you, to sustain you, or to end your life completely.
Yes.
Talk about the deadly breast, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I once also ran out of the house the day she punched me in the head. I was scared. I ran out with my uncle. I didn't want to come back, but they forced me to go back.
What was their reasoning behind that?
I don't know. They're really friendly with my mom, so they do whatever she wants.
Right. Okay. Right. Now, how old were you when these incidents, the one in particular, with your mom and the knife and your dad and the scissors?
Dad and the scissors was like 12 and 11. And mom and knife was like 17, 18.
Wow. Now, the whole time that all of this was occurring, I mean, you're in a society, right? You're in a society that's got priests and teachers and relatives and friends' parents. You must have come into contact with hundreds and hundreds of people who would have every reason, or at least several good reasons, to suspect or believe or accept that you were being abused to the point of death threats.
My mother, that is important. I went a lot to church, and my mother threatened me to not tell anything to them. She always threatened me with paralysis.
And what would she say?
You said to not tell them anything, but I would get taken away to a government institution. Or that they would not believe me, which is worse.
And did anyone ever notice anything?
No. And I was too scared to tell anyone. If they don't believe me and tell her, what the fuck happens to me? I die? Wow.
Oh, that is a very fair analysis, and a very reasonable analysis of the situation. That if you try to get help, and it's true in abusive relationships from what I've read, that when you try to get help, that's the time when you're in the most danger. When the woman leaves the abusive man, that's when she's most likely to get killed. And so, yeah, if you try to get help, and you don't get whisked to a better place and never have any contact with your deadly mom again, if that doesn't happen, and the odds of that happening, I don't know, who wants to take that chance, right?
I was even scared to talk to you in the case you would discover. I've been delaying this for like 4 months to contact you guys because I was so scared.
I understand. How old were you with the, sorry if I dropped this ball, how old were you with the hand washing started, the OCD, as you say?
I was about 13.
And this was during the time of your parents' separation?
Yeah, a little bit after.
And when your mom was home and your dad was home, did you feel safer than when you were just home with your mom alone, or was it about the same or worse?
I never felt safe without my parents.
Right. But sometimes they can cancel each other out. In other words, if your mom's in a bad mood, maybe you should go pick on your dad rather than you.
Whereas she usually picks on me.
I'm sorry?
She picks on the most vulnerable, so that's me.
So if your dad was home, it wouldn't matter. She'd still go for you, right?
Yes. And my dad would just... He doesn't take her shit. He just beats her up.
Huh. Well, it's not really an option for you. Now, if you were, because at some point, you know, you're a teenage boy, At some point, well, you were, now you're a man, but at some point you get bigger than your mom.
And I think she's scared of me now, a little bit.
Right. Well, she's got a lot of you got a lot of pent-up anger, right?
Yes.
And has that changed anything in the dynamic?
I scream back a lot.
Yeah.
But mostly I'm trying to de-escalate, because she once said she was willing to escalate to death.
What did she say?
She said if I defend myself, I better make sure she doesn't get up.
Oh, so if you fight back, you have to kill her.
Yes.
Otherwise, she will get you at some point, right?
No, she won't kill me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what she said, right?
Yes.
If you put me down and I get back up, you're dead.
Yes. It's kind of terrifying.
I think I'm going to take the kinda out of there and say it's completely terrifying.
Yes.
And horrifying, because of course then, if you're in a situation of escalation to murder, God help you in the court system, right?
Yes.
Oh no, it was self-defense. Ah no, but your dad might betray you, right? He might say, oh no, he was always trouble and she was always peaceful and there's no witnesses and that's it. Huh?
So basically, either I die, I kill her, and I lose my life in prison, but I get beaten to disabled. So I can't win. I just have to be compliant as best as I can, and try not to cry near her because that also makes her violent.
Oh, so if you are emotional or you're vulnerable, then she gets violent, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very common pattern, unfortunately, among abusers, that if you show unhappiness or sadness or vulnerability, it provokes their conscience and they attack you, right?
I usually cry at my job.
Right.
And I try to hide it as well, because I don't want them telling her.
Now, let's go back to this OCD. You said it got bad, sorry, it got better and then it got worse. And what was the story with that?
I was getting better because there was no major conflict with my mother. She was still a piece of shit, but I did manage sometimes when she was at home. I was a little bit happier. I watched myself a little less. But then she got retired from her job, and then it all fell apart.
Oh, so she then was sitting at home. Does she drink? Does she have anything that provokes or, I guess, disinhibits her from violence? Makes her more likely to be violent?
She smokes and drinks, but she drinks very little, so it's more herself, really.
Right, okay. And where is the compulsion at the moment? How is it?
Oh, it's fucking horrible. You wanna see my hands?
No, that's fine. I'm going to assume that they're red and raw.
They are red, dry, and they rip a lot.
Right. And when were you diagnosed? What age?
Like 14.
Right. And is it worse now than it was when you were diagnosed?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any particular circumstances that make you more likely to wash your hands or wash your body? Or is it kind of a constant thing all day?
It's when my mom's around. When my mom's around, I'm always cleaning myself. I chill a little bit when I'm outside.
Like you're at work or something and you're more safe, right?
Yes, like work is shitty, but it's 10 times better than staying at home.
Yeah, no, less shit is a huge improvement in these kinds of situations. I know that fairly well. All right. When you were growing up, my friend, did you have anything in the household? Well, you usually do, and usually it's with regards to the mother. Did you have anything in your household that was related to dirt and cleaning? Like, was this a thing of your mom's? Like, everything's got to be clean, or she would get mad at you for things being dirty or messy or anything like that?
My dad was a very disgusting person, so I think that might have influenced it.
And how would that play out with your mom and dad?
What do you mean?
So if your dad was like disgusting, you mean like he would fart a lot, he would like leave a mess, he would like...
He would have like 20 piss bottles behind his computer.
Sorry, 20 what?
Piss bottles?
Oh, piss bottles? Okay.
Yes.
What the what? You got to break this down for me. I don't know what the hell. I mean, I know what that means, but what's the story? He just didn't want to go to the washroom. He was too lazy to get up. Like,
He
peed in a cup.
He was diabetic. So he peed a lot more than normal people.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that he has to pee in a jar or a bottle, right?
He is also lazy. Yeah, very lazy. All he did was sit on his computer, masturbate, and piss on bottles.
Oh, God. Yes, that's right, Free Domain listeners. This wonderful video game addicted, diabetic, violent, beating, pissing in bottles guy gets to get married and have children. So what's your damn excuse? Holy crap.
I don't think he played video games, but yeah, I think
all right, porn addicted, peeing in a bottle guy.
Okay, he did watch porn. Got that.
Oh my God. Now, the pornography that he would watch, was this something like, I mean, I hate to say, did he have the decency to put headphones on, or was this something you saw, or
I saw it.
So he wouldn't even close the door?
No, sometimes you'd invite me to watch it.
What?
Yes.
How old were you when this would happen?
Like 7.
So he would invite you to come in and watch pornography when you were 7?
Yes.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's so unbelievably horrible. And of course, what are you going to do? Say no?
I sometimes said no because my mother said not to watch it.
Right. Oh my God.
She said I would become a midget if I watch it.
That she would what?
So I would become a midget.
Oh, midget. Oh, okay. Some sort of gypsy voodoo curse. All right. What, do you have any suspicion that your father was sexually abused as a child?
I don't know. His father died when I was young. Though he might have abused his siblings because he was like their dad for a while.
Yeah.
But I can't confirm.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
I have only step brothers and sisters.
Oh, from the new marriage after your parents separated when you were 13?
Yes, but...
Oh, the new get-together. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And does your mother assault them too?
No, she isn't around them. My dad married another woman. My mother hasn't married yet.
Ah, I see.
But she has a contender for marriage already.
Oh.
And luckily I'm old, so I can't get molested by him.
But you didn't have any molestation when you were a kid, right?
I mean, almost. I mean, there's some shady stuff.
Yeah.
You want me to tell it?
If you want to tell it, I'm certainly happy to hear, or if you think it would be helpful.
Okay. So, when I was like 5 or 6 years old, I was to sleep with my parents a lot because I was scared of the dark, right?
Yeah.
So I always slept on their bed. So this one day, they pushed me to the side of the bed, and they had sex with me in the bed.
And awake, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, awake. They had anal. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. So how would you know that?
I mean, my dad was behind her. I think that meant I don't know.
Like a spooning thing?
Yes.
Okay. Ugh.
I could hear everything. They were
And of
doing
course,
right
as a
behind
kid, you think it's pain, right?
I didn't know what to think. I was just uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, I can get that.
I remember this very vividly.
Do you know, so your parents only had you, and do you know what the circumstances was around your mom getting pregnant? Was this something they were trying to do? Was it accidental?
I was planned.
You were planned, right?
Outside of marriage, but planned.
Oh man, listen, I just want to zoom out for a second and just say this is an incredibly heartbreaking story, and I'm so incredibly sorry that this has been your experience so far in life. I mean, oh man.
Just another day in hell.
Just another day in hell. Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. I mean, it's kind of a bargain that I imagined, and I put this in one of my novels. Oh, like 30 years ago, which is the existence question, right? The existence question. So, if you were floating above the world before you were born, and you got to see the highlights of your life up to the age of 18, and then not knowing what would happen afterwards, would you choose to be born?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm still alive, frankly.
Philosophy.
Yes, it was a part of it. Your show really helped me when I was stuck. Helped me see that it was a brighter future. I could be a good parent and break the cycle.
Right. Right.
And that's my only objective right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if because I had that thought, very vivid thought, that if I said, okay, I could look at my life up to the age of 15, would I choose to be born? I'd be like, nope, thanks, I'll take the non-existence, because the being born is not good.
Can we re-roll, please?
Yeah, that's right. Can I spin the wheel one more time and get perhaps not, Satan spawn for parents? That would be excellent. But yeah, and the reason I bring that up is it's important to know that for those of us, and you had it worse than me, so I sympathize with that.
I don't think I had.
No, you did. Did
the Charles beat you to near death?
Yes. I don't know about to near death, but she was beating my head against a metal door, and I just went limp before I went unconscious. But certainly, once you get that your mother's willing to kill you if you disobey her, that kind of changes things, right? You can never be yourself. You can never be yourself around those people again, because all you're doing is playing defense. All you're doing is trying not to get killed. It's like if you imagine, if I was, I don't know, like in the deep woods doing some podcast or doing some live stream or some show like this. I'm in the deep woods, and suddenly I notice a giant fucking bear is stalking me. Do you think that's going to alter the show just a little?
Yeah.
Just a little, right? I mean, now it's going to be like, oh God, here's my GPS coordinates, send someone, right, and climb a tree, or, I don't know, bears can climb trees too. Maybe it's wolves, right? Wolves can't climb trees, but yeah, so for people who, it's sort of like, if you imagine like you're safely and legally talking on the phone in the car, and you're just having a pleasant chit chat about nothing in particular, and then somebody starts ramming your car, gonna alter the conversation just a little bit, and then imagine that goes on for 20 fucking years, right?
Yes.
You can't be yourself. All you're doing is trying not to die. Today's to-do list: don't die. And don't murder. or don't commit homicide in self-defense. That's my two checklists, and it's kind of hard to have any other checklists when you've got those two things. Don't kill, don't die. If I can achieve that by tonight, it's been a great day. And then
There's
people are
also
like,
the
well, go ahead.
there's also the homeless option too.
There is the homeless option.
Yes.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. In which case, you get to open yourself up to even more abuse in this wonderful game of spin the wheel to hell. Right. Have you dated at all?
No, I have
Good.
nothing social skills.
No, good, because
I
any
was
woman-
invited to an orgy once.
Really?
Yes.
That was not the next sentence I was expecting from you, but that's why these shows remain so engaging. Go on.
I declined it, of course, because I'm not crazy. But one of my friends invited me to her orgy, and I kind of joked around it a little bit and fucked off.
Wow. Well, there's a lady with a future.
Yes.
A future of antibiotics and infertility. Wow.
I think she was making like a checklist of everyone in school she wanted me in it.
Wow. Well, good for you. I mean, listen, I'm sorry that you haven't dated, because I get it's important to a young man, as it is to all of us, but unfortunately, given your home situation, the odds of you getting a quality woman, unfortunate, not because you're not a great guy. Listen, you're on this call, you've navigated this hellstorm of a family, and you're in one piece, and you have not committed any crimes, and you've not become an addict, and you've not, killed yourself. I mean, you've done incredibly well. So you're a high quality guy, but of course, unfortunately, due to the circumstances, the odds of getting a high quality woman in this situation are low, right? For no fault of your own, just this your environment, right? She's going to look at this environment and say, great guy. No thanks.
The people I meet are surprised that I'm not a crackhead.
Right. Well, again, I mean, your personal qualities of character plus philosophy plus, I'm sure a bunch of other things, they really, all we need to do to survive is to know that we're not alone.
Yes.
Because it's like that mark of Cain on the forehead, right? The mark of I guess, uncleanliness and so on, right? Because when you're born into a shitstorm, you go out into the world, you still kind of stink, right? I know I'm going to provoke you to wash yourself or something, right? But I think this is part of what's happening, is that you're born and you develop these god-awful survival skills, necessary, essential, but godforsaken survival skills, and then you go out into the world, and the normies are like, whoa, survivor. Now, what they should do, of course, is they should surround you and hug you and wish you well and praise you for everything you had to go through, but they don't do that. Generally, what they do is they recoil from you like you're holding some giant venomous snake called history, and they try to avoid you and isolate you like you're some dangerous animal that needs to be penned in.
Mm-hmm.
It does not give us a great relationship to society as a whole, and that's where, of course, criminality comes from. That's something we didn't say, which is, great job for not becoming a criminal.
Thanks. There's also another issue.
Uh-huh.
My mother told me she had herpes. And she, HSV1?
I'm sorry, say again?
HSV1.
HSV1?
Yes, you know that one?
I don't.
It's the common variety that like half the people in the world have it.
Yeah.
And she never told me before. And now I'm really more disgusted of her, and she is more violent because of it.
So, but she has, I don't know much about herpes, but she has a very common form of herpes, is that right?
Yes, 50% of the world has it.
And in what circumstances would your mother see fit to tell you this?
Because I was researching something related, and she just mentioned it out of nowhere.
Right. How is this transmitted sexually? Is that right?
No, like saliva contact, anything like that.
Really? Half the population has herpes.
Yes. It's a different kind of herpes, not the genital one.
No, I get it. Okay. All right. So, I mean, that's not quite as horrifying as what I first thought of when you said herpes, right?
Yes, it's the lesser herpes, but still shit. You'll get more likely to have Alzheimer's at old age.
Huh. Excellent.
It's likely one of people you're close to already has it too, because it's so common.
Oh, so you might have it too, right?
Yes, I might have it too, and that terrifies me a little bit. Yeah.
Right. And, I mean, I assume you can go get tested for it, right?
Yes, I'm afraid to do.
Right. Yeah, so, I mean, it's funny, too, because, like, for those people who've not grown up in situation of extreme child abuse, or child abuse as a whole, avoiding knowledge is incomprehensible to people, right? But it's like, in a sense, it's less stressful to not know, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I get it. There's only so many balls you can keep in the air, right? If you add one more, the whole thing comes down.
Oh, my thing is already coming down. I'm focusing my mind on a lot of things, and it's a bit hell for me.
What happens, or what was the relationship, and we'll get, I heard you, we'll get back to that in a sec, but I just need to circle back for a moment.
Yes.
What was the story, or your mother's relationship to your father's filth? And by filth, I don't just mean the pee bottles, but the pornography, just the general blech of the guy, right? Like, what was your mother's relationship to that filth?
She just accepted it. She accepted everything he did.
Well, she maybe accepted it, or she just didn't want to get beaten up, right?
Yes. She said she actually accepted it because she loved him.
Oh, God.
Lovely relationship.
She loved the guy who was introducing porn to his 70-year-olds. And what was your relationship to your father's film?
Quite horrified of it.
Yeah, tell me a bit more about that. How old were you when you saw the pee bottles?
It's just forever. I mean, like 4 or 6, around that age, when his diabetes got worse.
Did he manage his diabetes all right? He got his insulin and checkups and all that? Or?
No, it didn't do not.
So how the hell is he still alive?
Well, he should be going down soon because he's still not treating it. He's going blind and his legs are stopping to work.
And he got remarried?
Yes.
Jesus, how desperate is that woman?
To his high school sweetheart.
Yeah. So half blind, legs failing,
Old.
porn addicted. Is he overweight? Of course, right?
No, he's underweight because he has the genetic diabetes, so he
Oh, okay, so it's type 1, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Wow.
So he's basically a skeleton.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I met a guy the other day, and he was a tall guy, and I'm like, dude, what do you weigh, $130? He's like, no, I weigh 100 pounds. Like, what's the story with that? So, it's medical, right? Because he's got gluten intolerance, so can't eat anything gluten related. So I think celiac disease. Anyway, so yeah, poor guy, right? I mean, different with your dad, right? Because gross guy, but
He does it to himself.
yeah. I mean, this is all manageable, right? This all could be something where it's dealt with. And also, of course, your mother didn't say to him, as wives will often do to husbands, go get that checked out. Go get yourself sorted out, right? Go see a damn doctor, you pig-headed idiot, right?
My mother was kind of a doctor. She did everything that could help my dad in the hospital. but he never got treated. He just.
So there's a big old death wish right there, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, it is important to confront the nihilistic side, the can't win, don't try side, the Homer Simpson side, the Nietzschean side, the just that fade out, don't want to play side, right?
Yes.
Because you have that too, right?
I reject nihilism. I think it's a horrible way to live.
No, but you do, if I understand this, and obviously your experience matters a lot more than what I heard, or at least what I've understood. But you do have a certain amount of how is this going to get better going on in your head, right?
Yes.
That's sort of more what I meant. Sorry, I shouldn't have referred to it by the N word.
Yeah, N-word.
Right. Okay. So obviously your mother's not going to change, right?
No, I've tried so much to change her. It's impossible. I've tried like 20 times speaking to her. It's just a different way to get beaten.
Yeah. No, and of course trying to help her. You hear these stories of man dives in to save drowning boy, man drowns. And going in to save these kinds of horrible people is it's very dangerous, right? As you point out, right? If you because the only way that she's going to be saved is if she somehow connects with her conscience.
Yes.
But if she connects with her conscience, she becomes incredibly violent, right?
Yes, and also I tried to apply some of your ethics with her. So one day I went like, "Do you remember when your husband beat you?" It was like, "How do you think I feel?" And she just felt threatened and got violent with me.
Right.
I tried to like show her that what she did was also bad, but she can't see herself as the aggressor, or she just gets more aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's an important formulation to remember that morality, fundamentally, is memory. And if people claim not to remember things that they did that were wrong, it's because they want to repeat them. Because if they actually remember, then they will feel bad. Like if your mom remembers being beaten by her parents, by her husband, and then she puts you in her position when she was beating you, then that circuit completes and she gains some shred of empathy. But because she wants to continue doing the violence, she will reject the memory, and if people reject memory, they reject morality. Universality is across the world, but also through time. Universally preferable behavior is deep into history, into memory. And empathy is putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, remembering some time in the past, as you were trying to do with your mom, remembering some time in the past when that happened to you, right? Like beatings or whatever, right?
Yes.
And so I remember this with my mother, talking to her about the violence that she committed, that she simply wouldn't remember it. She simply wouldn't, like it never happened. I remember it differently, kind of all neutral stuff, right? And I was real clear. Okay, so that just means that she's never going to give it up. Because if she can't connect with the past, if she has no memory, she can't have any morality.
My connects with the past, she just like ignores my point. She was taking it as a threat.
Yeah.
Well,
she would experience that. Like the devil within her would experience that as a threat.
Yes.
Like you'll see these movies where, the priest is trying to get the devil out of the girl or the woman or whatever. The devil views the priest as an enemy and spits and howls and bites and scratches and all of that. And it's a powerful but true analogy for trying to de-evil a human being, that the evil within the human being wants to live, wants to flourish. It's got its own psychological genetic makeup, and it wants to maintain itself and reproduce. And that's why it traumatizes others. Like, pedophilia to me is it's like a mental, you can look at it as a mental animal with its own genetics, that it reproduces itself by inflicting sexual activity on innocent children and thus infecting them with the potential for the same behavior. It's like this monster meme that reproduces its behavior physically in order to reproduce itself quasi-genetically. As the same thing with child abuse and all, a lot of these kinds of things. We're usually, most people are just non-entities in the grip of an ideology that is seeking to reproduce itself. They are blank slate hosts for whatever virulence is passing through them to replicate. And you can look at this, of course, something like communism. Communism is a virus that is in the process of replicating itself using unthinking people as its springboard to spread. And everybody's, of course. That's why I said, like I said this back in March, I think, or February. I was in February. I said, communism is the real virus. Coronavirus is just how it spreads. Communism is the real virus. Socialism is the real virus. National Socialism was too, but we kind of inoculated against that, so that's not such a big issue. But yeah, your mother is an empty vessel through which evil seeks to replicate itself. Through you, but you're resisting like hell, which is, more power to you and more heroism to you. This should be the biggest medal in the world. But instead, you're often treated as a leper.
Yes, and the last few months have been like the worst ever. I wasn't even able to get out of bed because I was so depressed. I just slept like 20 hours in a row, non-stop.
What's happened with your job in regards? Did you just get the job after that? Or?
Yeah, after that.
And do you know what got you back out? What put you into bed and then what got you back out?
I just felt like I had to get out no matter what. I just started handing out my resume everywhere. And somehow I got accepted after a few months.
Right. And I assume the job, while you say it's crappy, right, the job is helping to some degree.
Yeah, it's helping to not staying in the house, at least.
Well, and it's a sort of fundamental test of functionality, right? Which is,
yes.
Hey, I can keep a job, right? Good for you.
Yes, I have been trouble keeping it. Because the staff at my work see my hands and they go like, you have to go to the doctor. And I go to the doctor. And it has happened like 4 times already and I think they don't like it.
Right. So, that's something that has to be dealt with. So, why... I'm not even going to say why do you think, because why do you want your hands clean? What are you trying to clean?
I usually try to clean everything that's related with my mother.
Now, your mother, though, wasn't filthy in the same way that your father was, if I understand this correctly.
Well, she's pretty filthy as well, but not to that degree.
So what's she got that you would put in the filthy category?
She got a disease that I don't want to catch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's important, right?
And she doesn't want to talk about the disease, and she just screams at me when I bring it up. It would help a lot to my condition if she just talked about it, and she just beats me instead.
And what do you want her to talk about? This is the herpes, right? So what do you want her to talk about?
Just wash your hands, don't cough on things, simple stuff. She just doesn't do it.
Right.
She refuses to. She hates giving anything to me. It was
except herpes.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
right. So you're constantly concerned that you are in proximity to a disease that has pretty, I guess, negative outcomes in terms of Alzheimer's down the road and all that, right?
Yes.
Right. Right. I'm sorry if I've missed the timeline, but what was the relationship between you learning that your mother had herpes and your hand washing?
My hand washing started way before that.
Okay, so I'm sure it escalated from there, but then there's another cause that we need to figure out, right?
Yes.
And it happened around the time of your parents' separation, right?
Yes. A little bit later. A year.
And do you remember if there was anything in particular that may have occurred that started that, or was it just you just woke up one day, you washed your hands, you felt better?
Yeah. It was, I think, my grandma.
Ah. We haven't met this lovely lady. Please introduce us.
Oh, quite nasty.
Is this on your mom's side?
Yes.
Oh, I have no doubt she is a piece of work, but go on.
She first she kept her dirty panties in the shower.
She
Just
kept dirty panties in the shower, so you got to see grandmother's dirty panties in the shower.
Yes, with the skid marks and everything.
Do you mean
Right
like period juice and all this kind of stuff?
Yes, right next to me was a shower.
Holy shark attack granny panties, Batman. Oh my god. Okay, go on. I'm glad I didn't eat too much before the show.
I saw Grandpa naked too, but also she didn't wash dishes properly, so there would be pieces of rotten food on my dishes.
Oh.
And everything smelled.
Yeah.
They also shat themselves sometimes.
You mean just from age, or did they have some other ailment?
Age.
Oh my god. Wow. So, I mean, you literally were surrounded by shit and blood, right?
Yeah.
And did you have to shower in this
Yes.
hellscape of body fluids?
Yes, right next to the panties.
Oh my god.
Wash my hair.
What
look
is
at the
wrong with
panties.
these people?
I wanna know.
No, like there's some stuff where it's like, well, you know, this is just how I was raised. It's like there's no sane world in which, I mean, they're Christians, right?
I mean, in name only.
Cleanliness is next to godliness.
If that
I don't
is
think
the
that's in the
case,
Bible. I don't think that's in the Bible, but I sure know my aunt said that a lot. And nobody says anything about, you know, maybe you should clean out the blood-stained granny panties before Junior has a shower.
Yes, she cleans them in the shower, but she doesn't clean them properly, so they just stay there like all dirty and disgusting.
Oh, and then you're in the shower. I'm sure she doesn't rinse and clean the shower after she cleans her granny panties, so
No.
then you're standing in that awful.
Yes.
Like
And
the kind of
also
water
there-
you throw it in the ocean, you get a great white shark swimming by. It's
And
chum.
also there's a cockroach infestation in that house.
Ah,
And the previous house I was in, there was a rat infestation.
oh my God. You know, we really do get great reception from hell. Not many people know that. Because that's probably where you're calling from, at least in the past, right?
Yes.
Dear God.
I'm
Yeah.
still there.
The cockroach infestation is horrifying, and I had that a number of times in apartments when I was growing up, and it's horrible. It's horrible, and I sort of hate to say it, but you know, the causality to me was fairly clear that with a lot of immigrants, particularly from like Pakistan or India and so on, they just may have certain different habits. They may have certain different kinds of foods that attract the bugs or whatever, but it certainly did seem to increase. I don't remember that from my early childhood, but I certainly do remember that later on when there was a lot of immigration. And again, I'm not saying that's proven or causal, but that certainly was my experience. And I remember this really vividly, being in an apartment in Canada in my early teens. Oh man, it was a constant problem trying to get food. Trying to get food was a constant problem because it just wasn't enough, or it was kind of like I remember I had a girl over and for lunch from school, a girlfriend, and I grabbed a sandwich from the fridge. I gave her like the good food, because you always give the good food to your guests, like what was left. I grabbed a sandwich from the fridge, and we were chatting away. I mean, it was a very early, mostly platonic, quote, girlfriend-boyfriend thing. Like, we held hands. I think we barely kissed or anything like that. And, you know, I take a bite into this sandwich and realize that it's a little rotten inside, right? But I can't sit there and say, oh, there's food in my fridge which is rotten. And so, you know, I put it down. She's like, well, aren't you hungry? Lunch? So, of course, you know, I take little nibbles from this thing, and then after the date, I make myself throw up, because I'm like, oh man, this is like bad, right? And it wasn't even so much like, you know, I had gone. couldn't be sick. Needed money. And yeah, it's and I remember anyway. So that I was in the kitchen in this place, and I was cooking up something. I think I was frying some spam or something like that. And cockroaches were running around inside the clock, like inside the stove. You know, like there's glass over the clock, or plastic, I guess, over the clock, and there was a cockroach or two running around inside. And I just remember being really physically repulsed by that. That there were cockroaches inside the cooking appliance.
Cockroaches were like my alarm clock, that they would crawl on me when I sleep and I wake up.
And it's not even like they're so tough to deal with, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, get the fumigators in and keep your counters clean and all of that. I mean, it really, I never had a problem when I lived in apartments on my own, because you just keep yourself clean, keep your place clean. But of course, it's filthy. It's just an invitation for this biblical curse, right?
Yes. The rats were worse, though.
That I believe, because the cockroaches usually can't do you much harm, but the rats can be bitey, right?
Yes, but it was like mice, I think.
Oh, mice.
Uh,
And what was the story with the mice?
oh, you know, mice are on the apartment, on the curtains, on the bed.
Well, then, yeah, good luck trying to get sleep if you think something's going to walk over your legs, right?
Yes.
Now, this does happen occasionally. I got a friend of mine who lives in the country, and it does happen occasionally that a mouse will get in or whatever, but it's not the same as this, which is like a real devastation.
Yes, that was rats multiple times, but then it ended, so it wasn't that big of a deal. I think a mama rat gave birth in that.
Yeah. Or maybe it was just too dirty for the rats or the mice. Move on. Like, hey man, we got some standards. No, and a friend of mine, once, I remember this many years ago, he had squirrels in the walls. That was, you could hear them sort of scampering back and forth, and it was a very odd situation. But again, that's not necessarily a hygiene thing, that's just an old house kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, what is your ideal? What do you want that you think would turn your life around the best?
I think just having my own place. That's basically it. I mean, it would be a start. I would be able to breathe, like, live my life, not having to fear the fucking shitty person in my house.
And the danger that, you know, what if you lose your temper?
Yes. What if I slip up some information doesn't need to know?
Right. Or what if your mother decides that her final revenge upon you is going to be a murder charge or something like that, right? You get to provoke you. If she doesn't want to live anymore, she might as well take you down with her, right?
Yes.
And your job that you have is not going to give you enough for that, right?
Yes. I get paid $1 an hour.
Huh. That seems, well, I mean, I guess you're not in North America here, right? So don't tell me where you are, but yeah. And so, I guess my question is, listen, so just for those who don't know, right? So there's times where there's lots of really good abstract things that I can talk about and do and connections I can make and all that kind of stuff, right? But there's other times where more practical and immediate help is required. So here's my question, which is how much money do you need to move out?
I think around $2 an hour.
No, how much money do you need in the bank at the moment to move out?
I mean, to move out, I would need around 2,000.
2,000 US dollars?
No, 2,000.
Okay, and what is that in US dollars?
That's like 400.
Oh shit, I'll give you that.
What?
I'll give you that. Oh, absolutely. My God, I thought it was going to be more. Oh, yeah, easy peasy. That's not even a tough call.
What?
Oh yeah, easy. I'll give you more than that. Are you kidding me? I'll give you more than that so you can, I don't know, get a nice couch or something.
I mean, I was thinking about like basic appliances, you know, like a one-mouth stove and
Yeah, yeah.
a bedroll.
Yeah, I mean, if it's an empty apartment, you can't just sleep on the floor, right? I mean, I get that that's
Yes.
better, but it's not as good as it should be, right?
I
Now,
have-
I will say this. Listen, I mean, we've just met, so obviously I'm assuming this is not a scam, like some big elaborate backstory scam to get some money out of me. I'm going to assume that because, again, no disrespect to you, but we just met.
I mean, I didn't expect anyone to give me money.
No,
I
no,
was
that's
just
fine. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to insult you, right? I'm just stepping you through my sort of line of thinking. Now,
Okay.
I have helped out listeners in the past, and some of it people know about, like I offer to pay for therapy, and I do, and some people don't even know about. For the most part, it's worked out pretty well. A few people have not wisely used the money, but I have a good feeling about you. And I have obviously a great deal of sympathy for you. So let's, there's a practical matter of let's just get you some cash. Because here's the thing, if this helps you with your OCD, I don't know if it will or not, I'm certainly no expert, but if this helps you, good. If it gets you away from, herpes witch, great. Maybe this will help you get a better job, maybe this will help you get more sustaining, but, oh hell yeah, let's get you out.
There's also the problem that say I get the money to leave, right? I might still not have enough to keep myself, so I need to get a better job as well. But
Sure, yeah, but it's tough to get a better job when you're depressed, unhappy, compulsively doing, washing yourself and so on, right?
I already have ideas for it. I am trying to register for Uber Eats so I can deliver it bike.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I can survive with that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've saved a little bit of money already.
Right.
Yeah, I've saved about $100.
Right. Right. No, listen, I mean, that's, to me, that's a very easy call. I mean, let's get you out.
And also there's the other problem. How the fuck do I get out? Like,
Go on.
she goes after me, what do I do?
What do you mean if she goes after you? What do you mean?
I mean, I'm scared she just figures out where I live and goes and kills me.
Well, I can't do much about that other than to say you might be actually kind of shocked how little she cares about you.
And also I have to buy everything I have now, right?
What do you mean?
Like clothing and stuff. Or,
Well, you have clothes, right? Is she gonna prevent you from taking clothes?
probably.
What I would suggest is there are lots of websites and guides and books and you name it, and it's more for spouses. So, I'm sorry to put you in that category, but it's like, okay, how do you get out of an abusive relationship? Right? I mean, this is a big question, right? How do you get out of an abusive relationship? Now, there are lots of psychologists who've written about this, psychiatrists, social workers, and so on, who've written about all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What do you need to do? What do you need to prepare? When should you do it? And I'm going to just throw you over to those people because this is not an area I have much expertise in. I mean, I've heard this, you get yourself ready, you get your money ready, you leave in the middle of the night, blah, 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 right? But of course, these people are usually going to shelters, women, right? They go to shelters and the shelters will protect them from that. But I'm going to, and you do have a therapist, and the therapist may have some sort of thoughts or ideas because I don't know where you are in the world and what's available to you. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't know what is available to you, and so I would definitely start looking into the websites where you can, or the books where you can get a plan for extracting yourself from an abusive relationship.
Mm-hmm. I think living at a time like right now would be good because sometimes she just goes visit her mom and she leaves house for 1 or 2 days. I think that would be the best time to live.
Yeah, again, I can't advise you on that, but it certainly doesn't seem like the worst idea in the world. But yeah, there's ways that you can And listen, you may be really surprised that she's out of sight, out of mind kind of person.
I mean, usually when I do something like disrespect her power like that, she turns very aggressive.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? So there's something in crime called aging out. It's a very sort of interesting phenomenon. So the mother of the future is very different from the mother of the past, right? So because your primary memories of your mother is when she was at the height of her powers. And in crime, a lot of times this happens with serial killers, this happens with rapists, this happens with violent criminals of all stripes. I don't know how much it happens with white-collar criminals like the fraudsters and so on. But what they do is it's called aging out, and it means that they just kind of lose steam. And, most violent crime is committed by young men because of rampant anti-male sexism, according to the leftists, but no, that's never talked about. But so your mother, and it's the same thing was true with my mother as well. So, my first impressions of my mother were when she was in her 30s and, kind of in her prime, right, in terms of energy and muscle fiber and athleticism and bone density, and like she was kind of in her prime. And then as I got older, my mother, she kind of aged out of crime. She aged out of the violence that she was committing. Plus, she got into some really life-threatening situations as the result of bad friends with dangerous boyfriends. And so she, I think she got older and more tired and more worn out. And she also got really scared by being a potential victim in deadly situations. And she just kind of aged out of crime. Now, she was still manipulative as hell and lied all the time and so on, but she wasn't a violent person anymore. And so when I guess it's been probably about a quarter century since I last clapped eyes on her. And, it's not like I'm reading about her committing crimes in the newspaper or anything like that. So, there's an aging out. And so you may be, certainly for me, after I bugged out, after I got out of Dodge, there was a certain amount of, calls here and there and all that, but they were all kind of rambling and incoherent, and even those have faded away, and I'm pretty sure she's still alive, because I'm sure I would have heard otherwise. But she kind of it's the same thing with borderline personality disorders, that they mellow out a little bit. Some of them do, at least from what I've read. They kind of mellow out over time, and they're just less volatile because, you're a young man and you've got your life ahead of you, and I'm sure it's going to be a great life, and you're going to have all of the pride of heroically surviving a deadly situation. But, certainly for me, I understand this more viscerally now. Like, life just kind of wears you out. It doesn't mean if you're more active, it kind of wears you out in some ways faster, right? But your mother is getting older, and she's just not going to have the same kind of energy that she used to have. She's not going to have the same kind of volatility that she used to have. And she, unfortunately, I don't want to say this like it sounds bad against you, but in your presence, she is provoked. I don't mean you provoke her, of course, or anything like that.
I know.
But in your presence, she is provoked. And that probably was more exciting for her when she was younger, and now it's probably just exhausting. So she may look upon your departure with some form of relief as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought.
Like if you're an alcoholic and the bar downstairs closes doors, maybe that's for the best, right? And if she's a rageaholic or whatever, she can't control herself around you because she's done you so much wrong, and you're constantly stimulating her conscience, which stimulates and provokes her rage. I don't know. Again, I can't predict anything. Obviously, I don't know enough about the situation, and there's always a certain amount of who knows, right? But
yes.
It may be the case that she's kind of aged out of crime.
What I'm also scared of?
Yeah. No, I don't. Go ahead.
Okay. Remember that guy, that autistic guy you talked to in your show?
There's been a few.
I mean, the one that his mother kept him as a prisoner
Yes.
because with the courts and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm scared that something like that happens to me because of my illness.
Right. 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 And, maybe kick in a little bit extra so you can consult with a lawyer who maybe would be able to put your mind at ease around that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I was also scared that if I took something like my clothes, she would like claim theft or something. I don't know. I think she would get very petty and very aggressive if I left.
Yeah, well, you certainly know her better than I do, obviously, so maybe, I don't know, it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough to, it would be kind of tough to claim theft if you leave with the clothes that you wear. I mean,
Yes. I mean, like when I interact with her, when something got reversal like this, like leaving, it's like spinning a wheel. There's no way you can know what she's gonna do. She could just go like, oh, it's fine, or she goes like, oh, she goes stabs me.
right.
Like,
And now, sorry, do you think that, it's interesting, right? So, if you have a conversation with her, something like, Mom, it's been great. No, I'm kidding. If you say, Mom, I'm going to be turning 20 soon. I, feel it's kind of time for me to spread my wings, get out into the world, fend for myself, and, appreciate all that you've done. And just wanted to let you know that I'm looking for a place, and I'm going to be moving out, but and that's a way of giving her time to adjust. And the other thing too is like if you act, here's some funny thing about some people, right? If you act in a guilty fashion, they will assume you've done something wrong. So if you kind of vanish in the middle of the night, again, I don't know your mom, so I'm just spinning possibilities here, right? So if you kind of vanish in the middle of the night, she might be like, he's doing something wrong, and like they don't think for themselves, they just judge based on your actions. Because it's a little different from leaving a spouse, because with a spouse you're supposed to stay together forever, right? But, kids are supposed to grow up and leave the house, right?
Yes.
I mean, this is part of the natural order of things, right?
Yes.
So this can't be like it's not like leaving a spouse, obviously, right? So maybe that's part of the, it's what's she going to do? She's going to say, no, you have to stay here forever? I mean, that's just kind of weird, right?
She might just attack me.
You mean if you say you want to leave?
Yes. It's clearly possible that she will do that. She attacks me randomly if I do something she doesn't like, so it's very possible she attacks me or she attacks me too much and I have to defend myself, which then turns into maybe murder or worse.
Right. And again, I'm only giving out certain possibilities. I have no idea how you should deal with this, but I would certainly bring it up with your therapist, and I would read books about the safest and best ways to get out of destructive relationships.
Okay. The James is suggesting cops, but I don't know if cops would believe me, and if they wouldn't, and if they speak to her, I'm triple fucked.
Well, I don't know how it is where you're from, but I've certainly heard stories about, there's a bit of an unholy relationship between cops and women, right? Because, cops, a lot of them get into the profession, and, a lot of times, quite rightly, and under good motivations, to, like, protect the innocent and defend the meek and all of that. And, of course, a lot of times they are getting legitimate calls from women who are being beaten or something like that, and so there's something about being a police officer that exposes you a lot to women in peril and summons the white knight. And there's nothing particularly wrong with that, except that's kind of like an open fissure that unscrupulous women can reach in and manipulate or use that white knighting that the cops have to wreak vengeance against innocent men, often. I mean, if she's the kind of person who will, punch herself and then say you did it, I mean, I don't know, right? I mean, it's
A possibility.
It can be a bit of a dice roll that way, but
With my mother, it's always a dice roll.
The other option or possibility that just popped into my head is to have someone over when you move out if your mom's home, so that there's a witness, right? Or just record everything if that's legal, and have that as a defense.
I wouldn't try to live with her in the house.
Right.
It seems a little bit too risky, you know.
Well, I don't know, because again, I'm very much bouncing in from the outside, but I would certainly, definitely it's good to have a plan. It's good to talk to professionals, and it's good to deal with the experts in this situation, because that's not really something I can advise you on, other than to say it seems like it's a pretty toxic situation. And in my experience, getting out of those toxic situations is mostly an upside. All right, so plans. Plans, brother. So what you need to do is, well, we'll talk offline. We'll sort of get this sorted out about how to get you the money. But yeah, for heaven's sakes, I think this is a pretty terrible situation. And I would really, I mean, if I were in your shoes, I would really mull over what I'm trying to clean off myself. And your father's filth, your mother's filth, that's not on you. That's not under your skin. That's not embedded in your cuticles. That's not, sorry, I'm going to say all this stuff's going to make you want to wash your hands. But it's not. It's in your mind. Now, that doesn't mean that it's inconsequential or that it's made up. But it is in your mind. And washing yourself, to me, like the OCD washing, to me, that is a redirect from your parents. To have you self-abuse rather than identify the real abusers is the goal of most abusers, right? This is why I don't think I've released this call yet, except to donors. But yeah, I had a woman who carved her mother's most critical phrase into her actual leg with a knife. Right, so what abusers want you to do is to internalize the abuse, to self-abuse, so that way they get off the hook. And it's sort of like in the movie Silence of the Lambs, where Hannibal Lecter talks one of his cellmates into killing himself, because he can't actually go and kill the guy, so he just talks the guy into killing himself so he can enjoy the murder, because he's a crazy guy. And so in my view, again, amateur, humble, outside opinion, but in my view, you compulsively washing yourself is something your parents want you to do, so that you don't focus on the wrongs that they have done.
I mean, the fact that they beat me for doing it might be like...
No, but that's reinforcing it, though, right? Because it's a stress management, right? It's self-soothing. It's a stress management, self-medication. And so if it's a stress management self-medication situation, their beating you is just going to make it worse, right?
Yes.
It's like they're beating the behavior into you, not out of you.
Yes.
And I'm not saying it's a conscious plan or conscious process, but I certainly do believe that that's the case.
I just feel agony when I don't wash my hands after touching something she coughed on or touched.
Well, yes, and that certainly has exacerbated it, but as you pointed out, it started more than half a decade before, right?
Yes, but she really made it worse.
Right. And so certainly if there's, and you have just and reasonable environmental concerns with your mother's herpes, so I can certainly understand how, or I would certainly believe how getting out and, cleaning your place and not being in that environment, if you're in a new place, would be helpful. So yeah, again, there's some stuff that's internal, like some stuff like confronting within yourself and understanding the truth and all of that, and then there's some just very practical steps.
All stuff I managed to overcome, but the compulsion.
Yeah.
Also now is basically disgusted with myself. Now I'm disgusted with her.
Right. And the fact not only that she told you this, but the fact that she's not performing the kinds of basic sanitary actions that would keep you safer.
No, she could have killed me.
Oh, she's had it that long?
When I was an infant. Yes, she could have killed me when I was an infant, because if I
Oh, I didn't know
Newborn child gets
Wow.
it.
Wow. Okay.
I made that.
All right. So listen. Let me just sum things up a little bit here, and I just wanted to sort of get this sort of on the record. First of all, you should be enormously, incredibly, deeply, and majestically proud of your capacity to flourish under incredibly adverse and destructive circumstances that would fell 99 out of 100 people, and you should be incredibly proud of everything that you have managed to survive, and the fact that you've kept your sanity. You're not addicted, you're not violent yourself, you've not committed any crimes, you're not abused
I'm kind
other
of
people.
addicted.
Well, I don't know about the OCD thing, maybe that's a kind of addiction. I guess that's true, yeah, maybe.
No,
But-
no. I am overeating.
Okay. All right. Okay, but that's survivable. It's not like you're crack addict, right? That's something
Yes.
you can manage. That's something you can deal with. And so, yeah, you should be enormously proud. And I hope that you would consider that you were born into a war zone as a baby, and you found a way to navigate and survive it. That shows incredible strength of character, inner resourcefulness, creativity. And I admire you enormously. I admire you enormously for what you've been able to achieve.
Man, I never heard something like this.
And you also you'd never ended up at the orgy. You haven't got a crazy girl pregnant and tied yourself into baby jail for 20 years. You have not racked up massive gambling debts to criminals. I admire you intensely. I admire you very, very deeply and respect you enormously. And I hope that gives you some perspective on what you've gone through and what you've survived.
And then a lot of things that I've done recently was because of you, that you helped me with your show.
I'm very glad to hear that. But even listening to the show and incorporating or absorbing some of the arguments and ideas, I admire you for that too. You are further ahead than I was at your age. You have outstripped me, if that helps.
Thanks, man. Really
And
means a
you
lot.
will be a formidable force in the world for good. And evil beings will quake as you approach. And you will have your revenge upon the wrongdoers by creating a better world for the innocent. There is so much to look forward to. Everything that you have trained, you can turn into a strength. Everything that you have survived, you can turn into a weapon either of self-protection or of opposition to evildoers. And you will be a powerful force in the world for good, no matter what you do. Even if you don't do anything publicly, but it's just what you do in your own life. You will be a great father, you will be a great husband, and you have so much to look forward to. And I'll tell you something else. Something else is kind of interesting. So, when I was young, I was talking with an older guy, and he said, he was in his late 40s, early 50s, and he said, yeah, your 40s, your teeth go haywire and your parents get sick. I remembered that, which is one of the reasons I've really worked hard to practice really good oral hygiene over the years. I remember that, right? So, listen, you had a terrible start to everything, and I really, really sympathize with that. But here's the upside that is probably going to escape you at the moment because you're so young. But I'll tell you this: I just turned 54 2 days ago, so freedomain.com/donate. If you'd like to send me a little something, that would be great. Not you. I'll be sending you a little something, but I have friends, of course, in my age group whose parents are beginning to seriously decline, and it is a huge time sink. But here's the thing, they like their parents, they love their parents, and so they want to help, they want to take care of their parents. And, for some of them it's been going on for 5 years or more, and it's not going to end anytime soon. Now, could you just stop banging, if you don't mind? There's a lot of sound in the background.
Sorry.
So there is the first 20 years, yeah, they suck, man. They really suck. But I'll tell you this. When your mother gets older, your mother who threatened to end your life, when she gets older, you owe her jack shit. You owe her precisely nothing. And so my mother, yeah, she's been declining for 20 years. And you know what I haven't had to do for 20 years is deal with any of it. Now, the cost to me for the first 15 years, well, that was all in the past. That's all long ago. I'm 30 years outside of that shit heap. But the benefit that I have now is that I don't have to deal with any of this stuff. Now, it's not a good bargain. I would much rather be dealing with elderly parents that I loved. I would much rather go through that. I'd much rather be available to them and help them and support them. I would much rather that be occurring. But that's not up to me, right? That was up to my parents, right? So, yeah, my father declined, got ill, and died, right? And I didn't have anything to do with it. And my mother has been declining for many years, and I don't have anything to do with it. And I'm sorry that I don't have anything to do with it, and as I said, I would rather I was involved, but that's not up to me. So, first, this is something to look forward to in a way. It is, like, it can't all be bad. Right? Life doesn't work that way. It can't all be bad, and all of the things that you've suffered strengthen you if you get out of the environment. And what you have to look forward to, in a way, is not having to spend 10 years of your life managing and wiping the butt of a declining parent or two. And that gives you a certain amount of freedom in your 50s that other people won't have. And it's not like, yay, that's a big payoff, or yay, it's a good thing. But it is a benefit. Because, I mean, how much some of my friends are suffering because their parents are declining is prodigious, and it is painful to watch, and I support as best I can. And I gotta think, people who are listening to this, you know, if you're dealing with parents who are declining because you love them and you're seeing them suffer and you're seeing them age out and you're seeing them decline, it's very painful, and I'm really, really sorry for that. I don't experience that. And yeah, maybe there's people out there who, when they're going through this racking agony of watching parents decline, they'll look at me and say, I can't envy that guy, because he doesn't have to deal with it. It's not all downside. You know, and I know this is going to sound weird to people, and it may sound callous to people or cold. I'm not a cold person. I care enormously for people. It's just that anybody who tells me that I need to enormously care for people who have killed me as a child, all I can tell you is, too bad, not going to happen, and screw you for even suggesting it. So there's an upside. You get a clear path in late middle age that other people aren't going to get. Now, I know that doesn't mean much to you at the moment, and I get that, but I'm telling you, at this point in life, it is a huge, huge benefit, because you become parents to your parents, like, you know, the way you take care of babies and toddlers and so on. Well, you kind of have to do that when your parents age out of life. And, you know, we have enough medical resources and nutrition and all of that, and people are kind of healthy if they're in the higher IQ band as a whole. And so, you know, people's parents, they are declining slowly. And yeah, I've got friends who've got the aforementioned Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and so on. I mean, there's a movie which you should check out called Thrive 2. Thrive 2, and the website is ThriveOn, THRIVEON, thriveon.com. And in it, the narrator talks about how his own father dealt with Parkinson's disease for 27 years. 27 years. And he loved his father, and this was incredibly painful for him to go through, and my heart goes out to him. 27 years. And of course, you don't even know it's 27. You have no idea really how long it's going to be, but that's a brutal situation to be in. And I don't wish ill upon my mother. I didn't wish ill upon my father. I hope that my father found some sort of relief from the things that plagued him in his later years. I do. I hope that my mother is finding... I doubt it, because I know how conscience works. And if they had found some relief, it would have come out of apologizing and accepting responsibility and lifting a burden off me that I had to shovel off myself with mountains of therapy and self-knowledge. They would have taken that burden away from me, but they didn't take that burden away from me. They never took responsibility for what they did and what they didn't do. And they never will. I mean, my father, obviously, because he's dead, and my mother, because she's too old. I hope that they do or did find some peace later on in their life. But it's not going to come from me faking reality. It's not going to come from me pretending things didn't happen that did happen, or pretending that things did happen that didn't happen.
I think it's important not to be angry about it. Just kind of forget it a little bit.
I hear what you're saying. There will be a phase, probably when you get released from this prison, there will be a phase of anger. And I would suggest that you don't, whatever feelings come up in you, you have to accept them. Well, you don't have to, but you should, because they're important. Because, listen, here's the great danger. The great danger is that you're going to get out of your vile situation at the moment, but you're going to be so used to dealing with that battle that someone else is going to creep their way into your life to replace your mom. So what you need to do, since you couldn't protect yourself against your mom when you were growing up, your anger had to be suppressed. And then your anger is going to have to come out in order to protect you, not from your mother in the past, but from anyone else in the future, who would be like your mom, or like your dad, or like your shitty relatives who didn't help you. That's your danger, right? So you're going to need to get angry to have protection against people like that in the future, because they're going to smell that history in you and work to try and exploit it. It's a sad thing, but true. But I will say this. Chronic anger is insecurity about the dominance of conscience. The dominance of conscience. So they say that there are people who are born without a conscience. They say that there are people who, maybe trauma strips them of conscience. They have no empathy and so on. I can't speak to the science behind it, but I can sure as hell speak from considerable personal experience that this is simply false. Conscience.
Your audio is a bit weird.
Oh, is it? Okay, I'll try moving. Let me know if that gets any better.
It's better.
Yeah, so conscience is omnipresent and omnipotent. I've not known anyone who's done wrong who's gotten away with it. I don't know anyone who's done wrong who's gotten away with it. The punishments are unbelievably severe and brutal. Suicidality, mental illness, depression, anxiety, lack of functioning, paranoia. My mother sleeps with a knife under her pillow because she believes that people are out to get her. A big-ass bread knife. And that's been her life. Well, I mean, maybe she doesn't anymore. I don't know. I haven't talked to her in over 20 years, but that was where she was. It's a tortuous existence. It's a tortured existence. It's a miserable existence. It's a horrifying existence. So, I mean, be at peace in that the operations of conscience will punish people worse than anything you can think of. That's not a punishment I would have invented for my mom, is to live in that kind of fear and terror and horror and all of that, right? I'm not a particularly vengeful person. I don't mind a little bit here and there. The fact that, the company that Spotify, right, that took over Joe Rogan's show, that there's boycotts and the people are threatening to quit if the shows aren't censored and they want editorial control and so on. It's like, yeah, okay, well, you take your money and then pay, right? Nothing's free in this world, right? But I'm not... I wouldn't have said that, well, the punishment for what my mother did to me as a child should be, that she constantly feels that people are about to break into her little apartment and kill her. And so she sleeps with a knife under her pillow, right? That's not, I wouldn't say that's a just punishment. But it's not up to me. Because conscience is independent of consciousness, and conscience is independent of lying to yourself. We record everything, whether we like it or not. And everything that we've done for good and for ill is recorded in the book of us. And the book of us is larger than us. We're just a part of it. And the operations of conscience are independent of people's particular willpower. You can lie to yourself as your mother does, if she doesn't remember it. It doesn't matter. In fact, that just makes it worse. It's like with your overeating, right? Like you can say, well, I don't want my overeating to have negative effects upon me. I don't want to gain weight. I don't want to do this. It doesn't matter. Your body will record what you put into it. And your conscience will record everything you do. And this is why, when there's religious beliefs that God is always watching and God records and St. Peter writes down and there's a book of your life, well, that's true. It's true in the existence of the conscience, which used to be a big thing when I was growing up. Jiminy Cricket, the little cricket, obviously cricket. I'm your conscience. Well, that's real. And conscience used to be a very big deal, and now everybody believes they can just wish away their conscience, or they can just will away their conscience. Or if they lie to themselves, like you eat a cheesecake and then you say to yourself in the mirror 10 times, I didn't eat a cheesecake, that suddenly your body exists as if you never ate the cheesecake. But it doesn't matter what you say in the mirror, and it doesn't matter what you tell yourself. The conscience records everything. And your mother will get away with nothing. And your father will get away with nothing.
I mean, I think he's already suffering his punishment.
Right.
Because he is going blind. He's almost disabled.
Yeah, or you could say that his blindness of spirit is manifesting itself in blindness of vision.
Yes.
And they don't suffer. Oh, they don't experience any particular kind of joy or contentment or peace of mind. Because once you set yourself at war with your conscience, it's a war of attrition, because your conscience is bigger than you and larger than you. Your conscience is part of the general. Like, you don't have your liver. You don't have your lungs. You don't have your tongue or your eyes. They're human as a whole. We share them all. You're not responsible for your liver. You're only alive because of your liver, which you don't even know how it works. Most of us, right? And the same thing with the conscience. The conscience is not subject to your whims. The conscience is not subject to your control. The conscience, if you lie to yourself, the conscience just laughs at you and says, okay, we'll just extend your sentence if you lie to yourself. Maybe you can gain release from the prison of the conscience. You know, like when someone is up for parole, they go for the parole board, and what does the parole board want to see? They want to see contrition, they want to see remorse, they want to see understanding of what they did that was wrong, what was immoral, what was destructive, what was harmful. It's why there are victim impact statements at sentencing, to see if the criminal gives a shit about the people he's harmed. And every day, every moment, if you've done wrong to people, every day you could be up for parole. Every day. Every moment of every day, you could pick up the phone. You could Skype. And you could say to the people that you've wronged, I'm sorry. I really did you harm. It wasn't your fault. It was my choice. I did wrong. I expect nothing. And I'm sorry. That is available to everyone all the time, day and night. There's not a person that you've wronged that would not be happy should you call at 3 o'clock in the morning to receive that message. Give sweet relief to the people who've been wronged. Now that possibility of apology, when I was younger, I used to wait for that a little bit. The people who'd wronged me, the phone would ring, I'm like, oh, maybe. Nope. And the longer you avoid those apologies, the less likely you are to ever make them. Because your position hardens like a cyst, like a scar. And every day, if you've done wrong, you could be up for parole. You could be free of your prison. The prison that you have created. You could be free.
I think there is something important to mention. A while ago, she tried to apologize, but it was pretty painful.
Yeah, so that's probably the apology where she wants something in return. I'm going to apologize so I feel better. But that's not how apologies work. Apologies make you feel a lot worse in the short run.
She said she was going to be violent. I think she was trying to protect herself because I was bigger.
Right. Right, now you have the gun. I'm sorry I ever pointed the gun at you. Yeah.
But she still threatened me. Apologize meant nothing.
Yeah, so that is terrible. And that's even worse because that means that she knows she should apologize and she knows how to. She just won't do it for the right reason. She will do it only as a form of self-protection, not contrition for how she behaved. So if somebody locks himself in a prison, in a place you can't get to, and they have a key, all the time they have a key. They can unlock that prison anytime they want. But you don't know where that prison is. What can you do? You can't do anything. Because it's up to them. They can unlock that prison, they can walk out anytime they want. And if they choose not to, that's on them, that's not on you, there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing that you could do about it other than walk away and say, well, if they choose to lock themselves in a prison and I can't get them out, then I guess at some point they might choose not to lock themselves in a prison, but I can't do anything about that because I don't have the key. You don't have the key. See, people think, oh, well, if I forgive my parents, we'll get them out of their prison. No, it won't. You don't have the key. The key, the lock, the prison, only unlocks from the inside. And only they have the key. And you can say, hey, I think it'd be good if you apologize. Hey, you did me wrong. And you can initiate those conversations, but you can't get them out. There's no Shawshank Redemption jailbreak through the Rita Hayworth poster that you can affect. It's up to them. And most times, 99 times out of 100, they just grow to love their prison. They view it as a paradise, and they will fight anyone who tries to even force them to leave. And then, that's what they call a life sentence. That's probably that. All right, listen, I'm going to close it here, other than, again, to remind you how much I admire you, what a great, great person you are. We will sort it out to get you the money, and I would really appreciate your trust in the store.
I mean, I was putting it off for months, so it was pretty difficult to come here.
But how was it after we started chatting? It was not so bad, right?
Yes, I felt so much more comfortable. I thought you were going to think it was not that bad, like everyone does. Because I told this before to people and said, oh, she's justified, she works a lot, she was abused.
She works a lot, yeah, and that's, everybody who works a lot, they get to beat up kids, absolutely. Oh my God, okay. All right, well listen, obviously we will keep in touch. We will get you the resources you need. Talk to your therapist, look up the experts on the best and safest way to get out of abusive relationships, and we'll talk again soon, all right? Take care, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Well, thank you so much for enjoying this latest Free Domain show on philosophy, and I'm going to be frank and ask you for your help, your support, your encouragement, and your resources. Please like, subscribe, and share, and all of that good stuff to get philosophy out into the world. And also, equally importantly, go to freedomain.com/donate to help out the show, to give me the resources that I need to bring more and better philosophy to an increasingly desperate world. So thank you so much for your support, my friends. freedomain.com/donate.
Good evening, everybody. It's Ben Molyneux from Free Domain. Hope you're doing well. My gosh, it really was. It really was. This week, it's just kind of a birthday week for me, a birthday month, and birthday quarter? Season of birthdayiness. And I put out a little video, and thanks everyone who responded so positively and friendly, in such a friendly manner towards it. But yeah, 15 years, man. Holy crap. Free Domain Radio. Next year it can drive. And in a couple of years it can vote. In Democrat states, it could have voted some time back ago, but yeah, it really is kind of a time flash. I really do appreciate everyone's support in making these 15 years possible, so thank you everyone so much for all of that. That having been said, let's get brains of the outfit. You, the glorious listeners of Free Domain, those who prop up philosophy. We have a caller tonight. James, do you want to introduce the topic as a whole?
So the caller writes, our daughter is frequently wanting to be held and picked up. She just turned 2. It's hurting my wife's back and she is perfectly capable of walking. I'm assuming that means his daughter. There are times when she refuses to sit at the small table we have for her to eat her meals. She ends up red-faced, wailing, and screaming to be held. We want to strike the right balance between being compassionate and letting her deal with her discomfort of not being held and carried. What should we expect with a 2-year-old? Should we be carrying her much of the time? When she starts screaming and wailing, do we just tell her she's feeling frustrated and angry, that is to label her emotions? Any other ways to think of this?
That's a great question, and I certainly empathize. I really do. I have a cuddlebot as a kid, and so I really sympathize. Do you want to tell me a little bit more about the backdrop before I start treating your toddler like a horse? Amy would treat a horse on Heartland. Do you want to give me a bit of backstory here?
Yeah, sure. So she just turned 2. My wife is a stay-at-home mom, and obviously because of all the things that have gone on with the whole COVID lockdown, we haven't had a chance to. She used to go to like little play groups and socialize a lot more, but we had kind of a rough spring with the weather being lousy, so she couldn't go out too much. And then she would just, even in other settings, she tends to cling to her mom quite a bit. And sometimes, not all the time, but a lot of times when we go to, put her down, she'll want to be held, and then she'll keep saying up, up, up. Or if we have to walk somewhere, sometimes she'll want to be carried. And I guess it kind of goes to the bigger question about how do you know if you're spoiling a 2-year-old, or how do you encourage them to be self-sufficient? What's a way of thinking about it where you want to be respectful, but at the same time you don't want to stress them out too much or make them miserable.
Right. And how's the relationship between everyone in the family?
Great. Yeah, I love my wife. She's my best friend. And our daughter is great. She's a little challenging at times, but yeah, I mean, we both love her, and we both, it's tough for my wife because there's no nanny. I work full time from home because of all the COVID stuff. So my wife is really with my daughter, pretty much. I give a good, maybe 80-minute, 90-minute break. But beyond that, she's pretty much with her the full time. And she, she'll take a nap, but a lot of times she'll just be awake, mumbling in her crib during her nap. So my wife is, around her quite frequently, like pretty much the whole day.
And were there any unusual circumstances around pregnancy, birth, shortly after birth?
The night that so she was born in the afternoon, like maybe around 5 in the afternoon. That first night was definitely rough because there was some issues with like feeding and nursing. There wasn't like an immediate flow of milk, so the that first night I think was a little rough. But since then, no, I mean, I'd say fairly normal, all things considered.
And has she been was she breastfeeding all right after the first night?
Yeah. Yeah. So she was breastfed for the first year.
Okay.
And what was her socializing like? I don't know, it's a tough word to use with babies, but what was her socializing like for sort of like first year, 15 months?
Yeah, so I would say if she was born in 2018, yeah, I'd say the first probably 24 months were pretty normal. I mean, there would be sometimes people who would stop by, and there would be times when she would go out with my wife to the grocery store or other places. It wasn't like there was a huge family. She's our only daughter. It's not like we always have massive amounts of relatives dropping by. They do stop by from time to time, but it's not. There's not an abundance of, I would say, people coming to visit the house, especially because we live in the Northeast where the weather's pretty lousy from November to April. So that doesn't always help.
Right. Now, what's her language like?
Her language?
Yeah, her language.
It's tough because so she speaks some words here and there. She knows the basics. She knows how to ask for more food. She knows how to say when she wants to be carried. She knows how to say up. She recognizes things. If we point to things, she'll say them. So I would say it's average, above average.
Is she piecing together any words, like a couple of words?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So, I mean, she's probably a little bit young to sort of ask, why do you want to be held or why do you want to be carried?
Yeah, I think so. Because when we ask her questions, yeah, she's. I think that kind of maybe overwhelms her. She doesn't know how to respond just yet to those types of things.
Introspection is something that my daughter is getting the hang of it now at about the age of 11. Like, why do you feel that way? What thought happened before this thought? That kind of stuff, right? So, I mean, that's pretty optimistic and probably not going to happen. Was she this way from the very beginning?
Yeah, I'd say she's been maybe like on a scale of 1 to 10, she's probably in 10 being super easy, 1 being impossible. She's probably about a 4. So I'd say just a little bit harder than average in terms of maybe some temperament stuff.
Okay, so what is it that... So it's interesting, easy and hard. It's a very interesting way to look at a child's personality, and not good or not bad. It's a very interesting way to look at it. So tell me what the spectrum is and why you place her where you place her.
Sure. So I would say a 1 would be very disagreeable, always crying, always complaining. A 10 would be perfectly compliant or perfectly happy-go-lucky. And then a 5 would be maybe a baby that has bad moods sometimes, but about what you would expect from a baby if they don't have necessarily the coping skills, where they don't know how to maybe ask for what they want, or they don't know how to express what they want. And I would say in terms of difficulty, obviously a 1 would be more difficult than a 10, and so I would say on a scale of 1 to 10 it's probably about a 4. Does that help?
Well, it does help in a way, but it opens up a whole other can of worms, which may or may not be valid. I'll sort of tell you what I think. So how long have you been listening to this show for?
Oh boy, like 5 years plus, probably more. It's actually, I've listened to you probably since, probably like about 8 years.
Wow, that's
I actually remember reading your articles on LouRockwell.com, and then literally years went by, and then I don't know how I came across your podcast. I'm like, Stefan Molyneux, I remember him. He wrote those articles, and I even remember that little photo at the bottom of the article. You had a nice suit on, and I'm like, wow, this guy sounds so slick. The name itself is cool, right? I mean, it's like French name, and I remember you're in Canada, and I'm like, oh, this guy really has it together. It said software entrepreneur. It had that little bio at the bottom of the Lou Rockwell article. So yeah, I mean, I've been a fan for a while. Sorry to geek out there, but
no, it's great. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, quick question: would you say that listening to philosophy show or a philosophy show like this has made you more compliant with society or less compliant with society?
Well, I wouldn't so compliant with society, meaning when I hear that, I think of, do I follow the rules? Do I drive the speed limit? Do I break the laws? I would say it hasn't changed the way I comply in terms of obeying rules. I would say, am I, more skeptical of the narratives that are out there, or if there's a news story, am I more skeptical? Yeah, I'm definitely more skeptical, and I'm definitely more, willing to look at alternative viewpoints.
Would you say that listening to this show has made you more pleasant to those in authority or less pleasant as a whole?
Less pleasant to those in authority? Yeah, I don't know. Tough question. I generally, the way my life is, I don't really bump up against authority figures too much. I mean, other than other than at work. And I would say that...
Okay, let me... I get it. It's a tough question. Let me rephrase.
Sure.
Would you say that listening to this show has made you... Yeah, well, you've already said, right? More skeptical of authority and propaganda and so on, right? So you've become less easygoing with regards to society as a whole, right? I'm not saying that you're out there like throwing Molotov cocktails or anything like that. I'm not talking about your actions, but rather your thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would say that's true.
Because it seemed to me like you had on the 1 to 10 scale, 1 being a super difficult child and 10 being a super compliant child, that it was like, oh, it'd be great if my child was closer to 10, but you're not. And you don't, this show is not really aimed at having you become a 10 with regards to society, right?
Right. Yeah.
So you're drawn to some, and I'm not sure I'm a 1 when it comes to society as a whole, but I sure as hell ain't a 10, right?
Well, I mean, I would say you probably, you pay all your taxes, you're very respectful of your neighbors. You wouldn't come across as someone who's, in certain ways you're anti-authority, but in other ways you're a perfectly considerate, kind person, right? And if I was sitting next to you on an airplane, it wouldn't be like, oh, this guy's a jerk. He's always looking to just pick fights. It's not confrontational. That's the impression that I get.
I mean, I can be confrontational, but usually only in a sort of debate setting or something that's more formal. But yeah, no, I'm a great person to sit next to in the airplane for sure. I wear my mask. But my sort of point is that when it comes to philosophy, to the things that you're into, me and I'm sure there's lots of other people that you listen to, you whore. But no, I'm sure there's lots of people that you listen to, and I'm sure that a lot of them are pretty skeptical of authority. Now, when it comes to your family, of course you don't charge your child taxes, and it's not like you throw them in jail if they don't obey your rules or anything like that. So yeah, I obey the rules in society because the consequences of not obeying those rules tends to be, well, pretty bad, right? And so you don't have that particular situation. I assume that you're not a spanker or anything like that, right? So you don't have that particular enforcement situation with your daughter. So I'm just wondering how your skepticism of authority is translating to your daughter, in that you seem to have compliance as a value, but you yourself, intellectually at least, are not super compliant with society.
Yeah. So that was kind of a lot. So what's the direct kind of question? How do I think about
why
my
do you have a
relationship?
value that your daughter should be compliant when you're not?
Well, I would say that in terms of the way I interact with my wife and my daughter, I will try and be compliant, and maybe not compliant, but I will try and be accommodating as possible.
I'm just
And I
going by
will
the word
try
now.
and-
You can change the 1 to 10 scale to be accommodating, but the word you used, and I'm not trying to catch you out, I'm just telling you the word that you used was compliant. When somebody says to me, I really value compliance in my children, and they're listening to my show, I know that there's a value contradiction there. That's basically what I'm getting at.
Okay. Yeah, so I would say that it certainly makes life easier if they are compliant. and it certainly makes the job of a parent more.
But you pursue a more difficult life by listening to philosophy.
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
So, help me unravel this mystery.
Well, I think I enjoyed the stimulation that comes from being skeptical, from being non-compliant, from questioning things that other people might not want you to think about or hear. But as far as dealing with a screaming child, there's no. I don't consider that as fun or enjoyable, and it stings when you can't really comfort your child, and they want, if they want something, like they want to be held all the time, and you don't know, okay, how long am I going to keep holding them? I mean, do I just do whatever they say as long as they say? That's why being skeptical in an intellectual sense is much easier than dealing with a toddler where you don't really know all the where the boundaries are.
Right. That's a perfectly reasonable question. Under what circumstances does she scream? Is it when she doesn't get to be helped?
Yeah, I mean she'll have other tantrums from time to time as well.
And what is it that brings the tantrums on?
It can depend. I mean, I would say being held is probably the biggest cause of frustration. Maybe the second biggest would be food. Like sometimes if she wants to be fed something and she wants more of it and she doesn't get more, that could cause her to have a breakdown.
Okay, so let's do a role play. I'll be the 2-year-old.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't know your daughter in specifics, but I'll get there, right? And so, what's a food that she really likes that you can't feed her too much of? I mean, you candy, chocolate, stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what was the last food that she freaked out over?
It's not necessarily like a specific food. It's sometimes if we offer her food that she's had before, she'll just kind of immediately go to say no, and then she'll swat away the food, which is dangerous because she'll whip her whole arm instead of maybe just saying no. She'll get upset the first time the food is offered.
Okay, but that's a different scenario than she wants more. Is that right? Obviously, it is, right? So there's this time when she wants more, and you say no because it's too much sugar or something like that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
okay, so I'll obviously be a bit more verbally sophisticated than your child, although I'll try not to get into too many polysyllables. But if I say, Dad, you want more? More! What would you say?
Well, we would just say no, that's it, we're putting it away now. Or what we'll do is we'll say last one, and then we'll give her one final, bite of something, and then we'll put it away.
No, more!
And then once it's gone,
I want more, Dad. More!
So then I would...
No, just role play it. Don't describe it. Just role play like I'm her.
I would pick her up and try and soothe her. I don't know how to say it any other way. I would try and pick her up and soothe her. Or I would try and reason with her. I would try and say, okay, we'll have more later. Maybe a different time, but it's done for now. Something like that.
Yeah. All of those annoy me as your daughter. Which is probably, I'm just telling you, all of those annoy me. Because there's kind of a crucial ingredient that's missing. Why can't she have more?
Because we don't want her to have too much of something.
So then the reason why she can't have more is just you're withholding things from her for reasons that she doesn't understand?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so why can't she have more?
Yeah. Well, because we don't want to give her too much of certain foods. We want to kind of give her like a spectrum of different foods. We don't want her to just have as much of one thing as she wants.
No, but what is the food that you're denying to her? Is it like
to be honest,
dessert or?
No, to be honest, the food denying thing, it doesn't happen all that often, but I would say when it's happened in the past, it's sometimes we give her like heavy whipping cream because she really likes the taste of that and she'll demand more. And we don't want to give her too much of that. It's probably not good
Is
to
that
drink.
the stuff in the can? Like you got the red cap
it's
and
like no, it's the kind you pour in coffee.
Oh, is it like the 35% stuff or the 10% stuff? Or?
Yeah, it's like the really fatty stuff that.
Yeah, okay.
It's like really rich. Yeah.
All right. So why can't she have more?
Well, she can and she does, but there's
Oh
a certain
my God,
point where
man! Please just answer the question. Why can't she have more? You keep changing things. We're gonna go round and round in circles here. Why can't she have more? Look, I'm sure there's good reasons why she can't have more, but what's the reason that you have?
Well, we just don't want to give her an endless amount, so we have to cut it off.
You're not going to give her an
point.
endless amount, right? At some point, she's going to throw up, right, or get sick of it,
Right.
So
Yeah.
why can't she have more?
Because we don't want her to fill up on that. We'd rather have her have other things as well. It seems like if she's had, 3 large, several gulps of it, it's like I wouldn't drink that amount myself, just straight cream. So I think it's good to dial it back.
So everything that you're telling me, though, is just willpower. It's just you have a will that she not have more, but you haven't given any reasons other than this vague, it's too much.
Yeah.
So when you deny something to a child, like let's say that you had half a bowl of popcorn while watching a movie, and you said to your wife, hey man, hey, can you just get me a little more popcorn? And she would just say, no, you can't have any more. You'd be like, what now?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Why? It's too much. Why? Well, I wouldn't eat that much. Why? Well, I just think you should mix it up a little. Why? Just want a little more popcorn, for heaven's sakes, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
So she, your daughter, views you denying her something as an act of aggression.
Okay.
Because she doesn't know why.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to breastfeeding, you feed till the child is full, right?
Yeah.
So you don't sit there and say, well, you got to mix it up a little, right? Because, there's like one meal, right? The breast milk.
Right, yeah.
Right? You don't wake her up early, right?
Wake her up early? No.
Right.
We pick her up when she
sleeps until she wakes up, right?
Right.
So she gets enough. So her experience has been, she gets, and you've got to remember, the experiences start being formed in the womb. Now, in the womb, there's not a little dad on the conveyor belt of the umbilical cord saying, whoa, 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 that's enough of that. I'm going to pinch this off so that you don't get too used to this, because, you're going to have solid food. It's like it just, the food just flows in, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
And the baby sleeps, the baby wakes up, the fetus, right? The baby, and after the baby's born, right? The baby just eats as much as the baby wants. The baby sleeps as long as the baby wants to. In fact, usually the parents want it to sleep longer and so on, right? So the experience of your daughter has been, there's no such thing as too much. Right?
Oh, okay.
The first 9 months in the womb, the first year, you said she was breastfed for a year, right?
Yep.
So for the first year and 9 months of her existence, I know early on it's pretty impossible to remember, but just grant me the general time frame. For the first 19 months of her experience, 9, 12, yeah. So for the first 21 months of her experience, there's not been a thing as too much or withholding or withdrawing or anything like that. And I'm sure you didn't start at the moment that she stopped breastfeeding, right? Like you gave her more food and just you're happy when she eats that's not on the breast, right?
Right, yeah.
So there was no limitation for most of her life. There has been no limitation or imposition of variety or this is too much or anything like that, right?
Yeah, that's fair, yeah.
Okay. So now, I must have asked you 10 times, like, why she can't have more, and you won't give me an answer. You just won't give me an answer. Because, you see, you withhold food from your daughter, and you withhold answers from me. But the answer is, like, there may be a good reason, but your daughter doesn't know what it is.
Right. Okay.
And so, of course, it's going to feel like someone's just taking something away from you. For why? When for the most of her life, she's gotten everything that she wants to have, right? I don't mean like everything, like she's spoiled or anything, but as far as food and all of that goes, and as far as being held too, right? I mean, you hold the baby to breastfeed, you hold the baby to sometimes have the baby fall asleep. So for most of her life, there has not been a withdrawal of what she wants. And now there is, without explanation.
Well, that's the thing. So we do tell her, my wife will say, mom's back is hurting, mom needs to,
No,
take
we
the
got to stay on
laundry
the food.
out.
No, we've got to stay on the food first, right? Because the food is she could have more, right? I'm not saying
Yeah,
she
she
should.
could have
You
more.
may have really good reasons for not giving her more of what she wants to eat. I get all of that, right? But at 2, she can start to know why.
Okay.
And if she doesn't know why... See, when you start withdrawing food from a child, it has to be because the child can understand why the food is being withdrawn.
Okay.
Right? So if she's old enough for you to say no to her, then she's old enough to understand why you're saying no to her.
Okay.
And
So
if
if she's
you
not
take
old-
the food away without explaining why, she will perceive that as an act of aggression.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
I mean, if you're a smoker and you want to quit smoking, you don't just say, well, I want to quit smoking because smoking is pleasurable and I want to deny myself pleasure, right? You have to have a reason as to why you want to quit smoking, which is, I don't want to die or something like that. I want to stink like cigarettes or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whenever we deny ourselves something, there has to be a reason. Otherwise, it's just masochistic, right?
Right. Yeah.
Even if it's something that's kind of good for us, like a tiny example, right? So I've been doing more or less, give or take, the same kind of workout. I bulked up once when I played Macbeth because I figured he was a warrior fighter guy and had a shirtless scene. But for the most part, I've been doing pretty much the same workout since I was like 17 or 16 or 17 years old, right? Now, I've just lowered my weights maybe 5%. Why? Because I'm getting older and it's getting a little twingier. And, I just turned 54. I'm not going to be able to do the same workout that I did 40 years ago almost, right? I mean, that's just not the way the human body works. So what I do is I say, okay, well, I'm going to deny myself, because I'm kind of used to these weights and all that, so I'm going to deny myself these weights, right? That's kind of the reality. Right now, I'm not just saying that, I'm denying myself. I'm denying myself because I'm getting older, and you can't do the same hard workout at 54 that you did at 17. Like, it would be dangerous, right? Not dangerous, but it would hurt. So there's a reason why I am lightening my weights slightly, and I'm sure when I'm 60, 65, I'll have to take them down another 5%. You kind of got to bring this in for a soft landing, right? So whenever you say no to yourself, there's a reason.
Yeah.
But if you say no to your daughter, she's old enough to know that you're saying no to her, and you're communicating that you're saying no to her through language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which means that she's old enough to know why you're saying no to her.
You mean she'll understand what I'm telling her is the reason why?
Well, that's the goal, right? That's your challenge as a parent, is to find a way to explain it to her enough that she understands it at some level. It doesn't have to be like she knows all of the physiology and she knows carbohydrates versus protein. Like, I'm not saying any of that, right? But there is a way to explain to a child why you're saying no.
Okay.
Otherwise, the child perceives it as an aggression, in the same way that if you said to your wife, can you pour me another half cup of coffee? And she's like, no, you're cut off. No, you're done. No, you can't have another half cup of coffee. You got to mix it up. I don't want you filling up on coffee. You'd be like, hello? What? Whereas if she said, I don't know, I've read that more than one cup of coffee in the morning could give you a heart attack or whatever. Maybe she's wrong, I think, but at least there'd be some reason, right? But if someone just says no to you, without providing for you a reason, you will almost always experience that as an act of aggression.
Got it. Okay.
So, the question then becomes, how do you say no to a child in a way that the child understands? Now, the holding is a little more difficult, so we'll do that second, but the first is the food. So the first thing that you need to do as a parent is not to tell your daughter what to do, but to first do it yourself. So what you need to do, look, what's your favorite dessert?
Oh, ice cream. I love ice cream.
What's your flavor? What flavor has your name on it?
I love like coffee, chocolate ice cream, but I mean I can't even bring it in the house because it'll be gone in like a day. I mean I could literally like just demolish it.
Right. So here's what you need to do. If you want your daughter to use the correct names for things, the first thing you need to do is use the correct names for things, right? Like if you keep pointing at a tree and calling it a coffee, then your kid's gonna get confused, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So the first thing, if you want your child to say no to something because it's not good for you, let's say, then what you need to do is you need to show her you saying no to something.
Okay.
Right, so you bring a little of your favorite dessert in, you give some to her, and you give some to yourself, and then you say, "Oh, I could eat this whole thing. I literally could sit here and eat. If I could fit my head inside this ice cream bowl, I would do so, even if I came out looking like an exact replica of the ice cream." Right, so because this is what you feel, you really, really, really want to have more ice cream, and then you say, "But you know what? Get fat." Puff up your cheeks, or maybe you can show a picture of a fat person and say that's what happens with too much ice cream. Your body is like, your tongue loves it, your body hates it, right? That's the reality, right? And you understand, right? This is how I explained it to my daughter, right? Like tongue, yum, body, and stuff your body loves, your tongue doesn't love. Like your body loves broccoli and onions and carrots, right? But your tongue doesn't love them quite as much as it loves, say, coffee ice cream, right? Mm-hmm. So there's stuff your body loves and your tongue doesn't love, and there's stuff your tongue loves and your body doesn't love. And it's just part of the paradox of being human. And you can't explain, like, we love sweet things. Why do we love sweet things? Well, because we needed fruit to live. We needed fruit to survive. Without fruit, you get sick a lot. And so fruit is sweet, generally, right? You think of mangoes, you think of strawberries and raspberries. It's sweet. It's got a lot of sugar in it, right? And so we want to go and eat the fruit, and our bodies our tongues tell us to go eat the fruit, but there was no sugar back then, right? So our bodies would say, go eat the brightly colored things that are sweet, right? And now you can say, look at, like you in the grocery store, you say, look at this candy. Is it brightly colored? Well, yes. Is it sweet? Yes. So what are they doing? They're imitating fruit. But it's super fruit, right? Because it's super sweet and super bright, right? And so you've got to model for her you saying no to something that you want because of, I love it, but it's bad for my teeth, it's bad for my energy, it's bad for my weight. It's nice as a little treat, but I gotta say no. Now, if you yourself model saying no to something you really want and why, it'll become a whole lot easier because she wants to be just like you. Now, it's interesting to me that she has trouble controlling her appetite for things she wants, and you say, well, I can't even have this ice cream in the house. You see?
Yeah.
So she's imitating Dad, right?
Well, she's never seen me eat the ice cream because I always eat it, after she's gone to bed.
Oh, come on. Are you telling me that children aren't basically psychic and all they do is watch their parents and figure something out? I guarantee you, she has seen you not say no to something.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, just not the ice cream.
Okay, are you going to fight me on every literal thing here, or are we going to try and get some momentum going?
No, I'm sure she's seen me.
My daughter saw me, as I said many years ago. We went to go and see the original Beauty and the Beast, or she called it the Angry Tiger movie. And we had a bag of M&Ms. This is back when I ate candy. We had a bag of M&Ms. I don't know, she was like, 2 or maybe 3 years old. And you know how it is, you're just kind of absent-mindedly just eating, you know.
Yeah.
And you don't really sit there and think, oh, well, this has been too... It's just, the conveyor belt, hand to mouth, hand to mouth, hand to mouth, right? I remember a friend of mine and I, when we were little kids, there was a candy, it's still around, there's a chocolate, it's called After Eights. Have you ever...
I've seen them.
Yeah. Okay, so they're really pretty good mints. There's this big kind of gooey, minty stuff in it. It kind of looks like the glue that the dumb kids eat in daycare, but it's actually pretty tasty. And then there's these sort of wrapped in chocolate wafers and all that. And they're inside each little paper wafer, right? So my friend and I were chatting away, and there was a box of these After Eights in the place. And you just kind of reach in, and you find one in its little individual, it looks like a little tiny envelope, and you pull it out, and you eat it, and then you just, we thought, oh, we're so clever, we'll just put the little paper wrappers back in, and like we never took anything, right? Now, because of that, like if you're eating something like, I don't know, like the Turtles box, like the Turtles chocolate box, you take it, and you can see them vanishing, right? Oh my gosh, I've eaten half the box. But if you just kind of like, with these, I remember as a kid, I must have been, I don't know what I was saying, just eating the After Eights, putting the wrappers back in, and then it was like, holy crap, dude, we ate almost all of them. And we didn't, you don't, because you don't sit there noticing, you're just eating and chatting. It's the same thing when I was watching the movie with my daughter. And my daughter was the one who said, Dad, stop eating. And she was totally right. She was totally right. Now, the reason she said, Dad, stop eating, is because before, when I wasn't being distracted by a big shiny movie screen, I'd be like, oh, that's enough. I should stop eating, blah, blah, blah. Because I have a pretty big appetite when I do this. Watch my movies. I like it, most people do, right? So, my daughter had seen me saying no, and she was the one who reminded me not to eat, right? So, without a doubt, your daughter has seen you conveyor belt eat, and we all do it, right? So, conveyor belt eat, just unconsciously watching something, or distracted by something, and just eat, right? Or has seen you eat too much, right? Like, for me, one of the big weaknesses is barbecue. You got some people over back when you could, right? Got some people over, barbecue's running, and there is something about, like, somebody who knows how to make a really good barbecue burger. I mean, it's a good thing I love my wife, because I just marry that person. Because that is, especially when you got the really fresh lettuce and onions and tomato and a little bit of mayo and some mustard and some cheese on top, and it's all coming like thick off the... my mouth is going to start watering. And that to me is like, that's a little slice of heaven, and I can only have one. I can only have one. Maybe I could do 1.5 if I double up the bun, like have just one bun, half a bun. But if I have 2, even though it's super tasty, and there's always like a potato salad and a little salad and all that. But anyway, if I have 2, I'm like, oh, that was too much. That's not, like your stomach is kind of like the size of your fist, right? So you eat too much and it's kind of uncomfortable for a while, and it can even interfere with your sleep and all of that. And then, if I, on the occasion when I would eat 2 burgers, my daughter would be like, hey, let's do X, Y, and Z cartwheels. And I'd be like, oh, no. Like, I'm sorry, but if I do a cartwheel, it's going to be like firing a cannon at Jabba the Hutt against a Jello wall. Like, it's just going to end badly for everyone involved. And so then she saw, of course, that I'd overeaten. And I had this when I was in, it's about a year ago now. When I was in Hong Kong, we would be out there for a day of shooting, and I would just load up on food in the morning, because they had this really nice all-you-can-eat buffet, and I just load up on food in the morning so that I could shoot from like 10 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night. Just all I'd need is water and all of that, right? And that was overeating, but it was fine, because I wasn't eating for like 9 hours, and then I'd have a little something to eat at night. In fact, I remember going to the... I had a guide there, and John, of course, on camera. We went to a restaurant, and they served us salad that was moving. Like, you would poke the leaves, and they would curl, and be like, holy crap, that's some lively dinner. Anyway, so if you model not eating too much, or, having a bigger appetite, your eyes are bigger than your stomach kind of thing, if you model saying no, and you explain why, and don't make it about her. I would love to finish. I would love to finish this ice cream so much, but I have to say no because it's not good for me.
A little bit, yeah, that's fine. But I like having my teeth. Yeah, I like being able to fit into my pants. I like not having to pass out after dinner because I'm having a sugar crash or whatever. And however you explain it to her, then she sees that she wants to be an adult. She wants to be like you. She wants to be like your wife. That's what she wants to be. And that's why, I mean, she's in the phase now. Like, you're not sitting there teaching her words, but she's just, soaking them up like crazy, right? Because she's in that big sponge phase, right? And so whatever behavior you want from her, you got to model it first and explain why you're doing it, and don't make it about her. Don't say, well, I have to say no to this ice cream and you have to say no to that whipping cream later, because then it'll just feel manipulative, right? Just explain to her. Yeah. And also you can say to her, I don't know, it's really, really good to get into the evolution stuff kind of early, right? I don't know exactly how you would explain it to your daughter, but, you could say, grocery stores are kind of new. We used to have to go into the woods and get food, and we always wanted to overeat because there really was no such thing as overeating, because you didn't know where your next meal was coming from, because you'd have to go and hunt for your food, and so you didn't know if you were going to get a meal tomorrow. So you would, and also you couldn't keep your food. There were no fridges back then, so if you bring down a deer, you're going to feast like hell on that deer and just going to eat as much as you possibly can, because the deer tomorrow is going to be full of flies, gross stuff that you can't eat it anymore, right? So we're used to overeating, but now that we have like grocery stores and you can go and get whatever food that you want, we're used to overeating because that made perfect sense. In the past, you get as many calories as you can because you may not catch a deer tomorrow or the day after, and you've got to have enough energy to do it. So we're used to, but now we have grocery stores and there's so much food everywhere. It's like you can get it delivered to your house. So we got a mismatch, like it doesn't work too well. And so, just kind of explaining this stuff to her in conversation as part of just being an engaging father and so on. And you model this saying no to yourself. You model this, gotta not do it, right? And my daughter's seen this, like I will have a beer from time to time. I never have two. One beer, hot day, is nice. Especially if it's a light beer, it's refreshing and it's cool. I like the taste. 2 beers, I start to get a little tipsy, right? And that to me is not nearly as much fun. So, you order a beer in a restaurant, the waitress comes by, can I top that up for you? Because they make most of their money from alcohol, and basically the food is just an excuse to get you drunk. And I always say the same thing, no, one's my limit, thank you, I appreciate that, but no, right? Same thing at the aforementioned barbecue, right? No, I won't have a second burger. These are fantastic, I'd love to eat them all, but I can't. No, I won't have a second beer, blah, 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 right? And I'm not perfect with this stuff and all that, but she got to see you. She's got to see you and your wife. And it's more important with your wife than it is with you. So what's her relationship with eating?
Well, she doesn't get a chance to eat a whole lot. She kind of has to eat on the fly because she's always with my daughter. So generally she'll have like pretty much a similar type of breakfast, I would say, most of the day. So for example, like Monday through Friday, when she'll be, waking up with my daughter, she'll have, she'll make like a waffle, egg, and cheese, like a little sandwich type thing.
For your
and
daughter?
She'll eat that. No,
for
my
her.
wife makes that for herself, yeah. And so she'll eat one of those, and that's it. So it's pretty much like routine.
And you and your wife both have relatively healthy weights?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I would say it needs to be explicit with your daughter, because look, there's always times like you with the ice cream, or I'm sure there are other things, right? We all have our kryptonite, right? For me, it's carrot cake. But so if I would like to eat more, but I won't because X, Y, and Z, and just make it kind of interesting and educational, then your daughter associates, well, you got to say no to yourself. Which is a very, very important thing to have in life, the ability to say no to yourself, right? Mm-hmm. So if you model that behavior, then she will feel very grown up when she says no to something, as opposed to feeling humiliated and lessened and bullied in a sense when you just take stuff away from her.
Oh, okay. That's a cool way of thinking about it. So let me ask you this. So one of the things that she'll probably see me consuming a lot in the morning is coffee, because I'm working from home and I'll come down sometimes, get a cup of coffee. And so is it? It's, maybe. I mean, can we just role play this real quick? So if you were me and I'm, my daughter, and you had wanted to get some coffee this morning, and how would it kind of look? You'd fill up a coffee and say, "I enjoy this cup of coffee," or how would you?
Oh yeah, no, I mean I've had this I've had this conversation with my daughter. So I like coffee, I really do. And what is it? The old thing? I know. So yeah, so coffee is great, and I can't have more than 2 cups of coffee with caffeine a day. It becomes less pleasant for me. I get too jumpy, too wired, and I haven't done that for years. And so yeah, I might have a decaf during the day, like in the evening or whatever. It's kind of nice to have after dinner, but I say, oh man, I'd love to have another coffee, but I just can't, because it'll make me, it could just make me too bouncing off the walls kind of stuff, right? And it's not a pleasant sensation. I just feel like you just walked off a roller coaster, and it was like, whoa, that was kind of too intense, kind of thing. So it's not pleasant for me. So yeah, so I'll have a coffee in the morning, and then I will have a coffee sort of mid-afternoon, 2:30, and that's it. And if we're out for dinner with friends or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, do you want coffee?" I'll be like, "Yeah, love to, but no thanks. Maybe a decaf or whatever," right? So just tell your children the limits that you place upon yourself and why.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So in that example, just have a conversation going, explain to her, hey, I'm having a cup of coffee. This is, talk about coffee, where it comes from, make it fun and interesting, and then, you can just talk about why you wouldn't have a second cup necessarily, something like that.
Ask her, sorry to interrupt, ask her, like, what is it that you have the hardest time saying no to? What do you want so much, right? And she might say, the cream, right? And you're, oh yeah, man, that cream is good. Like, so when my daughter was talking about sweet stuff, oh man, story from another lifetime. So when I was about maybe 8, I went, it's the craziest thing. So there was something called the Royal Explorers. I'm pretty sure this sounds like something my late dad got me involved in. Build character, right? Something like that, right? And so I went on this 2 weeks in the Outer Hebrides. Now, the Outer Hebrides are Satan's frozen groin pit off the northwest of the UK. Like, off the coast, I think it is, of Scotland. I mean, it was unbelievable. And it was the shittiest trip that you could conceivably imagine. I mean, the weather was absolutely abominable. We were supposed to go camping and explore the Outer Hebrides. There were 12 kids and this really depressed guy I'll get into in a sec. But anyway, so we were supposed to do all these cool things, camp out there, see the stars, go to see the sea, and all these kind of cool things, right? Oh my God, it was hell. So the weather was absolutely appalling, like non-stop. We did one time we got to camp on a beach. The rest of the time, literally, we were all jammed up like a bunch of college kids in an old phone booth. We were jammed up. We would sleep in bus shelters. With your face kind of pressed up against this cold, grimy glass. And it was just like, oh my God, this is like horrible. This is like terrible. Now, the guy who ran it, and I remember this too, I remember walking along and some adults can be just complete jerks when it comes to, hey, guess what? You're bigger, taller, and stronger. Good for you. You have earned the impressive feat of being born before me. Well done. You really planned that well. Good job. And so this guy would be like, come on, kids, we're going to go for this 20-mile hike. And I was like 8 years old or whatever, right? So you get tired. It's a long way to walk. Anyway, so I would be lagging behind, and we were going along the edge, like the shoreline, and it was heather up and down. So, the up and down stuff is also, and I had this big heavy backpack on. And anyway, I was sort of lagging behind. And anyway, so I turned back like, gosh, how far have we come kind of thing. And I see, oh man, disaster. And the disaster was that my backpack had opened up. I don't know if you've ever had this when you're hiking or but and stuff had just fallen out. And I could see this trail. This trail of stuff heading back. And I'm like, oh man, I'm screwed. Because it wasn't like there was some big defined path. We were just sort of walking along. I guess you could follow the edge of the ocean and all that. But it was, and I'm like, I hollowed out, right? But, you know, this guy didn't care. He was way up ahead and all that, right? So none of that really did any good, right? So anyway, I ended up, of course, I couldn't just keep, so I ended up turning back. I told the kid ahead of me, but I don't know if he cared or whatever, right? And I ended up having to go back, and it felt like forever. I went back forever. And I ended up gathering everything. And of course, you don't know where the other thing was that may have fallen, so you had to go back until I went for a while and didn't find anything. And then I turned back, and long story short, I ended up making it to where they were setting up camp. And this was actually a nice sunny day, and I wanted to go and explore the tide pools. And no, because you see, I had lagged behind too far. And so I was confined to my tent for the rest of the day because this guy, this depressed, jerky guy, and I was like, but I wasn't just being lazy, like I actually walked further than everyone else. But you know, this was back when I thought explaining something to people in authority would make a difference, you know, like sending emails to Twitter or YouTube or whatever, right? And so I was like, no, but my backpack opened up and I had to go back and get my stuff. And of course, you know what he said as well as I did, right? Well, you should have taken more care packing your backpack. Like, it wasn't like I didn't take, it just happened to open. Yeah, you know, I've been in the Boy Scouts for 1 year. I don't know how to tie these complicated knots, and, you know, I'm a kid and, you know, all that, right? So I was confined to my tent for the afternoon. And it's one thing to be confined to your tent on a beach, which was, you know, I grew up in a city, so it was pretty rare for me to get to a beach. And it was one of the rare beautiful days that we had, so one of the only beautiful days I think that we had. So I'm like, finally, I don't have my face pressed up against the grimy, dirty glass of some Outer Hebrides bus shelter, but now I'm stuck in a tent while all the other kids are having a blast out there, wading into the water and picking up anemones and looking for fish and all that kind of stuff. I love that stuff. Anyway, so I'm confined. Anyway, so then I hear an unholy scream from the guy. Step back, get off, get back! And the kids go completely silent, which is, of course, pretty rare for a dozen kids. So I poke my head out of the tent flap, and I see, not too far up the beach, is a World War II sea mine. You know, these little things, they but not little things, it was pretty big, and they've got these antennae kind of sticking out, and they're supposed to go up against something and blow up. And there was a torpedo on the beach. Mine plus torpedo. And of course the kids were excited. We'd all learned about the war at this point, and they were jumping up and down on the mine. I was like, oh my god, this is like the worst trip ever. I mean, could it get any worse? Like, exploding children would only add to the joy of this trip. And oh man, it was brutal. And so it's one of the few times I was actually kind of glad to be confined in this kind of way. It's like, oh, did you keep me off the death beach of World War II explosions? Okay, I guess I'll just stay here. And the last thing I remember about that trip was he was a writer, God help him. Right now, if you're a successful writer, I'm pretty sure Stephen King is not taking kids on like 2-week tours to the Outer Hebrides. And he had this crazy, heavy manual typewriter. I mean, this thing must have weighed like 30 pounds. I don't know what the hell was in it. It certainly wasn't the weight of his creativity, because I don't remember him using it. But like a writer, he's like, oh, I got to bring my typewriter in case inspiration strikes, right? Inspiration doesn't strike. You got to go and chase it and hunt it down like a deer. But I remember this is when I learned something about useless social status, right? Because he created a point system. A point system. Now, the point system was, you know, if you listen to him and do well, you get 5 points. If you go to bed when he tells you, you get 10 points. If you clean up after yourself at breakfast, you get 10 points. And if you carry his typewriter, you get 50 points. Because, you know, nothing says adulting like having an 8-year-old carry a 30-pound typewriter because you're waiting for inspiration to strike in a bus shelter in the rain in the Outer Hebrides at 2 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, so even at the time, I'm like, points. Okay. All right, I'm interested. You can tell me about the points. So he had this whole list of points, right? And then
I said, and what do you get for the points? It's kind of an important question, right? Like, you ever play those arcade games where you play and then you get these tickets, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I got 500 tickets. Yeah, you can't do anything with them. Oh. Right, so I'm like, well, what do you get for the points, right? And do you know what he said? Pride.
Really?
What?
That's it?
I'm supposed to be proud because I'm your burro, your like creative writing inspiration donkey carrying your stupid typewriter across the dunes in the Outer Hebrides? Are you kidding me? Pride? For being a pack animal? For your vanity and inconsequentiality? Oh, and by the way, you're a writer, are you? I can't help but respect you for your ability to not write, but instead drag kids around and assign them useless points and have them half blown up in World War II mines. So, anyway, but the one thing I do remember, sorry to wrap this story up, I've been waiting for I was forever to do that story, but he had, believe it or not, this is the tie-in. This is how sad it is, right? Sorry, I went a bit of tangent there. The tie-in is that he had a tin of evaporated milk. Now, that's different from the stuff you're talking about. Have you ever tried this evaporated milk?
Yeah, I've had it before. It's like super sweet.
Oh, yeah.
It's like maple syrup thickness.
Are you kidding me?
Really?
Evaporated milk could take maple syrup out and give fucking maple syrup diabetes, okay? It could beat the shit out of it with its sugar fists, okay? Because this stuff is like serious, concentrated, 3 chugs of that, and you're just spitting out soup called teeth, right? I mean, it's really, really sweet, is what I'm saying, right? So sweet, it makes my wife look sour. But he had some tins of this, and every now and then, you know, I remember sleeping not just in bus shelters, we slept in barns. Like straight up barns with, you know, like baby Jesus animals all around and the wind howling and hail and wow, what the hell was going on, right? But he would give us some of this stuff and it was so good. And for a long time I was like, I know what heaven is. Heaven is, I don't care where I am. I can be leaning up against the ass end of a flatulent cow, but as long as I get that evaporated milk, I'm just dancing up the stairway to heaven. So, but yeah, so I would always be trying to get that kind of stuff and just gotta see it. So tell your kids stories of stuff that you love and that you love to eat, and tell kids the stories about when you overate and when you didn't feel well and blah, 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 right? I mean, first of all, kids are usually pretty fascinated to hear stories about their parents, especially before their parents were parents. Tell your daughter stories of when you were 2 years old and the stuff that you loved. Also, the last thing I'll say about that Outer Hebrides story was for about, I was supposed to write up a report on this. This was supposed to be part of like how you had to stay in this stupid club that I didn't want to be in. You had to write up, and this is the kind of thing, it was hanging over me. You ever have those things when you're a kid? It's like they're just shitty things hanging over you. You're like, oh man, I knew I was the last one to have the scissors. I think I might have taken them to the woods. I don't know what the hell happened to those scissors, but I do know one thing. My mom, who can barely remember to leave me lunch money to take to school every morning, when she can't find those scissors, she's going to beat in like some RCMP space laser to my forehead of like, aha, Steph, you were the last one with the scissors. Where are they? And just hanging over you stuff, right? Just things. I remember, a friend of mine lost his braces, didn't tell his parents, pretended he just wore them at night, and things that and I remember this thing, like my mom would be occasionally like, did you do that? You know, when she was in a bad mood and wanted something to crab about. She's like, did you write that report for the Young Explorer Society yet? Yeah, I'll be honest. Just one of these things hanging over you that you just really don't want to do, and eventually you hope it just kind of dissipates, blows away, and everyone forgets about, you know?
Sure.
So yeah, tell your, you know, like every kid has got the story, probably more than one. Okay, did you ever eat too much Halloween candy?
No, not really. I mean, there's definitely been times when I've overeaten for sure.
Right, and I'm sure some of those times were when you were a kid, right?
Yeah.
I remember the first time my friend's mother, my friend Jamie, his mother took us to Ponderosa. You ever been to that restaurant?
Yeah, steakhouse. Yeah.
Yeah. They got a whole all you could eat thing going on there, haven't they? Why, yes, they
haven't
do.
been in a while.
And it's a bottomless vat of all the pop you can drink. And for some reason, I don't know why, for some reason, I absolutely, completely and totally fell in love with chickpeas at Ponderosa.
chickpeas with a little bit of Thousand Island or blue cheese dressing is like God's little nuggets of paradise, right? And so, you know, my whole childhood, I could never get enough to eat because we were always low on food, right? And going to Ponderosa, man, I mean, you could roll me out of there like a bowling ball, right? Because, you know, again, I'm like, I don't know when we're going to get deer again, but man, I got a face full of chickpeas and all's well with the world. And so, yeah, as a kid, I'm sure you overate. I'm sure, you know, we all did and still sometimes happen from time to time. So tell your daughter these stories so that she understands that it's kind of the more you can get human condition stuff ground into your kid, the better, right? Yeah, tablets are a lot of fun, but, you know, you kind of got out and see the people from time to time in the real world. And exercise can sometimes be a drag, but it's not great if you don't. We usually have to say no to ourselves before we're full. You know, just human condition stuff, right? All the paradoxes that involved. As somebody sent me an email about the human condition question, like what is the human condition? And most of it has to do with paradoxes, right? That we want things that are not often that great from us. We don't want things that are great for us. And, you know, just this sort of balancing act that we all have to do as human beings. So there's, you know, if your daughter's 2, she can understand a lot more than she can say, right? So because it's like when you learn a foreign language, it's a lot easier to hear thoughts than it is to make your own thoughts, right? So don't judge her language skills by what she can say, because I bet you she's 3 or 4 times better in listening than she is in speaking, right? So she can probably get some pretty complex stuff. And I would just share with her what it is to be a human being, which is you got to say no to stuff. Because by the time your body says no, it's too late, right? You know what it is, right? It's like you're eating and you're like, oh, you took a bite and you feel full, and it's like, okay, my stomach's saying it's full, but there's still a burger and a half on its way down. So, you know, it's by the time your body says it's too much, it's way too much, and you're just completely doesn't do. Like the moment, and also the thing is too, you know, especially with drinking, like it erases your capacity to say no. So it's like by the time you're saying, oh man, I really shouldn't have another drink, it's way too late. And alcohol is still pouring into your system from whatever you drank before and all that. So, yeah, just we all want stuff and we all want to eat more. And it's also not the end of the world. See, if you could put out the standard, you know, my daughter saying to me, I'm not saying this was planned because I just like M&Ms, particularly the peanut ones, but when I was in the movie, and my daughter said to me, stop eating, and that's because I talked to her about this before, right? Now, she was a year older than your daughter, but we talked about it for a year before, whatever, right? So, when your daughter says to you, stop eating, it's a beautiful thing, because then you can forever say, do you remember that time when you told me to stop eating? Well, it's my turn to tell you now, because you're eating too much of this, whatever, right? So, once you have both agreed on a standard, like a basic reality that you want to eat more than you should, it's important to say no. And sometimes you need to be reminded, once you're all on the same page as far as that stuff goes, it's usually not too much of a hassle to then say no to your daughter, if that makes sense. But if you just, so it's a whole bunch of prep, right? It's like flying a plane. You just get in and fly it and it crash, right? So if you want to say no to your daughter, which you have to, as a good parent, you have to say no to your daughter, you have to say no to yourself. One day it's theoretically possible. You might say no to your wife. It could be any number of things. I don't know, that's not possible. But anyway, so to say no to your daughter is months of preparation and modeling and explanations so that she gets it. Because what you want is for your daughter to learn how to say no to herself. Not to just have stuff taken from her by people who happen to be bigger. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But if she's, so if we have food in like the pantry and she grabs something and it's, you know, not something that we want to give her for dinner, like if it's these, you know, these like crackery things that are just like a snack, and she, you know, is able to reach for and grab that container, and then she asks for us to open it, then the right thing to do is probably to explain why, you know, this is a snack food.
Oh, dude,
it's not during snack time.
I like to think that one of us was listening to me, because now you're doing. Yeah. I'm saying it's all about preparation, right?
Yeah.
Right? So then you're saying, okay, but what happens right in the moment? So I say, well, you got to learn to fly a plane for months before you fly a plane. And you say, okay, yeah, but what if I'm in the middle of the plane ride and I don't know how to fly the plane? I'm like, no, but... Right? So the time to impose those restrictions is not in the moment. It's in the preparation. All, quote, disciplined conversations should never occur in the moment of conflict, or no disciplined conversation should occur in the moment of conflict. In other words, if she's reaching to eat something that you don't want her to eat, and that she shouldn't eat at that time, if you haven't done the preparation, you got to let her have it. Because it's your fault that you haven't done the preparation so that she knows what no means and why. So she wins that because of your lack of preparation.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That's your punishment for not preparing her. Now, if, of course, for the last couple of months you've been talking about, you know, there's certain foods that fill you up, but they're not particularly good for you, like your body is like a car, it needs fuel, you know, all this kind of stuff, right? And you know, if you just pour wine into your car, like it'll kind of work, but not very well, kind of thing. So it's all about having conversations prior to her grabbing the food she's not supposed to eat and when.
Right. Got it. Right. I hear what you're saying. But there is still in the moment things where that does happen. And then it sounds like in that case, it's better to let her have it than to try and explain your way out of it at that point.
Well, by then it's kind of too late, right? So to me, I wouldn't get into a big conflict about it, but I would say, okay, what she's telling me is she doesn't understand something, and so I need to explain it better.
Okay.
If that makes, I mean, if you're trying to teach your kid spelling and they keep misspelling something, it's because you're not teaching it right or well, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you would be really, really surprised at how well the kids can reason this stuff out and how they want to be adults. They want to be like big people and all of that. So the way that it works is you have to, I mean, it sounds bad, I don't mean it quite in the way that it comes out, but you have to extract a commitment from your child based upon a reasonable explanation outside the realm of conflict. Right? So once you go through the whole, your tongue loves this, your body doesn't love it, blah, 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 right? And we have to satisfy both, right? I mean, because that's what we do as adults, right? As adults, we don't just eat all the stuff that's super good for us. We do occasionally, like we'll have whatever, chips or chocolate cookies, whatever it is going to be, right? We'll have those things from time to time. So we don't just live for everything that's great for our body. We do try and please our tongue as well, right? So we all live like that. Now, if you have explained it well, let's say this, you don't fill up on stuff that isn't good for you before you have healthy stuff, right? Which is why dessert comes after blah, 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 right? And you can explain that to her, right? You know, like if you eat up the stuff that's bad for you, your tongue's happy and your body's like, okay, fine, I'll just have this stuff, and your stomach fills up with it. And then when you have the good food, there's no room left in your stomach, right? Now, you can do this any number of ways. Like, you can explain this, and the more tangible, the more vivid it is to the kid, generally the better it is. So what you can do is, you know, you can put a bunch of Legos in a cup, right? And then you can see how much water you can fill the cup up with, right? And then pour it out into another cup, so it's going to be half full, right? Then you leave the Legos out, and you pour the cup in, and she learns a little bit about liquid and physics and so on, and then you pour it out, it's a full cup, right? So you say, oh, so you can get more water into a cup with no Lego. And it's the same thing with food. You can get more food into your stomach if it's already full of Lego, right? Now, if you want to drink water, having Lego in there is not very helpful to you if you're really thirsty, right? And in the same way, if you want to eat healthy food, having a bunch of crap in there is not very helpful to your body, right? So just look. And at some point, you know, she'll get it, she'll understand it, she'll be interested in it. And then, you know, you sit there and you say something like this. This is what I had. Okay, let's have a deal. So I don't want to overeat, and I sometimes forget. So will you remind me if you think I'm overeating? I'm not going to do it too much. I'll try, but every now and then I'll forget, right? Or if you see me going to get a handful of Cheetos before dinner, what are you going to say to me? Dad, no, right? Don't eat those, right? Maybe after dinner. You say, okay, so you'll help me. Now, what should I do if I see you do something like that? She's going to say, stop me, right? Or say something, or whatever it is, right? So you have a deal in place, right? Like you have with Visa, like you have with your cell phone company or your landlord or your bank or whatever, right? There's a deal. You give me the money of the house and you make up the money for me to buy the house and I'll pay you a mortgage for 20 years or whatever, right? Like you have a deal. People don't just show up at your house and demand money, at least I hope not. But you have a deal that you kind of know ahead of time, and that way when you get a bill, it's like, okay, yeah, I can. It's the same thing with your kids. There has to be a deal ahead of time. You have to be reminding them of a deal, not imposing your will. Because that's how you want them as adults to negotiate with people. Is don't just let other people impose their will on you, but have a deal.
Right, yeah.
And if you have the deal, and I've always said this to my daughter, I said, look, we can change the deal. We can revisit the deal. We can alter the deal. But you can't do it right in the moment. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? So if my daughter says, well, no, I want dessert before dinner or whatever, right? But like, no, that wasn't our deal. I said, now listen, we can sit down, we can start to renegotiate that deal, but you can't just pretend there was no deal. Any more than I can say, when I'm finished my work, we'll go to the park. And then I finish my work and I say, just kidding, we're not going to the park. I said, how would you feel if I finished my work and said, no, psych, sucker, we're not going to the park? She's like, I'd be really mad, right? Yeah, because I'd be changing the deal after we made the deal. Now, I could say, oh, I got a real headache from doing my work. I'm going to need to just lie down for a few minutes before we go to the park. Like, whatever, right? You can but I can't pretend there was no deal, or I can't just break the deal for no reason. Because the deal, right. You gotta get the kids to everything is about the deal. Everything is about the negotiations that you have with the people you love. That's what love is. Love is a continual negotiation for hopefully win-win outcomes and all of that. And you want your kid to get into the art of the deal, so to speak, as early as humanly possible, right? So get her to make deals and hold her to those deals. And you got to be held to the deals yourself, right? If you got to keep your promises, as you know, right? You promise after work you'll take the kid to the park. I don't care if you're doubled over in pain with a migraine. I mean, obviously that you wouldn't have to do, but take the kid to the park. If it's raining, take the kid to the park. Like, just keep your deal, because that's what gives you the authority to really insist that your child keep her deal. And right, if she wants to break the deal, say, oh, is that a rule now? Like, we can just break deals? So if I say we're going to the zoo tomorrow, I can just say, no, I woke up, I don't feel like it, we're not going to the zoo. And she'll be like, no, if you say we're going to the zoo, we got to go to the zoo. I'm like, yeah. And if you say no sugar till after dinner, you got to keep that deal. Now, again, we can sit down, you can say, Dad, I don't want to keep that deal anymore, and we can talk about that. But you can't just pretend there was no deal or just break it like you didn't make a deal and it doesn't matter. Because the deals are super important. That's how you trust me, that's how I trust you, and that's how we can predict. You can't love anyone whose behavior is unpredictable.
Right, yeah.
Sorry for this long speechifying, but it's a very important topic.
Yeah, no. Sounds good.
Do you think your wife will go for it too?
Yeah. She's listening too. So yeah, we're both.
Hi.
Yeah, we're both.
How you doing?
Hello.
I knew that you were of average, normal, healthy weight before I even asked the question. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
She missed that part of the call.
Yeah, that's fine. So, what do you think of what I've been saying? Does it make sense? Do you think it'd be helpful, or what are your thoughts?
It is. It seems like it would be the bulk of my interactions with her, though, would be these preparation type conversations.
For a little while, for sure. For a little while, for sure. But it makes things so much efficient down the road.
Where she's 2 years old, though, it's I do feel like even if we start talking about food or we start talking about something that she likes that I don't obviously want her to have perhaps in that moment, she'll hear the word, she'll hear the name of the snack or whatever, and she'll stop listening to just focus on that and want that in that moment.
Sure. Absolutely.
So redirecting, I guess, and
Yeah, and how long did it take to toilet train her?
we haven't started that yet.
Okay, it'll take a little while, right? And it may involve candy. At least it did in my household. So absolutely, look, it'll take a while. But there's two things I mentioned about that. Number one is it's kind of worth it if it reduces conflict over the long term. Like for me, I'd rather have a month of setting up negotiations than 10 years of battling over food. Right? So that's number one. And number two, you guys are both bigger than her now, so you can take stuff away or you can impose stuff, like your husband was saying, just bat away food, like it can be kind of dangerous, right? Well, that's because you're bigger, and she's probably trapped in a high chair, right? Now, before you know it, I'm telling you, she's going to be huge, and you're going to be older, right? So you got to think about what's going to happen when she's 14 years old. If you've got I'm not saying you guys are like total might makes right parents, obviously, right? You wouldn't be even talking to me if you were. But if you've got if you're bigger, you just impose your will kind of thing, well, she's going to get bigger and she's going to get more free. And so if you haven't layered in the negotiation stuff, when she hits her teen years, and the hormones kick in, and the peer pressure kicks in, and the social conformity stuff kicks in, which is all going to happen. It doesn't matter if your kid is peacefully parented or not. That stuff all kicks in. Everything you're doing right now is preparing you to retain some kind of authority in the teenage years when, frankly, she doesn't have to listen to you at all. And so it's worth it if you've got to spend even a month or two, and it'll be more fun than you think, setting up these rules and trying to catch each other out and stuff like that. And it will save you a lot of conflict over time, and it'll be a huge payoff, a huge benefit, because you're not going to get on each other's nerves all the time, because you'll have these rules and these deals, and again, you can adjust them and change them and so on. So it'll save you a lot of conflict over the next 10 or 12 years, and because you're not imposing will upon her, you will still have input and feedback and authority in the teenage years. Whereas if you just kind of short-circuit that process by imposing will now, I mean, it really does blow back down the road in pretty bad ways. And I'm not sort of trying to scare you, and I'm sure you guys are like in the top 0.1% of great parents in the world, but, you know, we can all improve for sure. And it's worth the investment for sure. What's tough, though, what I'll tell you guys is tough, is that I don't know how you guys are raised, and I'm certainly happy to hear. Lord knows I've talked enough. But what's tough about it is when you set up these deals and you negotiate and you explain and you convince your child to negotiate rather than just willpower imposition or whatever. It's painful because that's not how we were raised. Certainly not how I was raised. I'm sure it's kind of the same for you guys as well, to varying degrees. So when you treat your children like, you know, reasonable entities that you can negotiate with, it's kind of painful because you kind of realize like all the stuff you didn't get as a child, which I think you should have. So again, I mean, I'm happy to hear how you guys were raised, but is this kind of approach a long way from how you guys were raised?
Not me. I think my parents were both educators working with kids, so I think they knew the value of earning trust and respect with that kind of method, I guess. But they always were cautionary and saying the rest of the world isn't going to treat you fairly. So
Well, that's good. That's fair. Yeah, that's reasonable.
they're not going to want to negotiate with you. You're going to get clear yeses, clear nos, lots of maybes, and lots of gray areas. So you're not going to get these cut and dry, very clear, I get, for lack of a better word, negotiations.
Right. Now, do you know at what age they began to negotiate with you?
I have older siblings, so no, I don't really remember. Sorry, I don't have a answer.
I'm going to guess it was older than 2, though.
Yeah, probably.
Right. So that's probably why it's not kicking in for you at this time.
Right, because I just don't trust that she really has the capacity to take in a kind of wordy negotiation session and apply it to a later event.
Right. 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 Now, you would have every rational reason to not trust that if you'd tried it for quite some time and it hadn't worked. But if you haven't really tried it, then you don't have the empirical evidence for that, if that makes sense.
Okay, sure.
No, I mean, you understand what I'm saying, right? If you say,
Right.
well, I don't
Yeah,
trust
that
her to
makes
do
sense.
that, but that's prevented you from even trying, then it'd be like saying, well, I don't trust her to ride a bike by the time she's 10, and like you never buy her a bike or take her out on a bike. It's like, well, it's kind of become a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Right. I guess my mind is more in the vein of limit her options so she isn't compelled by something that just she wants it to the point she can't hear a negotiation and she just breaks down into tears
Right.
because she just doesn't have the capacity to really, she just knows she wants it. That's really it.
Right.
And for me to buckle down and try to discuss it with her and negotiate it with her, and I know that this is in the moment, which is not what you were talking about. It needs to take place before this occurs, but I don't know where to start, and I don't know how to break down negotiation language to
Well, okay, but
two-year-olds.
so for how long have you been, and I know this sounds like really bad, like you're denying her things like, food and medicine, I mean that, right? But what your husband was describing earlier about, you eat this food and no, you can't have this or you can't have that. How long have, I'm not sure if you heard the bit about, when you were breastfeeding her, you didn't deny it. No, that's enough breast for you. That's, that's enough. So for how long have you been saying no to her without context or negotiation?
Since she could eat solids, probably since, 6 months, maybe 9 months more or so, when she was more aware of, what we were eating. We keep some of our more tasty treats separate where she can't find them or see them.
Read this tweet today that some guy is like, I'm in the closet. I'm eating cookies. My kids are circling like DEA agents, but I'm going to destroy all the evidence before they find me.
Yeah.
I think we've all had that. I remember my daughter was about, I don't know, maybe 2.5 years old, and I had a piece of chocolate, and I came in. I didn't say anything. I wasn't chewing. I kept it nice, melted in the corner of my mouth. It wasn't even that big a piece. And do you know what she said to me?
I think you've said this before in one of your podcasts. this
What are you
example.
eating?
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you have, X-ray vision, you little freak? What are you doing? This is creepy.
Yeah.
Stop it. I don't know if she can smell it on my breath or whatever. I'm very, very perceptive. It's 2.5, right? Very perceptive. So if you have, and look, I know when I start to say, negotiate with a 14-month-old, I get it. It starts to sound absurd. I really understand that. So limiting the choices is pretty good as long as she doesn't know that she has them yet. I knew, like the moment you give your child chocolate, you've just crossed the Rubicon, right? Now it's going to be a challenge, but chocolate exists and you got to figure out how to deal with it as a kid, as an adult as well. But if you have been not negotiating with her or modeling the behavior or having these conversations or whatever, then you trained her in a way to just view these things as willpower. Like, who can make things more uncomfortable for the other person to get their way? Right? So in a role play with your husband earlier, I was being kind of insistent, and do you know what he said?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe just one, but no more. Okay, well.
Oh, one more.
Yeah, one more, right?
Yeah,
so
one,
no,
yeah,
that's
one more.
That's not good, because that's you're just training her to escalate, right? If escalation gets her what she wants, if bullying, yelling, tantrums, no, you can't give her what she wants because of that. That's just training her to do it, right? Here, if you have a tantrum, I will give you some candy. It's like, well, that's never going to stop it, right? So
Yeah, no,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, as far as tantrums go, it's never where she'll be. It's very rare, and correct me if I'm wrong, where she'll be whining for something and then will give in. If we say one more and then she has one more, and then we take it away and then she's still mad, we don't ever bring it back out.
Right. No,
so we're at
again,
least
you know what it's like? It's like if you guys are Olympic athletes and I'm a coach, and you're saying, I'm a really good athlete, I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm coaching you. Right? I think you guys are fantastic parents.
to be honest, and so this is all just like little tweaks, if that makes sense. So I don't want you guys at all to come out of this conversation feeling criticized or anything like that in any way, shape, or form, because that's not my intention at all, right? So good. I mean, that sounds good. But again, how do these differences get resolved? Because you're going to have differences of opinion with each other, differences of opinion with your daughter or other kids that you're going to have in the future. I hope, because I want my listeners to have lots of kids. But so how do the conflicts get resolved, right? I mean, she wants something, you don't want her to have it. She doesn't want something, you do want her to have it. How does it get resolved at the moment?
Well, I think one of the things that we do is
your
we'll put
wife.
out.
Heard enough from you. I'm sure you've heard enough from me too, but she's the one home during the day, right, with this stuff. So go ahead.
Well, today, for example, we had a little, play date, and she was reaching in my bag for something, and I said, nope, we're not going to have one of your bars right now. And she kind of got antsy and started to whine, and I said, nope, it's Mom's decision. And I just moved her along to something else. But we were in a setting where I could redirect her easily. We weren't at a mealtime. So it was more like, nope, this is going to be my decision. And we moved on.
Right. So from your daughter's perspective, what happened?
From my daughter's perspective, she wanted something. She was reaching for it. She wasn't given any input.
Well, she was just told, no, it's Mom's decision what goes in your body. Right? No understanding, no. Now, if she can understand the sentence, it's Mom's decision, then you can negotiate with her.
Right, but it's also wasn't the bar in your purse?
Yeah.
So she was reaching into her, private property. That's like I'll say that all the time.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that she can understand sophisticated concepts of private property, but you can't negotiate with her?
Well, in the moment, if she's reaching for something in like one of my wife's side pockets, I'll say, no, that's Mom's. We have to ask Mom. I'll say stuff like that. And that's another way of, trying to stop her if she's reaching for something where we don't want her to eat it. So if she's reaching for a bar that's in, her pants pocket, I'll say, no, that's Mom's. That's Mom's. That's hers. You have to ask Mom for permission.
No, I get that. I get that. But I'm going to blow your minds here for just a moment here. Okay, so you want your daughter to respect property, right?
Yeah.
So her first property is her body, and in an odd way, you're not respecting that. Because you're saying this should go in your body, this can't go in your body. So if you want her to respect property, you have to give her some understanding and autonomy over her own property, which is her body. Now, again, I'm not saying she could just stuff her face with whatever she wants. I get that you're parents and, you've got to be responsible, and I'm with you 100% on that. I'm not, this indulgent stuff doesn't work well at all. In fact, it's very counterproductive. But if you want her to respect boundaries, then you have to negotiate with her about her body and her stomach and what she eats and all of that, right? Because if you want her to respect your personal space, then you can't just say, well, it's Mom's decision about what you eat and that's it, right? Because that's not respecting her personal space in a way.
How is it not respecting her personal space?
Because she wants to eat something, and you're just saying to her no because you're bigger and stronger, not giving her a reason, and so you're not giving her control over her own body in a sense, because what she wants to do with her body is get the bar. I assume some sort of protein bar or something like that. So get the bar and put it in her body, right? Put it in her mouth. Mm-hmm. And if you're just saying no, then it's like a kid who just takes a toy away from her and won't give it back. Mm-hmm. Now, the answer is not just to say yes, right? Because that's not teaching her anything either. In fact, that would be, like, what you're doing is still better than just saying yes, eat whatever you want, whenever you want it. That's not particularly, we don't do that with ourselves, right? Otherwise, we'd all be eating your husband's lovely, I'm thinking about it even now, this lovely coffee, ice cream, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But if you have if you have the situation where she understands that she has to be responsible for what she puts in her body or not, and that there's a reason why she's allowed or not allowed to have certain things, that's so much the better than you just saying it's mom's decision, because there's no negotiation in that, right?
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that you negotiate and say, I'll give you $3 to not eat the candy. Right? I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying that the negotiation has to happen ahead of time, right? So before you go on the play date, you say, okay, like what are we going to do with food, right? What are we going to do if there's lots of candy there? What are we going to do if there's lots of chips there or cookies or what are we going to do? What are the rules? Right? And if she understands what I was talking about, like what your tongue loves, what your body loves. So it's all about the preparation, right? So if she says, well, is this a food play date? No. Like, how long were you guys there for?
An hour.
An hour. Okay, so kid doesn't need to eat for an hour. Might need some water or whatever, right? Kid doesn't need to eat. So you feed beforehand. Say, okay, this is not an eating play date, right? So get that agreement, right? And then so then if you get that agreement ahead of time, then if your daughter wants food, you say, well, remember, it's not an eating play date.
Well, I mean, I don't know if she's old enough to know exactly what she's consenting to. If we say going for an hour, we're not going to be eating.
Well, while we're there, we won't eat, right?
Okay. I don't know if she'd be able to. Do you think she'd be able to?
I could probably put something together that she'd understand. Okay. Now that I think of it, I could probably put something together. The thing is that as soon as that kid pulls out, the kid that we're on the play date with, as soon as they pull out a snack, again, her senses probably go into overdrive, and it's very hard to say, remember what we talked about 45 minutes ago.
Well, no, but here's the thing, right? So then ahead of time, you say, okay, we're going to have a challenge, daughter of mine, which is, you say, okay, what's your favorite food, right? So what is her favorite food? Is it the Korean?
Cupcakes.
Cupcakes, all right, okay. So, and you can make this funny, right? So you can say, okay, what if we go to this play date and the entire house is made out of cupcakes? What are we going to do? Like the whole house. Are we going to eat the whole house? Because I want to. Like, I would eat a whole house made of cupcakes. I can't believe the sentences I say in the show, but we understand, right? Because we all like cupcakes, right? I mean, cupcakes are beautiful, right? And so she'll laugh and she'll say, okay, well, the whole house isn't going to be made out of cupcakes, or I'd eat the whole house or something. Like, yeah, I'd want to as well, right? But no, seriously, like, what's going to happen? So we say no eating while we're there. And I think that's a reasonable thing. Like, we've eaten before, we'll eat afterwards. We just don't need to eat while we're there. What if he pulls out a cupcake? Now what? I don't know what would she say to that?
I think she'd say, I really want a cupcake right now.
Yeah, and he'd say, you know what, actually, this is true for me in the show too. I'm drooling about just thinking about the cupcake too. Right, so say, okay, what if he pulls out your favorite cupcake and offers you one? Dun, dun, dun. Right? I mean, these are important questions to ask, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, can you have a cupcake? I don't know, because I don't know what you guys' rules like. In my house, we don't do sugar Monday to Friday, and maybe a little bit on the weekend, but we don't do sugar Monday to Friday. So if my daughter says, I want some sugar, I say, oh, it's a Wednesday or whatever, we don't do sugar, right? And occasionally she can trade off a Saturday or something, if some big social thing that we're doing or whatever, right? But what happens? And it's kind of a fun question, right? What happens? And then you say, here, have a cupcake, eat the cupcake. Would you say yes? Would you say no? Whatever, like, have fun with it, right? But just discuss what might happen, right? And of course, you'll discuss some scenarios, and there'll be some other scenario that comes up that you haven't discussed or whatever, then just put it in the mix for next time, right? What do we have, right? Can you eat a cupcake? Well, if she wouldn't be able to eat a cupcake at home, and it's an interesting question, right? What do we do when we're at other people's houses? Are the rules the same, or are the rules different? It's an interesting question. I mean, with dinner, when you're, quote, when you're at another person's house, you say, oh, I don't cook dinner. I mean, nobody invites us over. Hopefully nobody invites you over and then expects you to cook for them, right? Right? So there are things that change when you're at other people's houses. You know, we tend to be a little bit more polite. We tend to be a little bit more deferential, the kids or whatever, right? Like, I don't know how many times I've heard parents say, man, I wish that my kid treated me like they treated strangers.
Familiarity breeds a little contempt, it seems sometimes, but no, these are interesting questions, and your daughter's going to have thoughts about it. Do we break the rules? Because some rules we don't break, like you don't go to someone else's house and you can suddenly fly and float, right? I mean, like the gravity's the same, right? It's not like you go to someone's house and cupcakes suddenly become good for you, right? So there's some things that don't change, and what should we do? I don't know. Right? So that's that start of the negotiation, right? But if you just wait until she's grabbing something from your purse, you really don't have much option. You always want to avoid the options where it's you comply with her or she complies with you. Because those, you can't win those situations, right? And they're not fun situations to be in. It wasn't like you were really enjoying saying, no, it's mommy's decision, put down the bar, step back from the bar, kid, right?
Yeah.
Right,
no,
so if it's a situation where she either gets the bar and you're unhappy, or you get the bar, or you keep the bar, she doesn't get the bar, and she's unhappy, those situations where it's win-lose, always for me, they just remind me of, okay, that's something I failed to negotiate for ahead of time. Because you shouldn't be in a situation win-lose. Sorry, go ahead.
Like that. No, like 90% of the time it is like that. It's that like I'm gonna win this one. Sometimes I'm more relaxed and I'm like, oh, it's no big deal. Lunch is still 30 minutes away. She can have a bar, no big deal.
But then she doesn't know what the expectations are, right? So if sometimes she can have the bar and sometimes she can't, it's like, hey man, I'll gamble. I'll pull the slot machine wheel and see if a bar comes out, right?
Right.
And then she's always trying to pick that lock. Like, okay, if I want the bar, okay, last 3 times I got the bar. I mean, you know what it's like with kids, right? I mean, I make this joke with my daughter, like, okay, what are you plotting for now? It's like candy, role play, whatever it is we're doing, right, that she wants, right? So kids plot a lot. I mean, we all remember this from when we were kids, like, how do I get what I want, right? Like, you wouldn't believe how affectionate my daughter gets when it's bedtime. I know the scam. I know the scam. So... yeah, but if she doesn't know the rules, so to speak, or she hasn't participated in the rules, right? We all have, we didn't sit there and say, it'd be great if I got taxed at 40% to pay for other people's irresponsibility. We all have these rules that are imposed on us by society. We didn't ever choose them or anything like that, but they just get imposed upon us. And the less we do that in our families, I think the better off it's going to be in the long run. And you can also, of course, explain to her, as I have, like, part of my job is I have to deliver to you, I have to deliver you to 18 healthy and happy. Now, happy I can't perfectly guarantee, because who knows, right? But healthy I can, right? To a large degree, right? So, yeah, you got to go to the dentist. Yeah, you got to go for your checkup. Yeah, you got to get your eyes checked. Yeah, you got to go to all these things, right? I don't want to. It's like, yeah, I get it. Who sits there and says, yay, dentistry, right? But other than the dentists, but it's my job. I have to deliver to you. Now, your daughter's a bit young for this, but it won't be too long before you can say, you show her a picture of a fat kid and say, is that kid happy he's fat? Well, no. Okay, what are all the things that the fat kid can't do? Well, they can't do monkey bars. They can't, they made fun of in the teeter-totter. They can't do, I don't know, whatever it is. They can't run for very long. They can't, whatever it is, right? They can't frisbee for very long. And they feel embarrassed if they take their shirt off. Like, lots of things. They feel embarrassed in the swimming pool, right? So you can go through all that list, right? And it's really tough, right? So the kid wanted a lot of candy. And the parents said, okay. Is the kid happy? The parents said, okay. Well, obviously not. And so it's not like you don't want to be fat. I don't want to be fat. Daddy, ice cream, half and half, right? But it's my job to make sure you stay healthy. And your teeth, I was watching this documentary, there's a number of kids in England who are getting their teeth yanked for candy and sugar and blah, 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 blah. It's horrendous. It's expensive, too, for the healthcare system. So, like it's out of my hands. Like, it's just a responsibility. Like, if you rent a car, you've got to return the car in good condition. You don't have to change the oil, but you can't crash it. You have to return the car in good condition. Say, look, if a friend of yours borrows your favorite book and it comes back with half the pages torn out, that's not good. You're sad, you're angry, you're upset. You don't want to lend anything ever again. Well, we're kind of borrowing you from the future. We got to deliver to you. Like the same way that your kid
Your friend who borrowed your book had to deliver the book back to you in good condition. We've got to deliver you to the future in good condition. That's the deal. That's what happens when you're parents. And when you have a child, you will have the same responsibility. And much, it would be a lot easier for us to say yes to everything. But we don't want you to get fat. We don't want you to have teeth problems. We don't want you to get illness that you can get from bad diet and no exercise. Like, we don't have the choice. It's not up to us any more than your friend has the choice to rip half the pages out of your book and say, hey man, I'm just exercising. If it's his own book, he can do that. But if it's your book and you're just passing through here, you're going to go to adulthood, we got to deliver you to adulthood in good shape. And that means, healthy, all your own teeth, reasonably good eyesight, so not tablets all day, that kind of stuff, right? So once, the kids understand that, we don't have, I've been implementing this for like 9 years or so, right? So I'm not perfect at it, but I'm pretty good at it. And we really, we homeschool, we quarantine now, everything going on. Like, we used to travel all the time. We'd go to Australia for speaking tours, go to other places, right? And we've now been home for like 8 months. It's just 3 of us here, right? And we have almost no conflicts. Doesn't mean we don't have disagreements, we do, but almost no conflicts. And, for 3 people without a lot of socializing, because, there's all these rules out here as well, right? So it works. It works. Now, I know that that's just me saying it, and my daughter could be soaring under the ground like Wile E. Coyote for me, for all you know, right? But I'm telling you that it does work. Now, it's a lot of investment up front to get these negotiations going, but it's kind of like when you buy a house or whatever, or buy a car, there's a lot of paperwork, and you got to read through it, you got to understand it, make sure you know what you're signing up for, and that reduces conflict with the bank, right? Because then you have a problem with the bank or the car company or whatever, and you just, this is what's in the contract, so this is what we have to do, right? Mm-hmm. Negotiation and coming up with rules of engagement, so to speak, that's all about reducing conflict. And if you're just kind of playing it by the seat of your pants, it's easier in the moment. Like, it's easier to just buy a house by just shoving some money at people and not signing anything, right? It's like, yeah, but you're kind of risking things down the road, right? And if you work for these kind of negotiation things, yeah, it's time investment up front, but does it ever save you? It's like saying, well, brushing my teeth, it costs me like 5 minutes a day. It's like, I could do other things with those. Yes, you could. But what's going to happen down the road if you save these 5 minutes a day? Well, it's going to cost you a lot more than it's going to save you. I think the same thing's true. And the last thing I guess I wanted to ask is if you've been taking this approach of, to some degree, just willpower, like mom's decision, have the conflicts gotten better or worse, or stayed about the same?
I think what I attribute to the keep using that term, I guess, is that it's consistent and it's something that she kind of knows I don't get beyond this point. So once I say it and I sort of say, nope, this is mom's decision, she knows that means she's, I guess, for lack of a better word, lost.
Right.
And she just moves on to something else.
Right. So she's going to bide her time.
Okay.
She's going to bide her time until she has more authority and power, which she's going to have. In the teenage years, the power swings totally from you to her. Because she can hang out with friends, she could not come home, she can drink, I'm not saying she will, but she doesn't really have to follow your guys' rules at all, and you have very little recourse.
So in a situation like today where I know I had this play date, it was planned, there's plenty of time for me to prep her to say, okay, it's going to be an hour, and in that hour, you're not going to have any snacks. We won't be eating anything, and even if your friend
see,
takes
you're
out...
still imposing. Right? You're saying, these are the rules. But that's not negotiation.
Okay.
Right? So you're saying, well, if I give her all of the rules ahead of... But all you're doing is you're basically saying it's mommy's decision ahead of time rather than during the time, and that still is not giving her any respect. Or every time you impose your rules upon someone, you're saying to that person, you can't possibly understand and you just need to obey. And that's kind of humiliating for kids, right? She can understand some stuff. She can make some points. She can negotiate, right?
I don't know, Steph. I'm sorry. I don't buy
No,
it
that's
yet.
I get it.
apologize. I know you've given me so many great examples, reasons, anecdotes. I just can't. I don't have that same belief right now.
No, I
in her.
completely listen. I respect that. Listen. I don't want to impose my rules on you any more than I want you to impose your rules on your
Right?
daughter.
Yeah,
So.
I know. I know that's how you work. So I gotta be
listen.
honest and say I'm not.
Be skeptical of everything I'm saying. Absolutely, please,
Okay,
please,
all right,
Lord
I'm
above, be
sorry.
skeptical of everything I'm saying.
Okay.
No, you're absolutely right. You shouldn't let me tell you how to parent, of course, right? But what I'm saying is, try taking it for a little bit of a spin.
Right,
Something
and I
that's
do.
not too crucial, right?
That's worth it for sure. I do want. I need to change something because it's not. It's not pleasant. I'm not enjoying it. So I've got to do something for me to make it better.
Right.
And do I want a closer connection with her? Absolutely. And if this will help me get there, then of course it's worth a try. It's just I really do get flustered in those moments when I think I've prepared. I think I've done the right thing, and she just doubles down, and it's really hard to soothe her when
she
she's
doubles
not getting
down like you're doubling down with me right now. Is that what happens? Oh my gosh! I wonder what that's like. No, I'm kidding. It's kind of true though, right? Because she's got a strong will, like you have a strong will, right? And so you're saying no to me, which is perfectly fine, and she wants to say no to you. Now, if I'd said to you, I mean, let's just take a silly example, right? So if I said to you, listen, it's my decision. I'm the philosopher. I'm the expert. Just do what I say. How would you react?
Yeah, I would say we obviously don't really know my family, and
Like, I know what would be floating through your head, and it would probably be something that would not end up in a children's show, right? Because you'd be like, no, don't tell me what to do, right?
yeah.
Well, how do you think your daughter feels?
I think she's gonna find a workaround at some point, or she's gonna match wits with me, I guess, for lack of a better word. Do you know what I mean? Like I find like this is a temporary fix.
Yeah, you'll become
Band-Aid.
someone to be worked around, someone to be avoided, something, whatever, right? Right.
Yeah.
Because she won't respect the rules. She'll, in a sense, fear your power, so to speak, but she won't respect the rules because she didn't participate in creating them.
And she will. I want to get to that point where we have a refined negotiation ability between the three of us, I should say. But like, I don't know that now is that time. Just because.
No, but it is,
of her youth.
and I'll tell you why. It is, and I'll tell you why. And again, I really appreciate the pushback, and I'll just tell you my thoughts here. Okay,
Yeah.
So when she was 3 days old, was it possible for her to be naughty?
No.
No. When she was 6 months old, was it possible for her to be naughty?
Yes.
6 months. How was she naughty at 6 months?
I'm just trying to think of like what. So, she could crawl up to the dog and like pull on the dog's tail or act roughly with the dog, even though she was told not to. Demonstrated how to touch the dog.
So at 6 months, she has moral responsibility for not listening and disobeying, and I'm a little surprised. You could be right. I'm just 6 months, pretty young.
Yeah, I guess in those moments when I would have to correct her or redirect her, or if she was doing something that she was told not to do, I would think to myself, why is she doing this again? Like, is this about attention? Is this her getting me to come over and to be in her space? Like, why would she do something that she was told she wasn't supposed to do?
Because she's 6 months old. Right? Because she's 6 months old. If she could perfectly follow commandments and do sensible things, she'd be an adult. Well, she wouldn't even be most adults, right? Right? She's 6 months old. So she sees a dog, she's curious. And she just wants to get closer to the dog and figure something out, right? Okay, at 3 months, could she do something naughty?
No.
Okay, so somewhere for like 5 months, 4 months, somewhere between 3 months and 6 months, she gained moral responsibility. Is that right?
What do you mean by moral responsibility?
Well, that's why I say naughty, right? So if let's say you're house training a puppy, right? Or a cat, right? Kitten, right? it's not a moral fault if they poop in the hallway, right?
Right.
It's not like you may say bad dog or whatever, but we don't sit there and say it's a puppy, right? So of course it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't generally ascribe moral responsibility to animals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, though, children gain the capacity for what we think of as naughty, like they're disobeying, they're not listening, and they're at fault for it in a way that we would never say to a dog, right? Like if a dog doesn't come when we call the dog, we don't sit there and say, oh, that mean dog is willfully ignoring me and he's really bad. Like we may get frustrated, but we don't really assign moral responsibility to the dog, if that makes sense.
Sure. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. Yeah.
So
That's what I mean.
the moment that your daughter gains some sort of moral responsibility, that's when the negotiation has to start. Because otherwise, she has moral responsibility without any autonomy or authority whatsoever. And she can't have both. If she's just supposed to obey you, then she can't ever be naughty. Because she doesn't have her own moral choices. She's not part of her own, not part of the rules that she's supposed to live under, right?
Mm.
Like if the government tomorrow passes a law that says, you have to slap your dog every day. I don't just make up something, right? Well, the moral authority or the moral responsibility to a large degree passes to the government rather than, like if some guy slaps his dog, he's a bad dog owner, right? He's a bad guy, he's hurting an animal, he's cruel, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if the government passes a law that nobody wants, really, that says you have to slap your dog every day, then okay, some people will slap their dog, some people will defy it and blah, 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 right? But we don't sit there and say, well, that's exactly the same as some guy who voluntarily chooses to slap his dog. Because a rule has been imposed upon people that they did not participate in and don't want. So they're just reacting to that rule rather than making their own moral decisions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And so if your daughter wants the bar, it's because she doesn't understand that she shouldn't have it. And that, to me, is an opportunity to explain to your daughter why she shouldn't have the bar, why she shouldn't just go into other people's property, and to recognize that it's going to take a while for your daughter to really understand those rules, particularly now, since you said since 6 months she's had this moral responsibility. So for 18 months, which is 3/4 of her entire life, she's been morally responsible for rules she has no participation in. So it's going to take a bit of undoing, in my opinion. Again, if you want to do this, right? It's obviously completely up to you. But if you have moral, I don't know if you've ever had this in business or in a job, right? So whenever I was given, say, oh, you're the team lead, right? Okay, can I fire people? No. Well, then I'm not really in charge. If I don't have responsibility, I'm not taking authority. Or rather, if I don't have authority, I'm not taking responsibility, right? You can't tell me to get the best work out of people if they know I can't fire them.
Uh-huh.
Right? So I don't want, or I would refuse to accept authority, responsibility if it didn't come with authority. So they say, oh, well, you've got to get the team to produce this, whatever it is, in 2 weeks. It's like, okay. Can I determine their salaries? Can I determine if they stay on their job? Can I replace them? Am I responsible for their performance reviews? No. Well, then give it to whoever is responsible for those things, because that's their actual boss, and they know that I have no authority over them, so whatever I'm going to say probably isn't going to mean very much, right? So you want to bring your daughter, if you've given her 1.5 years of moral responsibility, but she doesn't really understand the rules, she doesn't know what they're for, and all she does is obey you. I'm not saying that all she does, right? I know that there's more to it. I'm sort of boiling it down to where I think the most opportunity for growth is. But if all she does is obey you for rules that she doesn't agree with or understand or comprehend or know the purpose of, then you are giving her moral responsibility for rules that you are creating and imposing on her without her understanding. I don't
Yeah.
think that's super fair, if that makes sense. I think if a kid can't understand a rule, then I don't know how they could be responsible for following it, because all that turns into is obedience, right? It's mom's decision. So then she's going to
Is
say,
that-
okay, well then if I can get away with stuff, I'll just get away with it because I don't agree with or understand these rules. In the same way, if you love your dog and the government says you have to hit your dog every day, you're going to be like, I'm not going to hit my dog because they're not going to catch me. You have no respect for the rules because you didn't participate in them.
Is it so bad to have obedience?
Well, it depends what you're looking for as a parent.
Well, if my
Do you,
goal
as
is
an
to-
adult, and again, I know your daughter's not an adult, obviously, right? But do you, as an adult, like it when people negotiate with you or when they give you orders?
I mean, it depends on the situation stuff, but if I don't have to do a lot of thinking, sometimes that's a relief to me. Can I be honest? Like, in certain situations, yeah, I want to be part of the conversation. I want to negotiate. I want my.
But you like
My-
being able to decide when that happens and when that doesn't, right? Which your daughter doesn't have the ability to do,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah.
as an adult, you wouldn't like it if the government told you who you had to marry. You wouldn't like it if the government told you what you had to do for a living, or where you could go to school, or what you had to take, or anything like. You wouldn't like that. You would like to have more choice, right? Now, for your daughter, here's the problem. If you train her in obedience, at some point you will have to train her to think for herself, to understand the rules, and to negotiate, right? Because you don't want to deliver her up to adulthood with her just kind of dragging along saying, well, whatever people tell me to do, I'll do, and whatever people tell me not to do, I won't do, right? That would be pretty sad, right? So at some point you're going to have to reverse course, right?
Yeah, and I think in those terms. I think, okay, well, once she has more language capacity, once there's more proof that I would be able to get through to her, I guess I think of these things happening at a later date.
When? Because you've given her moral responsibility from the age of 6 months old, so when does it happen that you can negotiate with her? When's your plan?
When she has more language skills, when she can speak in full sentences, when she can remember something that was spoken to her an hour ago and then apply that to an hour later.
But if she exists in such a flux, then you understand she's not morally responsible. Because if she can't remember things from 1 hour to the next, then you can't ever get frustrated with her for not remembering earlier instructions, right? But if you get frustrated with her for remembering earlier instructions, or not remembering earlier instructions, then she's ready to negotiate. Because you already accept that she has that capacity, right? To listen, to understand rules, to agree to them, to obey them, and to remember the rules from one day to the next, right? So if she already has that in your mind, why can she not negotiate?
I think because, well, I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I guess maybe there's no good answer for that.
Other than maybe you can give it a try.
Right, and I intend to. I just don't know that I have the formula down.
Sure you do. What are we doing right now? You and I are negotiating. What do you do with your husband all the time? You negotiate. What do you do with your friends? Where should we go tonight? What do you want to eat? Where do you want to see a movie? Whatever. Back when we could do those things, right? You negotiate all the time. You know exactly how to negotiate. I mean, you're doing a great job with me. I think I really respect and appreciate where you're coming from. And I hugely respect, you standing for what you believe and being skeptical and fantastic, right? It's all a negotiation. You know exactly how to do this. It's like you saying to me, well, I don't know how to speak English after we just had an hour conversation in fluent English, right?
I think what I mean is I don't know how to speak to her without imposing on her. I don't know how to. Do I just say, do you want to have snacks at this play date?
No, because that's a specific thing. A rule is not a specific thing. It's like saying, if you say to someone, there's a diet book that says, don't eat cheesecake tomorrow. Like, that's not a diet book, right? It's got to be some process. It's got to be something with references and rules. Like, you think of Weight Watchers, right? They have all these points. and you can have a certain amount of points, and exercise deducts the points, and you know, there's rules for things. It's not like just eat something tomorrow and then the day out. Like there's rules that you can work within. So with regards to food, there's a whole conversation, because we all have a complicated relationship to food. I won't go over it in detail because I was talking about it with your husband earlier. Right. So, look, we all want to eat stuff that's not good for us, and we all want to avoid eating stuff that is good for us sometimes, right? And so be honest about that with your daughter. Like, yeah, you want a snack. Okay, so I asked your husband this, but what's your favorite food?
Oh, me personally?
Yeah.
I have so many things.
That's a lot, right?
I guess.
Cadbury, chocolate Cadbury.
Yeah, like Cadbury chocolate.
Oh, wait, fruit and nut kind, any brittle, or just the plain straight stuff?
Plain straight, give it to me.
Oh man, those are so good. I went to spend a summer in Newfoundland when I was in my mid-teens with a friend of my father's who's a marine biologist, and I used to go jogging with his collie dog every day, and then undoing all the health value of that jogging by picking up one of those Cadbury milk bars, like the 7 pieces, the little tubes that look like little, almost like little, like shaved off at the top Toblerones or something. Like, so good, man. They're so good. Mm-hmm. That or Laura Secord white chocolate. I could just drool with that in my cheek for an hour. Okay, so you would like to eat a lot of that, right? But you have to say no to yourself, right? And teeth, and you know, like there's this old comedian. The comedian would say, he's got a daughter, right? And he said, my daughter's capacity for joy vastly outstrips my own, because he said, my daughter, like we're driving along, my daughter's just sitting there for 20 minutes smiling. And I say, what are you thinking about? She says, candy. Right? And he's like, I can't spend 20 minutes thinking about candy, because then I think candy. Oh man, I haven't been to the dentist for a while. Oh, do I have a cavity? Oh, I think my waistline is getting bigger. Oh man. You know, and he just can't enjoy thinking about candy for 20 minutes because all the adult consequences of that accrues to him, right? So, with regards to your daughter and food, we can't eat everything we want to. I'd love to. It would be great if we could, but we can't. And here's why, and you go into sort of the explanation, and what I've said before is like, there's stuff your tongue loves and your body doesn't love. In fact, your body doesn't like it. Like your tongue loves sugar, your body does not like sugar. Right? Your tongue doesn't like broccoli, your body loves broccoli, right? So there's this war between the tongue and the tummy. That's what I used to say with my daughter, the tongue and the tummy. And the tongue and the tummy are kind of at war. And if the tongue wins, you lose your teeth, you get fat, and you die. Well, you don't have to necessarily get into the mortality of it, right? And if your tummy wins, you kind of drag yourself through life not enjoying anything you eat, right? So it's, it's not like you live forever. It just feels like forever, right? So we have to have this balance. So we have to have stuff that tastes good so that we enjoy our life, but we also have to have stuff that's good for us. And it's complicated, and it's a balance, right? So again, you can sort of get into the tongue and the tummy is sort of the war, and you can do this with a diagram and all of that, right? And so getting her to understand that her desire for cream, her desire for sugar, her desire for the bar that was in your purse, everybody has it. You have it, your dad has it, I have it. We all want to eat things in the moment, but we can't. We can't, and it's our job to make sure you get to adulthood as a healthy person, and that's, we can't say yes. But if it's any consolation, you can say, I said this to my daughter, I say no to myself a lot more than I say no to you. Because I want to eat candy all day too, right?
Yeah.
So it's a human condition. We're all in this together. It's not like you're just imposing your nasty mom will on her because you're mean. It's like, this is a human condition. We all want to eat sugar and fat all day, but we can't. It's annoying sometimes, but it's just a human condition, right? Like, not many people want to go to exercise, but you kind of got to keep your bones strong, kind of crap, right? So, you're a team. We're all in this together. I say this to my daughter, like, we're all in this together. She's like, oh, I don't want to get off the couch. It's like, come on, let's go and exercise. Let's go ride a bike or something. It's like, I don't really feel like it either, but, let's just do it because it's good for us, right? No, I don't want to. Yeah, I grumble about it too, because we all have that. We all grumble about the things that we can't eat and the things we have to eat and the exercise and the, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, wait till you get older. You learn about taxes. It's a whole other pain point, right? So it's you're in this together. You're both a team because you both want to eat things that aren't good for you, as do I, as do your husband. It's not something that should divide you. It's something that you should empathize with each other. So when you're at the checkout counter and she looks at all that candy and she's like, oh, I want candy. It's like, man, I'd love to eat that whole row. I'd like to, you know what? This is what I'd like to do. I'd like to take all these vegetables, put them in a cannon, and fire them deep into the heart of Russia, and then stick my face in that Toblerone and never come up for air. Because who wouldn't, right? That would be great. I'm going to sit all day with Cheetos on my belly and write books. It'd be lovely, right? It's just, it would not be good for me. I wouldn't last very long. So these are things, instead of like just an authority figure, no, you can't have this, and it's mommy's choice and all that, which doesn't teach her anything about the human condition and the challenges of self-control. Yeah, I want to eat that too. And you have these conversations before she's grabbing for something in your purse.
Do the conversations apply across issues? Like, she wants to be held probably 80% of the day.
Yeah.
And I have to, for safety reasons mostly, put her down sometimes, and it's a lot of crying and yelling and up. Is it the same conversation I should be having with those kinds of things too, where, you know, I know you want mom to hold you most of the day, but...
Okay, so I'm going to go out on a limb here and take a wild stab at this, right? So I could be completely wrong and toss it aside if I am, okay? So it's tough to remember two, but I'll tell you what, two, I remember this very well. So this is what... Okay, so two, the world sucks for 2-year-olds. Everything's too big. Everything's too high up. All you get to do is, like, when I took my daughter to a sort of summer theme park once, and, you know, at the end of the day, she's like, man, that's a lot of butts. It's true. I think she was 6 or 7 or what. So she's just at butt height, right? So what does she see? She sees bulk buckets, and it was in America, so it was big butts, right? In general, right? And I said, no, the correct word is donkey, which is our synonym for ass. But anyway, so yeah, it sucks. You see all this all the candy's at eye level, and you can't buy it. All the stuff you want to eat, you're told you can't have. All the toys, you go to the mall and you see all these toys and you want to grab them all, and you can't. You get all of this temptation flying in your face all the time. And you're constantly told, no. And you want to reach stuff, but you can't get there. And you want to start a fire, but you're not allowed. And you want to cook, but you're not allowed. And like, it's just no. Everything's too big all the time. So why does she want to be in your arms? Because when she's in your arms, the world is actually a correct proportion to her. If you can imagine, listen, go down. There's an old Paul Reiser comedy with Helen Hunt, Mad About You. Anyway, so the dog is lying with his face on the ground, right? And Paul Reiser's, I can't remember, he's down there with his face on the ground, and he's like, wow, this is really low. How do you do this all day? Well, it's kind of true. Like, try going down to your daughter's height. I remember walking around, like, the tops of the doorways, they look like the top of a cathedral. Everything's so high. And you know there's all this cool stuff in the house that's fun to play with. Sparklers and fire and fun to eat. But you can't get there. So it's frustrating. And so when she's in your arms, the world is of a better proportion. She's gained some sort of artificial height. So I would try to understand what her frustrations are. And you might be surprised. You know, maybe it takes some drawing, maybe it takes some storytelling, maybe it takes some little puppets or whatever it is, right? But you might be surprised at how much she's able to communicate about all the limitations that she feels and the frustration that she has about a world that is designed for everyone but her size, right? And even in terms of control over her own body, there's stuff that she wants to do. Like, she wants to paint a really, really pretty picture, and out comes some lollipop human holding a balloon that looks like nothing, right? I mean, so the translation between what goes on in her head and what she's able to achieve in the world. You know, all the kids think that they're Karen Kane, the ballerina, when they dance, and if you ever play it back to them, they look like wounded trees staggering across a drunken landscape, right? So, and we all have this, right? Like, you know, we all sit there and sing along to the radio, and then Bruno Mars comes on, and we're like, oh man, that's why he gets paid a lot, and I'm in podcasting. Right? So there's probably some amount of frustration that's going on, and there also may be, of course, that every time
she says, like, she gets a hard no and it's mommy's decision and you just can't and no reason, she may feel that the bond is not as secure as it should be with you. Because, as I said to your husband, if you just get a no for no reason, it feels like aggression, like you're mad at her. And so she also may want to be in your arms because she's concerned that you're mad at her more than you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those two things has probably got something. My daughter was very much a lap cat as well, as far as all of that went. And that began to diminish when she was more mobile herself. So I knew it was around frustration of wanting to. She would fly me like a plane, right? So she would, when she was a little baby, she'd be sitting in my lap. She'd reach for things, and I'd pick her up, and I'd take her over to whatever she wanted on the shelf, and then she'd reach for something on the other side of the room, and then she'd want to go look at this picture, and then she'd, right? So she basically was expertly flying me like a tiny little pilot to get around, to get to see what she wanted to see and to do what she wanted to do, which was, once I understood that, of course, I just made airplane noises and enjoyed it. But so, yeah, there's a lot of limitations in the world of a child. And again, she also, with the no, because you have to kind of be harsh with that stuff to get her attention, to keep her reined in. But she may be experiencing that as a rejection or an anger that is not what you're feeling, because you know, being a good mom and all of that, which I completely understand where you're coming from. And so that may be another reason why. Again, the best thing to do is, you know, just stay as much in conversation with her as humanly possible until you can figure out what's driving that. Look for patterns and all of that. Because, listen, as parents, we all have the same feeling, right? The same feeling is one of two things. Either, if I give my child what she wants, she will become satisfied, like you feed your child and she gets full. Or, if I give my child what she wants, I'm creating a bottomless well of need that even the entire universe can't fill. Right? That's the
Bingo,
two.
yes.
Yeah.
That's the two poles we face, right? And it's really like, is she a hamster, like they eat till they're full, or is she a goldfish, they eat till they explode and die? Right? I mean, am I creating bottomless need, or am I fulfilling legitimate requirements? And you know, that's kind of tough. The more that you feel the need is bottomless, the more it probably has to do with frustration and insecurity. And holding her probably isn't going to solve those problems. And yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, I know the back thing too. I remember taking my daughter through parks, and she wanted to be held all the time, to the point where like my arm hurt for like a couple of months, because it's hard, you know, and she didn't even want to get into a stroller. So yeah, it was tough. And she grew out of it, and I worked really hard to give her as much autonomy as possible, to let her make her own decisions about things, and to have her understand the rules. And as she gained more autonomy, she didn't want to be carried as much. So again, this is another reason why I'm saying, you know, try and give her as much participation, negotiation, so that she's more in control of her own environment. Because in a sense, by just saying no to her, or not giving her a sense of why the rules are there, you're kind of keeping her in a state of infancy, if that makes sense. And then she may be more liable to want to be carried as she was as an infant. In other words, if you're not allowing her, in a sense, to grow up and start negotiating, then the fact that she's staying in a state of infancy with regards to being held might not be totally unsurprising, if that makes sense.
That's a really good point.
Oh, sorry, I just bombed out of the server, but I'm back. I'm back.
Okay.
At least it reconnects quickly.
Can you still hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Was there? I know we've had a good old chat, and is she in your lap right now?
No, she's peacefully asleep.
Well, you can be happy about that, because my daughter never wanted to go to bed before 11. So it's always been a crazy night owl as far as that goes. But I can only look in the mirror to blame her for that. So I can't really get too mad at that. But is there anything else you wanted to ask? I mean, I know these are big topics, and again, I put all of this. It's all hypothesis. It's all conjecture, because I don't know your daughter. But these, and even if I did, I'd probably still be wrong. But these are just thoughts that I had based on the question as a whole.
Yeah, no, it is time to start with this, obviously yesterday, but the vagaries of a 2-year-old. Like the other day, she argued with us because she had a pair of pajamas ready to go, and then she had them all on, and then she needed the other pair.
Yep.
Boy, did she need that other pair of pajamas. And if we were going to give them to her, we were going to have to pay for that. And we did. And we sat there and we said, no, these were the ones you chose. You chose these ones. You chose these pajamas, so we're going to keep these ones on.
But you see, now I'm talking now. That's not a negotiation quite as yet. So what I would say is, how do we handle things as a family if you change your mind? See, that's the bigger negotiation. Because this only deals with this situation. You want to get your rules as wide as humanly possible to deal with as many situations as humanly possible. What do we do? So you wanted something, now you've changed your mind. Okay. So what do we do as a family if someone changes their mind? Like if we say, oh, we're going to go to the park, and then we change our mind, is that okay? Like what? I don't know. And you don't know the answer exactly to that as yet, because she's part of the negotiation, right? So rather than have a conversation about the pajamas, have a conversation about what happens when people change their minds. Because the pajama thing will solve the pajamas that night, but it won't solve whatever she changes her mind about next, right? You've got to have as big a, as wide a set of rules as possible, right? And also, how many times are people allowed to change their minds? Like, what if you want to change your mind about pajamas 150 times?
I know, right?
Right, no, that's a serious question, right? She's going to say that's too much, right? Right, so that's getting her, is 150 times too much? Well, yeah. Okay, is once allowed? You can change your mind once, okay, but is there, like, where do we say, no, you can't change your mind anymore? And you can say this to us too. Right, let's say we keep changing our mind about what we want to do. At some point, you're going to get annoyed with us, and we got to have some limit on how many times we can change people, like we can change our minds, right? So having conversations about that gives you something to refer to when she changes her mind about something else. Because now you're in a, change your mind conversation rather than just a pajamas conversation, if that makes sense.
Right, it does. So there are no times, you don't think there are any times when your will has to prevail? And in the moment, you have to say, no, this is my decision?
Well, here's the thing, right?
Do you think that there are no place for that?
Here's the thing about it. Now, what you're doing is you're trying to get an escape hatch right into the negotiation to begin with. Okay, so here's the thing. I have never said to myself that there's no situation upon which my will won't prevail, but I will consider it a big failure on my part if I have to resort to that. And so far, I haven't had to. So, yeah, of course, listen, your kids running into traffic, you tackle them on the ground, whatever it is, what have you got to say to stop them, right? But in general, you want to avoid those situations, prevent them as much as possible, right? So I've never said to myself, well, I am forbidden from imposing my will, right? Well, no, that's fine, right? It's possible, but if I think that it's okay, I'll go to that by default. And if I think to myself, okay, that's like a last-ditch 5-alarm fire emergency, pull the cord thing, right? Well, pull the fire emergency handle, right? So what you're saying to me is, okay, can I do this, right? Okay, but if I say yes, which you can, of course, you can do whatever you want, but if I say yes, then you were like, okay, good. Well, I'll do some negotiation, but basically I still have the option to impose my will. But that's going to affect your negotiation. So what I do is I parent like that's never going to happen. Now, of course, it could happen. I don't know. I can't imagine, but it could, right? So, but if you parent like that's not an option, then you will be much more creative as a parent. Because if you say, okay, I'm not going to impose my will, so how am I going to get something done here without imposing my will? Well, that's going to make you a whole lot more creative, right? I'll give you a silly example. This is very much an exaggeration, but it's, I think, for effect, right? So let's say you're some guy. Oh, no, I'm talking to the wife here, right? So I'm sorry, I'm just referring to you but without your names. But so let's say before you met your wonderful husband, father of your children, the love of your life, there was some cute guy that you wanted to either ask him out, or were you an ask out the guys, or were you trying to get the guys to ask you out?
No, they'd probably ask me out. I wouldn't have.
Okay, so you're
I was
like
too shy. I was way too shy.
You're more of a Venus flytrap kind of girl, right? Okay, all sweet and then clamp, right? So, no, that's fine. That's good. All right, so now, if you're like, I really want this guy to go, on a date with me or whatever, right? And listen, I don't want to
hold up chloroform to his face and throw him in the back of my car. I don't want to. Clearly it's on the table, right? But I don't want to do that, right? Now, if it's not even remotely on the table that you're going to gas him and throw him in the back of your car, then you're going to have to put more makeup up and buy a push-up bra, you know, become even more charming and whatever, right? Like, you're going to have to find some way to attract him because you can't brute force him. Does that make sense?
Right.
So, you know, to take another unpleasant example, the man does not write a poem to the hooker because he's paying for it, right? So in a sense, he's kind of brute forcing her with money, and so he doesn't have to woo her. So the more you take brute force out of the equation, I don't mean violence here, I just mean brute force of will, the more you take that out of the equation, the more creative you are going to end up being in trying to solve these problems. So for me, it's like, I'm not going to punish my child. I'm not going to punish my child because all that shows her is that I'm bigger and stronger, and so she already knows that. Who cares, right? And so for me, it's like, okay, man, I really wanted to do this. I really don't want her to do that, blah, 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 right? Okay, but if I don't have the brute force option, then I end up being much more creative in my problem solving. In the same way that if you're just going to get a check from a government, you don't have to be a very good employee, but if you need a job, then you have to be more creative and learn skills. And like, the creativity opens up when the brute force option is off the table, right? I mean, I'm sure you don't, with your husband, if you want something, you don't just like, I'm going to chloroform you and throw you in the back of a truck. You try and find some way to get what you want without the brute force option, right? Now, with your daughter, if you say, okay, well, what if I don't have the option to punish her? What if I don't have the option to impose my will on her? What if I don't have the option to just be bigger and stronger? How am I going to get her to do what I want? And how am I going to even know that that's the right thing? Right? Because if I get her to do what I want, but she doesn't internalize any of that, I mean, I don't know if you guys knew this. You always know these kinds of kids. If you go to college or whatever. Now, when I went to college, people were like really shocked because I'm like, no, I'm not going out drinking. No, I got an essay due in a month. I remember some girl asked me out and I'm like, I really can't. I got an essay due in 2 weeks. And she thought I was totally blowing her off because she didn't know anyone who would start an essay 2 weeks ahead of time. I'm like, man, I just spent 18 months in a cabin in a tent up north, freezing my ass off, gold panning and prospecting. I'm so happy to be here. I'm just going to get my money's worth, right? So I was really, really keen on doing all that kind of stuff. And that's because I've been paying my own bills since I was 15 years old. Now, that's not the right thing to do. It's a little bit young, but it really had me appreciate all these kinds of wonderful things. But all the other kids whose parents had been hovering and helicoptering and telling them what to do and forbidding them to do this, the moment they went to college, they went insane because they'd never internalized any of these rules. And these are the people who got really drunk, who got into compromising situations, who got STDs, who gained the Frosh 15 because it's like, wow, I get to finally eat whatever I want and mom's not telling me what to eat, and they just gained weight. And they had not internalized any values. They had simply been conforming to teachers and parents and maybe priests or whatever. And so when they went to university and nobody was telling them what to do, they just went hog wild. Now, again, most of them eventually would write themselves, but it was really a tough passage, and some of them really didn't write themselves, and it went pretty badly from there. So the important thing is not to have your daughter, quote, do the right thing. The important thing is for her to internalize the values that will give her the golden cup of self-restraint going forward in her life as a whole. And so that's the big challenge. How do I get my daughter to do what I want her to do without the brute force option? And I would say just take the brute force option. Now, of course, if she's running towards traffic, I don't have to tell you anything like that, right? But the whole point is, of course, if the brute force option is on the table, then you'll stay in a situation where she's not going to be around traffic she could run towards without knowing what's going on, right? Because if the brute force option is off the table, you've got to sit there with your kid and explain about traffic and cars and fatality and death and, you know, all that kind of stuff, or maybe not death when they're too young or whatever, right? But if the brute force option is off the table, then you have a much more creative and enjoyable set of
Welcome
parenting
to the
skills
channel.
to
I am
develop
Average
in the
Owl.
same way that
How to
you
find
don't
and
pull out
defeat
a knife with your
Wolverine.
husband when you
Easy.
want to buy something.
Average Owl.
Okay guys, just before we begin, there's a rumour this is going to be a week 6 challenge, a Wolverine Awakening challenge possibly. Wolverine is not an easy character to kill, as you will see. Also, because there's only one of them, there's going to be that many people trying to do this challenge, it's going to be very difficult. Wolverine is a pretty hard boss. Anyway, this is where you'll find him in Weeping Woods. He will spawn anywhere pretty much in there and he wanders around. So what you want to do is land and loot as usual. And look out for these little footprints. In this case it's another player. If you don't have it turned on, go into your settings and turn on visualize sound effects just for this challenge, or you can try and hear his footsteps. Anyway, once you've located him, make sure you've got some mats, build yourself up to a roof, and then destroy or edit your ramp so he can't get up. If he can't get up, he will not chase you up there. That will leave you free to take pot shots at him. Now, it does take a lot of killing, and he will run over to you, as long as you're on top of the building. If, however, you have built yourself, he will destroy it. Once you've knocked him, you need to get down and finish him off pretty quickly. So he does regenerate, and he will get back up, and that is challenge complete. We now have Wolverine's Claws. I'm just going to show you some gameplay of just how dangerous these things are. We do want to actually lose this game at the end. However, as you can see, they are a lot of fun, probably a little bit overpowered. Hope you enjoyed the video, guys. Hope you enjoy the rest of it. Give it a thumbs up if it helped. Subscribe for more content, and I'll catch you next time. Take care.
And he's hesitant about it, right? You let me buy this dress or I will cut you, right? I mean, that's just not how things work. So you try and find a way to negotiate, and that's where you want to grow your child towards. And the brute force option tends to limit your commitment to creative solutions to it if it's on the table, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It does.
What if I couldn't force her at all? What if I couldn't force her and I couldn't punish her? How am I going to motivate her? How am I going to guide her? How am I going to mentor her if I can't force her to do anything? It's tricky, but man, is it great. It's sort of like, you know, I mean, again, another extreme example. It's the old thing like, well, if we free the slaves, who's going to pick the cotton? It turns out it's way better, you know? If we don't have the brute force option, we tend to get some very cool things in society. You know, when your elders don't choose who you get to get married to, well, okay, there's two arguments about that. But anyway, but yeah, so generally the more in your relationships, in your personal relationships, you can take aggression off the table, I think the better those relationships will be in the long run, for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. And listen, thank you. I was
I was very, very glad that you dropped into the conversation, and I'm sorry that we completely elbowed your husband aside, but given that you're the primary I know he works from home, but given that you're the primary caregiver, you're the person I needed to talk to us. So I hope that, well, it sounds like it was helpful.
Yeah, and I think thank you for allowing all of your listeners and callers to challenge things that you say, because I think that that's really the only way to, because I'm sure there are people listening who will say, what? Negotiate with a 2-year-old? No. And I just, you know what I mean? There are people out there who are just, well, right? Because I think that, right, well, yeah, without going over all of our conversation, but I'm open to anything. Like, she deserves the best. I'm committed to giving it to her, so yeah.
Well, she is incredibly lucky to have you. Like, I really want to be clear about that. She is incredibly lucky to have you guys. It's incredibly moving to me. Like, it's a beautiful thing that you guys are thinking along these lines, that you're interested, that you're curious. Massive congratulations to you guys. It is a beautiful thing that you're even considering this, and I just, because I don't want to leave you with any impression that I think that you're anything other than amazing parents. This is a tweak in the right direction. What you guys are doing already and what you're committed to already is so amazing that, I feel deeply honored that you would even consider these ideas, and I really, really do appreciate the conversation.
Likewise.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Well, we'll, I know we talked about a little crypto thing, but we won't. We won't. We'll set that up. Perhaps for next week. But thanks everyone so much for listening and for being involved in this conversation. This is Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain. freedomain.com/donate to help out the show. Hugely, massively, deeply appreciated in these troubled times. Your support is absolutely and gratefully accepted. So thanks everyone so much. Have yourself a wonderful, wonderful week. Lots of love from me. I will talk to you soon. Well, thank you so much for enjoying this latest Free Domain show on philosophy. And I'm going to be frank and ask you for your help, your support, your encouragement, and your resources. Please like, subscribe, and share, and all of that good stuff to get philosophy out into the world. And also, equally importantly, go to freedomain.com/donate to help out the show, to give me
Hey everybody,
the
Stefan
resources
Molyneux.
that I need to bring more and better philosophy to an increasingly desperate world. So thank you so much for your support, my friends. freedomain.com/donate.
Over the years, we've taken a look at how some films introduce and attempt to normalize new ideas, themes, and ideologies to the empty vessels that are in the audience. Audiences who are so wrapped up in the emotion or the trauma of the film that their minds are especially susceptible to suggestion and often soak up these messages like a sponge. It happens to everyone. It's happened to me. And if you think it's never happened to you, it means it happens to you the most. One film I recently watched because one of you guys suggested I take a look at it was the 2006 sci-fi movie Children of Men, directed by Mexican film director Alfonso Cuarón, based on the book by Phyllis Dorothy James. Now, like usual, we will be focusing on the film because, with very few exceptions, when books are adapted for film, they're just serving as a starting point and a brief outline for the screenwriters, and take on a life of their own and are totally separate from the book. So we're just going to be looking at the film. So before we even get started, this film does not beat around the bush. It's very explicit with its pro-immigration message, and it's demonizing of the native population, in this case the native British. So I thought I would take a look at where we were in the so-called refugee crisis when this film came out, which was in 2006. Wow, would you look at that? Almost as if they were pushing this film out as a means to condition people for what they knew lie ahead. Anyway, that's just a conspiracy. I'm sure I'm just being crazy. So anyway, let's have a look. Now, before there's any images at all on the screen, when just some of the credits are rolling or it's just the screen's black, we hear a voice, or we hear several voices of newscasters talking about authoritarian measures in Britain. Borders are being closed. Illegal immigrants are being deported. It's truly a bizarro world. And as much as that might sound like a dream come true to some of you, we can tell by the urgent tone of the reporters and how these sound bites are stitched together with reports of war and societal breakdown all across the world that this is really just, it's a scary leftist dystopia. You know, nationalist totalitarian governments seem to have taken control in response to some unknown crisis, and the future is bleak for anyone who embraces diversity and open borders. And then boom, the first images on the screen are of this dystopia. We have Londoners mourning the loss of the youngest person on Earth, Diego Ricardo. This person is the youngest person on Earth, but is only about 17 years old. So right away, the audience learns that something has gone horribly wrong with the fertility rate. In fact, it's so bad, it's non-existent. So only in a few seconds into the movie, actually, I think less than a minute into the movie, we're getting this exaggerated, panic-inducing version of one of the key justifications for allowing millions of refugees into Europe. You know, that the birth rates, they aren't high enough. We need to let all these people in. To add further to the urgency, the fictitious youngest person on Earth is shown to have been born in 2009. So for the audience, in 2006, this nightmare scenario is only 3 short years away. I mean, don't you understand? The birth rates of the native Europeans are dropping, and the only way to fix it is to import millions of foreigners year after year after year after year. There will be no discussion about why birth rates are dropping or whether or not that's even a problem that negatively impacts anyone but the rich ruling class who, you know, thanks to the capitalist usury model where they're constantly leveraging things, they require this constant growth. Or let's say maybe it is a problem. So what are some other solutions? Solutions that actually address the problem itself, the low birth rates themselves, and not a solution that creates a multitude of other problems so that a line on a graph on some bureaucrat's computer moves in the direction that they want. But of course, we all know by now there are far darker motives for importing the third world. It's not about economics. It's not about lines on graphs. We all know how broken up the ruling class is, that the white middle class is being dissolved and atomized along with their communities, and that, oh no, competing power structures are going along with them. But that, of course, is for another video. In 2006, the official line was people weren't breeding enough, and all the old people, they're gonna die. Your grandma's gonna die, your parents are gonna die. You know, nobody's gonna be there to fund their pensions. You might die when you get old. We have to import these third worlders because they will become doctors and engineers, and they'll fund the retirement of your grandparents and your parents, and so you better support it, or they'll all die because of your bigotry. So all this is set up within the first minute of the film, and, you know, it's no accident that the director is a Mexican immigrant himself, and, you know, it's only going to get worse, so let's proceed. We're in London in 2027. It looks very multicultural and dystopian, so, you know, the filmmakers got that part right. And there's also a terror attack that happens immediately after meeting our protagonist, Theo Farron, played by Clive Owen, when the shop he was just in watching about the youngest person dying explodes. So I guess the filmmakers kind of got that bit right too. So after surviving the terrorist attack, Theo goes into work, and he has some kind of drab, boring office job. I don't know that it even really explains what it is. It's not really important. Everyone in the office is crying about the loss of the youngest person and watching all these videos of little baby Diego. And Theo uses this as an opportunity to get out of work and boards a train to get out of the city. Once on the train, we see propaganda playing on the screens in the train that depicts a world in chaos. Riots and war seems to be, you know, covering the globe, but London is safe. Be glad that you're here in London. This idea that London is a safe haven, though, it's quickly shattered by the appearance of people outside the train hurling rocks and shouting at the occupants. When Theo gets off the train, we see the train station has a heavy police presence, machine gun wielding guards stand at attention, and there's cages full of refugees awaiting deportation. Theo is welcomed by who we assume is his father, a long-haired hippie named Jasper, played by Michael Caine. And this character, like every character in this film, is representative of one of the groups that this film is attempting to influence. So let's see who we have so far. We have the straight white male, the protagonist of the film's main target for influence, because the people behind the film know that this demographic, the white males, are going to be the hardest to convince that allowing hordes of third worlders into their lands, into their homes, and convince them that this is an acceptable thing to do, they're going to be the toughest sale. So it's no accident at all that the protagonist, the main character, is a straight white male who slowly comes to accept these ideas. And we also have his father, who's the older straight white male, the relic of the 60s, the boomer generation, who actually already embraces these changes without any convincing at all, in an attempt to remain cool and relevant. They've already feasted upon the spoils of post-World War II, and now as their lives are coming to an end, they have no problem handing over their nations to foreigners, no matter how badly it screws things up for their children and grandchildren. Their narcissism makes it impossible to even consider these things. You know, the pretty young people on TV tell them that it's racist not to give away their country and their heritage. So, by God, they're going to be the first ones to hand it over. They have nothing to lose, and they have everything to gain. Just like with everything else their generation did, they will let their children worry about the consequences when they're gone. The two drive to Jasper's house, which is hidden in the forest because, like the stereotypical boomer hippie that he is secretly growing weed in the woods. This dried up old hippie is the wise sage of the film. And of course, this plays right into the ego of any boomer that might be in the audience. This is the character that they will be connecting with. The man who might be in the autumn of his years, but he was a rebel back in the day and still sticking it to the system by growing weed and supporting mass immigration. Later on, Theo is back in the city. He's walking to work, and we see more refugees and illegal immigrants in cages. And then suddenly, he is kidnapped. The kidnappers take him to a secure location of some sort, and we find out he's been kidnapped by his ex-lover, Julian, who is played by Julianne Moore. Now, Julian represents another demographic, but as her character indicates, much like the boomer demographic, she hardly needs any convincing to support mass immigration at all. In fact, she's a general in this terrorist organization that supports mass immigration and is fighting the evil nationalist government. Julian represents the white women we see all over the West who, like the boomers, also side with the pretty people on TV telling them what to do, but unlike the boomers, who have grown old and can only offer support to the cause in the form of money and other resources, Julian is still young enough to be on the ground fighting for the oppressed. As we'll also see in a moment, this character that influences the protagonist, because this is the demographic that influences white men. What better way to get a man to do something irrational than with a woman? This is Influence 101. You know, intelligence agencies have been using honeypots for decades or more, or you can even take it all the way back to Adam and Eve. The devil knew it would be easier to convince Eve to take the fruit and then get her to influence Adam than if he had just gone straight to Adam. The woe of man has always played this role throughout history, and she plays it again in this film, and on streets everywhere across the West. So Julian, using her powers of persuasion, convinces Theo to help her get transfer papers for a refugee they are moving to somewhere for some mysterious reason. Theo's cousin has access to these papers because he's high up in the nationalist government, so all he has to do is go to his cousin and convince him to give him the papers. And so when he does, we're also treated to a view of how the Nationalist Party lived. You know, the decadence of the nationalists juxtaposed with the dystopian conditions of the masses further drives home that these evil fascists aren't doing what they're doing to protect the people, but to enrich themselves. Which is a pretty dark irony for anyone who actually understands the economic forces behind mass immigration. But, you know, much like the Antifa protesters that fancy themselves fighting the system despite holding every view of every major corporate entity and the views of the billionaires that own them. The audience, you know, same thing. The audience, most of the audience, they're already primed to think in this backwards, inverted way and easily embrace this notion that they're somehow, you know, supporting the underdog. So Theo acquires the papers and meets with the terrorists, but unfortunately, he's going to have to actually accompany the refugee because of some technicality with the kinds of papers he was able to get. So we now meet two more characters that represent relevant demographic groups. We have Miriam, who represents the feminist cat lady demographic. She's fat and unattractive, and she's so abandoned her white heritage that she's even sporting a head full of dreadlocks. Now this demographic is similar to the boomers in that their motivation for supporting these causes is that it feeds into their ego and it obscures many of the failures in their lives. You see, her life isn't meaningless. Living in an empty apartment smelling like cat piss, you know, she's a freedom fighter, fighting against the very people she's hated her entire life. Straight white men. And now we have Key. Key is the refugee that the terrorists are smuggling out of the country for reasons we'll discover later. Key, of course, is perfect. She's young and smart and funny and honest. She just wants to do the right thing. She's not a threat. You'd have to be a racist to not want to help someone like Key. She is the perfect immigrant, the kind that the government would be putting in pamphlets telling you about how they're going to be doctors and engineers. Now, on the way to their destination, the group is ambushed by marauding bandits and end up shooting some of the cops. Julian, having served her purpose by convincing the white man to go along with the plan, is killed in the chaos, no longer needed, and just discarded. The group flees to a safe house in the countryside, and now we have discovered why this straight white male has had to sacrifice so much, and will continue to do so. Key is pregnant. In this sci-fi childless world, Key is the key to the future. It's a miracle of biblical proportions. And the director's not exactly being subtle about this either. I mean, look at the setting. All that's missing is a manger and a star glowing over Key's head. Key and her baby are the future of the world, and this white man must sacrifice everything. So far, his livelihood and the love of his life, and we're just getting started, to ensure the future, not for himself or for his child, which, by the way, this might be a coincidence, but they mentioned that his child died in the big flu pandemic. Yeah, that's right. Theo's only kid that he had with Julian died in a worldwide flu pandemic. But anyway, well, that's something else. So now he can risk it all, everything else that he has left, to ensure the future for refugees and illegal immigrants like Key and their children. It's so disgustingly obvious what this film is doing at this point. It's hard to get through the rest, but I managed to soldier on. We learn next that there's a conflict because some of the terrorists want Key to have the baby at the safe house and then use the baby as a propaganda tool in their war against the nationalists. But others want to take Key to some scientist known only as the Human Project, who can be reached at sea. Later that night, in fact, we find out that Julian, who wanted to take the baby to the Human Project, wasn't killed by random bandits like everyone thought, but that it was actually an ambush. You know, it was a plan by the terrorists to get her out of the way. Which again, you know, once the white woman has served her purpose, she was no longer needed and no longer wanted and just tossed away like a piece of garbage. Theo manages to overhear all of this and decides that because the future is still black, he has to get Key to the Human Project. And he convinces Key and the cat lady to flee with him to his father's house. the home of the wise old boomer Jasper. Now, at this point, there's kind of a lull in the film. You know, everyone seems like they're safe. The filmmakers really want you to get to know and to like Key. And there's images like this that, you know, really kind of drill it into your head that the aging white population is the past and she's the future. Jasper, the pro-immigration boomer, through his connections, manages to arrange for the group to be smuggled into a refugee camp that's on the shore so they can meet up with this human project. His connection is an immigration cop that he sells weed to, which of course is another way to impress upon the audience the hypocrisy of the authoritarian nationalists who are, they themselves are breaking the same laws that they're deporting and arresting other people for. Unfortunately, the terrorists who are hunting Theo, the cat lady, and Key show up after Theo has gone. And the boomer hippie, like many others in this film, makes the ultimate sacrifice to ensure the future of the refugee child. Theo and company then meet up with the fascist immigration cop, and he's exactly what you'd expect. You know, he's wild-eyed and dumb and violent. He holds up his side of the bargain. He gets them on a bus to the refugee camp they want to go to so they can go to the shore and meet the Human Project. When they get to the camp, however, the cat lady now must lay down her life. She must sacrifice everything so the guards don't notice that Key is pregnant. One by one, every white person helping out this refugee is dying, is giving everything, and then dying for the future of her child. Once on the inside of the Mad Max-style refugee camp, Theo delivers Key's baby. It's a healthy girl, because the future isn't just black, it's female. Now we're going to kind of fast forward through the next bits because it's mostly just action sequences where Theo has to be heroic and has run-ins with, you know, first the fascist cop who sees Theo on TV and now wants the reward. The terrorists from earlier in the film who want the baby, the British Army who's trying to stop the insurrection that's going on in the refugee camp. But really, all that matters now is that Theo, now that he's sacrificed his livelihood, he sacrificed his woman, he sacrificed his parents, he's done everything to ensure the safety and the future of the refugee child. All that he has left is to give up his life like everyone else. You know, fade gracefully away like his parents and like his love and like the cat lady. Give everything to these people until he has nothing left to give and then get out of the way. Because the future is black. And now he's just a thing of the past. He's obsolete, childless. He's the end of his people. For Black Pilled, I'm Devin Stack. If you like my videos, make sure you like and subscribe and make sure you share. If you want to support my work, you can do so at patreon.com/blackpilled or subscribestar.com/blackpilled or one of the crypto addresses below, or get a copy of my book. The link is in the description.
What did happen to you?
Becoming a person who just hates. That's about it. That's really all I do is hate.
Often when I'm talking about the reality of the widespread child abuse and human trafficking that takes place in America every day, I encounter weak people who don't have the stomach to acknowledge it, much less confront it. Their denial and the cowardice of their unwillingness to face the reality that we live in dark times, and sometimes the monsters are indeed real, is precisely what has allowed these monsters to thrive and to prey on our children in the first place. And I think it's only fair that we hold these cowards responsible for looking.
The surprising thing is that the view which Paul had of Jesus was also the view which was held by Jesus' intimate friends. The fact appears in the Pauline epistles themselves, to say nothing of other evidence. Clearly, the epistles presuppose a fundamental unity between Paul and the original apostles with regard to the person of Christ. For if there had been any controversy about this matter, it would certainly have been mentioned. Even the Judaizers, the bitter opponents of Paul, seem to have had no objection to Paul's conception of Jesus as a supernatural person. The really impressive thing about Paul's view of Christ is that it is not defended. Indeed, it is hardly presented in the epistles in any systematic way, yet it is everywhere presupposed. The inference is perfectly plain. Paul's conception of the person of Christ was a matter of course in the primitive church. With regard to this matter, Paul appears in perfect harmony with all Palestinian Christians. The men who had walked and talked with Jesus and had seen him subject to the petty limitations of earthly life agreed with Paul fully in regarding him as a supernatural person, seated on the throne of all being. Exactly the same account of Jesus as that which is presupposed by the Pauline epistles appears in the detailed narrative of the Gospels. The Gospels agree with Paul in presenting Jesus as a supernatural person, and the agreement appears not in one or two of the Gospels, but in all four. The day is long past, if there ever was such a day, when the Gospel of John, as presenting a divine Jesus, was contrasted with the Gospel of Mark, as presenting a human Jesus. On the contrary, all four Gospels clearly present a person lifted far above the level of ordinary humanity, and the Gospel of Mark, the shortest and, according to modern criticism, the earliest of the Gospels, renders particularly prominent Jesus' superhuman works of power. In all four Gospels, Jesus appears possessed of a sovereign power over the forces of nature. In all four Gospels, as in the whole New Testament, he appears clearly as a supernatural person. But what is meant by a supernatural person? What is meant by the supernatural? The conception of the supernatural is closely connected with that of miracle. A miracle is the supernatural manifesting itself in the external world. But what is the supernatural? Many definitions have been proposed, but only one definition is really correct. A supernatural event is one that takes place by the immediate, as distinguished from the mediate, power of God. The possibility of the supernatural, if supernatural be defined in this way, presupposes two things. It presupposes 1. The existence of a personal God, and 2. The existence of a real order of nature. Without the existence of a personal God, there could be no purposive entrance of God's power into the order of the world. And without the real existence of an order of nature, there could be no distinction between natural events and those that are above nature. All events would be supernatural, or rather the word supernatural would have no meaning at all. The distinction between natural and supernatural does not mean indeed that nature is independent of God. It does not mean that while God brings to pass supernatural events, natural events are not brought to pass by him. On the contrary, the believer in the supernatural regards everything that is done as being the work of God. Only he believes that in the events called natural, God uses means, whereas in the events called supernatural, he uses no means, but puts forth his creative power. The distinction between the natural and the supernatural, in other words, is simply the distinction between God's works of providence and God's work of creation. A miracle is a work of creation just as truly as the mysterious act which produced the world. This conception of the supernatural depends absolutely upon a theistic view of God. Theism is to be distinguished, 1, from deism, and 2, from pantheism. According to the deistic view, God set the world going like a machine and then left it independent of himself. Such a view is inconsistent with the actuality of the supernatural. The miracles of the Bible presuppose a God who is constantly watching over and guiding the course of this world. The miracles of the Bible are not arbitrary intrusions of a power that is without relation to the world, but are evidently intended to accomplish results within the order of nature. Indeed, the natural and the supernatural are blended in the miracles of the Bible in a way entirely incongruous with the deistic conception of God. In the feeding of the 5,000, for example, who shall say what part the 5 loaves and 2 fishes had in the event? Who shall say where the natural left off and the supernatural began? Yet that event, if any, surely transcended the order of nature. The miracles of the Bible, then, are not the work of a God who has no part in the course of nature. They are the work of a God who, through his works of providence, is preserving and governing all his creatures and all their actions. But the conception of the supernatural is inconsistent not only with deism, but also with pantheism. Pantheism identifies God with the totality of nature. It is inconceivable, then, on the pantheistic view, that anything should enter into the course of nature from outside. A similar incongruity with the supernatural appears also in certain forms of idealism, which deny real existence to the forces of nature. If what seems to be connected in nature is really only connected in the divine mind, then it is difficult to make any distinction between those operations of the divine mind which appear as miracles and those which appear as natural events. Again, it has often been said that all events are works of creation. On this view, it is only a concession to popular phraseology to say that one body is attracted toward another in accordance with a law of gravitation. What really ought to be said is that when 2 bodies are in proximity under certain conditions, they come together. Certain phenomena in nature, on this view, are always followed by certain other phenomena, and it is really only this regularity of sequence which is indicated by the assertion that the former phenomena cause the latter. The only real cause is in all cases God. On the basis of this view, there can be no distinction between events wrought by the immediate power of God and those that are not, for on this view all events are so wrought. Against such a view, those who accept our definition of miracle will naturally accept the common sense notion of cause. God is always the first cause, but there are truly second causes, and they are the means which God uses in the ordinary course of the world for the accomplishment of his ends. It is the exclusion of such second causes which makes an event a miracle. It is sometimes said that the actuality of miracles would destroy the basis of science. Science, it is said, is founded upon the regularity of sequences. It assumes that if certain conditions within the course of nature are given, certain other conditions will always follow. But if there is to be any intrusion of events which by their very definition are independent of all previous conditions, then, it is said, the regularity of nature upon which science bases itself is broken up. Miracle, in other words, seems to introduce an element of arbitrariness and unaccountability into the course of the world. The objection ignores what is really fundamental in the Christian conception of miracle. According to the Christian conception, a miracle is wrought by the immediate power of God. It is not wrought by an arbitrary and fantastic despot, but by the very God to whom the regularity of nature itself is due, by the God, moreover, whose character is known through the Bible. Such a God, we may be sure, will not do despite to the reason that he has given to his creatures. His interposition will introduce no disorder into the world that he has made. There is nothing arbitrary about a miracle, according to the Christian conception. It is not an uncaused event, but an event that is caused by the very source of all the order that is in the world. It is dependent altogether upon the least arbitrary and the most firmly fixed of all the things that are, namely upon the character of God. The possibility of miracle, then, is indissolubly joined with theism. Once admit the existence of a personal God, maker and ruler of the world, and no limits, temporal or otherwise, can be set to the creative power of such a God. Admit that God once created the world, and you cannot deny that he might engage in creation again. But it will be said the actuality of miracles is different from the possibility of them. It may be admitted that miracles conceivably might occur, but have they actually occurred? This question looms very large in the minds of modern men. The burden of the question seems to rest heavily even upon many who still accept the miracles of the New Testament. The miracles used to be regarded as an aid to faith, it is often said, but now they are a hindrance to faith. Faith used to come on account of the miracles, but now it comes in despite of them. Men used to believe in Jesus because he wrought miracles, but now we accept the miracles because on other grounds we have come to believe in him. A strange confusion underlies this common way of speaking. In one sense, certainly, miracles are a hindrance to faith, but who ever thought the contrary? It may certainly be admitted that if the New Testament narrative had no miracles in it, it would be far easier to believe. The more commonplace a story is, the easier it is to accept it as true. But commonplace narratives have little value. The New Testament without the miracles would be far easier to believe, but the trouble is, it would not be worth believing. Without the miracles, the New Testament would contain an account of a holy man, not a perfect man, it is true, for he was led to make lofty claims to which he had no right, but a man at least far holier than the rest of men. But of what benefit would such a man and the death which marked his failure be to us? The loftier be the example which Jesus set, the greater becomes our sorrow at our failure to attain it, and the greater our hopelessness under the burden of sin. The sage of Nazareth may satisfy those who have never faced the problem of evil in their own lives, but to talk about an ideal to those who are under the thraldom of sin is a cruel mockery. Yet if Jesus was merely a man like the rest of men, then an ideal is all that we have in him. Far more is needed by a sinful world. It is small comfort to be told that there was goodness in the world, when what we need is goodness triumphant over sin. But goodness triumphant over sin involves an entrance of the creative power of God, and that creative power of God is manifested by the miracles. Without the miracles, the New Testament might be easier to believe, but the thing that would be believed would be entirely different from that which presents itself to us now. Without the miracles, we should have a teacher. With the miracles, we have a Savior. Certainly, it is a mistake to isolate the miracles from the rest of the New Testament. It is a mistake to discuss the question of the resurrection of Jesus as though that which is to be proved were simply the resurrection of a certain man of the first century in Palestine. No doubt the existing evidence for such an event, strong as the evidence is, might be insufficient. The historian would indeed be obliged to say that no naturalistic explanation of the origin of the Church has yet been discovered, and that the evidence for the miracle is exceedingly strong, but miracles are, to say the least, extremely unusual events, and there is a tremendous hostile presumption against accepting the hypothesis of miracle in any given case. But as a matter of fact, the question in this case does not concern the resurrection of a man about whom we know nothing. It concerns the resurrection of Jesus. And Jesus was certainly a very extraordinary person. The uniqueness of the character of Jesus removed the hostile presumption against miracle. It was extremely improbable that any ordinary man should rise from the dead, but Jesus was like no other man that ever lived. But the evidence for the miracles of the New Testament is supported in yet another way. It is supported by the existence of an adequate occasion. It has been observed above that a miracle is an event produced by the immediate power of God, and that God is a God of order. The evidence of a miracle is therefore enormously strengthened when the purpose of the miracle can be detected. That does not mean that within a complex of miracles an exact reason must be assigned to every one. It does not mean that in the New Testament we should expect to see exactly why a miracle was wrought in one case and not in another. But it does mean that acceptance of a complex of miracles is made vastly easier when an adequate reason can be detected for the complex as a whole. In the case of the New Testament miracles, such an adequate reason is not difficult to find. It is found in the conquest of sin. According to the Christian view, as set forth in the Bible, mankind is under the curse of God's holy law, and the dreadful penalty includes the corruption of our whole nature. Actual transgressions proceed from the sinful root, and serve to deepen every man's guilt in the sight of God. On the basis of that view, so profound, so true to the observed facts of life, it is obvious that nothing natural will meet our need. Nature transmits the dreadful taint. Hope is to be sought only in a creative act of God. And that creative act of God, so mysterious, so contrary to all expectation, yet so congruous with the character of the God who is revealed as the God of love, is found in the redeeming work of Christ. No product of sinful humanity could have redeemed humanity from the dreadful guilt or lifted a sinful race from the slough of sin. but a Savior has come from God. There lies the very root of the Christian religion. There is the reason why the supernatural is the very ground and substance of the Christian faith. But the acceptance of the supernatural depends upon a conviction of the reality of sin. Without the conviction of sin, there can be no appreciation of the uniqueness of Jesus. It is only when we contrast our sinfulness with His holiness that we appreciate the gulf which separates Him from the rest of the children of men. And without the conviction of sin, there can be no understanding of the occasion for the supernatural act of God. Without the conviction of sin, the good news of the redemption seems to be an idle tale. So fundamental is the conviction of sin in the Christian faith that it will not do to arrive at it merely by a process of reasoning. It will not do to say merely, "All men, as I have been told, are sinners. I am a man, therefore I suppose I must be a sinner too." That is all the supposed conviction of sin amounts to sometimes. But the true conviction is far more immediate than that. It depends indeed upon information that comes from without. It depends upon the revelation of the law of God. It depends upon the awful verities set forth in the Bible as to the universal sinfulness of man. But it adds to the revelation that has come from without a conviction of the whole mind and heart, a profound understanding of one's own lost condition, an illumination of the deadened conscience which causes a Copernican revolution in one's attitude toward the world and toward God. When a man has passed through that experience, he wonders at his former blindness. And especially does he wonder at his former attitude toward the miracles of the New Testament and toward the supernatural person who is there revealed. The truly penitent man glories in the supernatural, for he knows that nothing natural would meet his need. The world has been shaken once in his downfall, and shaken again it must be if he is to be saved. Yet an acceptance of the presuppositions of miracle does not render unnecessary the plain testimony to the miracles that have actually occurred, and that testimony is exceedingly strong. The Jesus presented in the New Testament was clearly an historical person. So much is admitted by all who have really come to grips with the historical problems at all. But just as clearly, the Jesus presented in the New Testament was a supernatural person. Yet for modern liberalism, a supernatural person is never historical. A problem arises then for those who adopt the liberal point of view. The Jesus of the New Testament is historical, he is supernatural, and yet what is supernatural on the liberal hypothesis can never be historical. The problem could be solved only by the separation of the natural from the supernatural in the New Testament account of Jesus, in order that what is supernatural might be rejected and what is natural might be retained. But the process of separation has never been successfully carried out. Many have been the attempts. The modern liberal church has put its very heart and soul into the effort, so that there is scarcely any more brilliant chapter in the history of the human spirit than this quest of the historical Jesus. But all the attempts have failed. The trouble is that the miracles are found not to be in excrescence in the New Testament account of Jesus, but belong to the very warp and woof. They are intimately connected with Jesus' lofty claims. They stand or fall with the undoubted purity of his character. They reveal the very nature of his mission in the world. Yet miracles are rejected by the modern liberal church, and with the miracles, the entirety of the supernatural person of our Lord. Not some miracles are rejected, but all. It is a matter of no importance whatever that some of the wonderful works of Jesus are accepted by the liberal church. It means absolutely nothing when some of the works of healing are regarded as historical. For those works are no longer regarded by modern liberalism as supernatural, but merely as faith cures of an extraordinary kind. And it is the presence or absence of the true supernatural which is the really important thing. Such concessions as to faith cures, moreover, carry us at best but a very short way. Disbelievers in the supernatural must simply reject as legendary or mythical the great mass of the wonderful works. The question then does not concern the historicity of this miracle or that. It concerns the historicity of all miracles. That fact is often obscured, and the obscuration of it introduces an element of something like disingenuousness into the advocacy of the liberal cause. The liberal preacher singles out some one miracle and discusses that as though it were the only point at issue. The miracle which is usually singled out is the virgin birth. The liberal preacher insists on the possibility of believing in Christ, no matter which view be adopted as to the manner of his entrance into the world. Is not the person the same no matter how he was born? The impression is thus produced upon the plain man that the preacher is accepting the main outlines of the New Testament account of Jesus, but merely has difficulties with this particular element in the account. But such an impression is radically false. It is true that some men have denied the virgin birth and yet have accepted the New Testament account of Jesus as a supernatural person. But such men are exceedingly few and far between. It might be difficult to find a single one of any prominence living today, so profoundly and so obviously congruous is the virgin birth with the whole New Testament presentation of Christ. The overwhelming majority of those who reject the virgin birth reject also the whole supernatural content of the New Testament, and make of the resurrection just what the word resurrection most emphatically did not mean, a permanence of the influence of Jesus or a mere spiritual existence of Jesus beyond the grave. Old words may here be used, but the thing that they designate is gone. The disciples believed in the continued personal existence of Jesus even during the 3 sad days after the crucifixion. They were not Sadducees. They believed that Jesus lived and would rise at the last day. But what enabled them to begin the work of the Christian church was that they believed the body of Jesus already to have been raised from the tomb by the power of God. That belief involved the acceptance of the supernatural, and the acceptance of the supernatural is thus the very heart and soul of the religion that we profess. Whatever decision is made, the issue should certainly not be obscured. The issue does not concern individual miracles, even so important a miracle as the virgin birth. It really concerns all miracles. And the question concerning all miracles is simply the question of the acceptance or rejection of the Savior that the New Testament presents. Reject the miracles, and you have in Jesus the fairest flower of humanity, who made such an impression upon his followers that after his death they could not believe that he had perished, but experienced hallucinations in which they thought they saw him risen from the dead. Accept the miracles, and you have a Savior who came voluntarily into this world for our salvation, suffered for our sins upon the cross, rose again from the dead by the power of God, and ever lives to make intercession for us. The difference between those two views is the difference between two totally diverse religions. It is high time that this issue should be faced. It is high time that the misleading use of traditional phrases should be abandoned and men should speak their full mind. Shall we accept the Jesus of the New Testament as our Savior, or shall we reject him with the liberal church? At this point, an objection may be raised. The liberal preacher, it may be said, is often ready to speak of the deity of Christ. He is often ready to say that Jesus is God. The plain man is much impressed. The preacher, he says, believes in the deity of our Lord. Obviously, then, his unorthodoxy must concern only details, and those who object to his presence in the church are narrow and uncharitable heresy hunters. But unfortunately, language is valuable only as the expression of thought. The English word God has no particular virtue in itself. It is not more beautiful than other words. Its importance depends altogether upon the meaning which is attached to it. When, therefore, the liberal preacher says that Jesus is God, the significance of the utterance depends altogether upon what is meant by God. And it has already been observed that when the liberal preacher uses the word God, he means something entirely different from that which the Christian means by the same word. God, at least according to the logical trend of modern liberalism, is not a person separate from the world, but merely the unity that pervades the world. To say, therefore, that Jesus is God means merely that the life of God, which appears in all men, appears with special clearness or richness in Jesus. Such an assertion is diametrically opposed to the Christian belief in the deity of Christ. Equally opposed to Christian belief is another meaning that is sometimes attached to the assertion that Jesus is God. The word God is sometimes used to denote simply the supreme object of men's desires, the highest thing that men know. We have given up the notion, it is said, that there is a maker and ruler of the universe. Such notions belong to metaphysics and are rejected by the modern man. But the word God, though it can no longer denote the maker of the universe, is convenient as denoting the object of men's emotions and desires. Of some men, it can be said that their God is mammon. Mammon is that for which they labor, and to which their hearts are attached. In a somewhat similar way, the liberal preacher says that Jesus is God. He does not mean at all to say that Jesus is identical in nature with a maker and ruler of the universe, of whom an idea could be obtained apart from Jesus. In such a being he no longer believes. All that he means is that the man Jesus, a man here in the midst of us and of the same nature as ours, is the highest thing we know. It is obvious that such a way of thinking is far more widely removed from Christian belief than is Unitarianism, at least the earlier forms of Unitarianism. For the early Unitarianism no doubt at least believed in God. The modern liberals, on the other hand, say that Jesus is God not because they think high of Jesus, but because they think desperately low of God. In another way also, liberalism within the evangelical churches is inferior to Unitarianism. It is inferior to Unitarianism in the matter of honesty. In order to maintain themselves in the evangelical churches and quiet the fears of their conservative associates, the liberals resort constantly to a double use of language. A young man, for example, has received disquieting reports of the unorthodoxy of a prominent preacher. Interrogating the preacher as to his belief, he receives a reassuring reply. "You may tell everyone," says the liberal preacher in effect, "that I believe that Jesus is God." The inquirer goes away much impressed. It may well be doubted, however, whether the assertion, "I believe that Jesus is God," or the like, on the lips of liberal preachers is strictly truthful. The liberal preacher attaches indeed a real meaning to the words, and that meaning is very dear to his heart. He really does believe that Jesus is God. But the trouble is that he attaches to the words a different meaning from that which is attached to them by the simple-minded person to whom he is speaking. He offends, therefore, against the fundamental principle of truthfulness in language. According to that fundamental principle, language is truthful not when the meaning attached to the words by the speaker, but when the meaning intended to be produced in the mind of the particular person addressed is in accordance with the facts. Thus, the truthfulness of the assertion, "I believe that Jesus is God," depends upon the audience that is addressed. If the audience is composed of theologically trained persons who will attach the same meaning to the word God as that which the speaker attaches to it, then the language is truthful. But if the audience is composed of old-fashioned Christians who have never attached anything but the old meaning to the word God, the meaning which appears in the first verse of Genesis, then the language is untruthful. And in the latter case, not all the pious motives in the world will make the utterance right. Christian ethics do not abrogate common honesty. No possible desire of edifying the church and of avoiding offense can excuse a lie. At any rate, the deity of our Lord, in any real sense of the word deity, is of course denied by modern liberalism. According to the modern liberal church, Jesus differs from the rest of men only in degree and not in kind. He can be divine only if all men are divine. But if the liberal conception of the deity of Christ thus becomes meaningless, what is the Christian conception? What does the Christian man mean when he confesses that Jesus is God? The answer has been given in what has already been said. It has already been observed that the New Testament represents Jesus as a supernatural person. But if Jesus is a supernatural person, he is either divine or else he is an intermediate being, higher indeed than man, but lower than God. The latter view has been abandoned for many centuries in the Christian Church, and there is not much likelihood that it will be revived. Arianism certainly is dead. The thought of Christ as a superangelic being, like God but not God, belongs evidently to pagan mythology, and not to the Bible or to Christian faith. It will usually be admitted, if the theistic conception of the separateness between man and God be held, that Christ is either God or else simply man. He is certainly not a being intermediate between God and man. If, then, he is not merely man, but a supernatural person, the conclusion is that he is God. In the second place, it has already been observed that in the New Testament and in all true Christianity, Jesus is no mere example for faith, but the object of faith. and the faith of which Jesus is the object is clearly religious faith. The Christian man reposes confidence in Jesus in a way that would be out of place in the case of any other than God. It is no lesser thing that is committed to Jesus but the eternal welfare of the soul. The entire Christian attitude toward Jesus, as it is found throughout the New Testament, presupposes clearly, then, the deity of our Lord. It is in the light of this central presupposition that the individual assertions ought to be approached. The individual passages which attest the deity of Christ are not excrescences in the New Testament, but natural fruits of a fundamental conception which is everywhere the same. Those individual passages are not confined to any one book or group of books. In the Pauline epistles, of course, the passages are particularly plain. The Christ of the epistles appears again and again as associated only with the Father and with His Spirit. In the Gospel of John also, one does not have to seek very long. The deity of Christ is almost the theme of the book. But the testimony of the Synoptic Gospels is not really different from that which appears everywhere else. The way in which Jesus speaks of my Father and the Son, for example, in the famous passage in Matthew 11:27, Luke 10:22, all things have been delivered unto me of my Father, and no man knoweth the Son but the Father, neither knoweth any man the Father save the Son, and he to whomsoever the Son will reveal him. This manner of presenting Jesus' relation to the Father, absolutely fundamental in the Synoptic Gospels, involves the assertion of the deity of our Lord. The person who so speaks is represented as being in mysterious union with the eternal God. Yet the New Testament with equal clearness presents Jesus as a man. The Gospel of John, which contains at the beginning the stupendous utterance, "The Word was God," and dwells constantly upon the deity of the Lord, also represents Jesus as weary at the well and as thirsty in the hour of agony on the cross. Scarcely in the Synoptic Gospels can one discover such drastic touches attesting the humanity of our Savior as those which appear again and again in the Gospel of John. With regard to the Synoptic Gospels, of course, there can be no debate. The Synoptists clearly present a person who lived a genuine human life and was himself true man. The truth is, the witness of the New Testament is everywhere the same. The New Testament everywhere presents one who was both God and man. And it is interesting to observe how unsuccessful have been all the efforts to reject one part of this witness and retain the rest. The Apollinarians rejected the full humanity of the Lord, but in doing so, they obtained a person who was very different from the Jesus of the New Testament. The Jesus of the New Testament was clearly, in the full sense, a man. Others seem to have supposed that the divine and the human were so blended in Jesus that there was produced a nature neither purely divine nor purely human, but a tertium quid. But nothing could be more remote from the New Testament teaching than that. According to the New Testament, the divine and human natures were clearly distinct. The divine nature was pure divinity, and the human nature was pure humanity. Jesus was God and man in two distinct natures. The Nestorians, on the other hand, so emphasized the distinctness of divine and human in Jesus as to suppose that there were in Jesus two separate persons. But such a Gnosticizing view is plainly contrary to the record. The New Testament plainly teaches the unity of the person of our Lord. By elimination of these errors, the Church arrived at the New Testament doctrine of two natures in one person. The Jesus of the New Testament is God and man in two distinct natures in one person forever. That doctrine is sometimes regarded as speculative, but nothing could be further from the fact. Whether the doctrine of the two natures is true or false, it was certainly produced not by speculation, but by an attempt to summarize succinctly and exactly the scriptural teaching. This doctrine is, of course, rejected by modern liberalism, and it is rejected in a very simple way, by the elimination of the whole higher nature of our Lord. But such radicalism is not a bit more successful than the heresies of the past. The Jesus who is supposed to be left after the elimination of the supernatural element is at best a very shadowy figure, for the elimination of the supernatural logically involves the elimination of much that remains, and the historian constantly approaches the absurd theism which he faces Jesus altogether from the pages of history. But even after such dangers have been avoided, even after the historian, by setting arbitrary limits to his process of elimination, has succeeded in reconstructing purely human Jesus, the Jesus thus constructed is found to be entirely unreal. He has a moral contradiction at the very center of his being, a contradiction due to his messianic consciousness. He was pure and humble and strong and sane, yet he supposed, without basis in fact, that he was to be the final judge of all the earth. The liberal Jesus, despite all the efforts of modern psychological reconstruction to galvanize him into life, remains a manufactured figure of the stage. Very different is the Jesus of the New Testament than of the great scriptural creeds. That Jesus is indeed mysterious. Who can fathom the mystery of his person? But the mystery is a mystery in which a man can rest. The Jesus of the New Testament has at least one advantage over the Jesus of modern reconstruction. He is real. He is not a manufactured figure suitable as a point of support for ethical maxims, but a genuine person whom a man can love. Men have loved him through all the Christian centuries. And the strange thing is that despite all the efforts to remove him from the pages of history, there are those who love him still.
Chapter 6. Salvation. It has been observed thus far that liberalism differs from Christianity with regard to the presuppositions of the gospel, the view of God and the view of man, with regard to the book in which the gospel is contained, and with regard to the person whose work the gospel sets forth. It is not surprising, then, that it differs from Christianity in its account of the gospel itself. It is not surprising that it presents an entirely different account of the way of salvation. Liberalism finds salvation, so far as it is willing to speak at all of salvation, in man. Christianity finds it in an act of God. The difference with regard to the way of salvation concerns, in the first place, the basis of salvation in the redeeming work of Christ. According to the Christian belief, Jesus is our Savior, not by virtue of what he said, not even by virtue of what he was, but by what he did. He is our Savior, not because he has inspired us to live the same kind of life that he lived, but because he took upon himself the dreadful guilt of our sins and bore it instead of us on the cross. Such is the Christian conception of the cross of Christ. It is ridiculed as being a subtle theory of the atonement. In reality, it is the plain teaching of the Word of God. We know absolutely nothing about an atonement that is not a vicarious atonement, for that is the only atonement of which the New Testament speaks. And the Bible doctrine is not intricate or subtle. On the contrary, though it involves mysteries, it is itself so simple that a child can understand it. We deserved eternal death, but the Lord Jesus, because he loved us, died instead of us on the cross. Surely there is nothing so very intricate about that. It is not the Bible doctrine of the atonement which is difficult to understand. What are really incomprehensible are the elaborate modern efforts to get rid of the Bible doctrine in the interest of human pride. Modern liberal preachers do indeed sometimes speak of the atonement, but they speak of it just as seldom as they possibly can, and one can see plainly that their hearts are elsewhere than at the foot of the cross. Indeed, at this point, as at many others, one has the feeling that traditional language is being strained to become the expression of totally alien ideas, and when the traditional phraseology has been stripped away, the essence of the modern conception of death of Christ, though that conception appears in many forms, is fairly plain. The essence of it is that the death of Christ had an effect not upon God, but only upon man. Sometimes the effect upon man is conceived of in a very simple way, Christ's death being regarded merely as an example of self-sacrifice for us to emulate. The uniqueness of this particular example, then, can be found only in the fact that Christian sentiment gathering around it has made it a convenient symbol for all self-sacrifice. It puts in concrete form what would otherwise have to be expressed in colder, general terms. Sometimes, again, the effect of Christ's death upon upon us is conceived of in subtler ways. The death of Christ, it is said, shows how much God hates sin, since sin brought even the Holy One to the dreadful cross. And we too, therefore, ought to hate sin as God hates it, and repent. Sometimes, still again, the death of Christ is thought of displaying the love of God. It exhibits God's own Son as given up for all. These modern theories of the atonement are not at all to be placed upon the same plane. The last of them, in particular, may be joined with the high view of Jesus' person, but they err in that they ignore the dreadful reality of guilt and make a mere persuasion of the human will all that is needed for salvation. They do indeed all contain an element of truth. It is true that the death of Christ is an example of self-sacrifice, which may inspire self-sacrifice in others. It is true that the death of Christ shows how much God hates sin. It is true that the death of Christ displays the love of God. All of these truths are found plainly in the New Testament, but they are swallowed up in a far greater truth. Christ died instead of us, to present us faultless before the throne of God. Without that central truth, all the rest is devoid of real meaning. An example of self-sacrifice is useless to those who are under both the guilt and thraldom of sin. But knowledge of God's hatred of sin can, in itself, bring only despair. An exhibition of the love of God is a mere display, unless there was some underlying reason for the sacrifice. If the cross is to be restored to its rightful place in Christian life, we shall have to penetrate far beneath the modern theories to Him who loved us and gave Himself for us. Upon the Christian doctrine of the cross, modern liberals are never weary of pouring out the vials of their hatred and their scorn. Even at this point, it is true, the hope of avoiding offense is not always abandoned. The words vicarious atonement and the like, of course, in a sense totally at variance from the Christian meaning, are still sometimes used. But despite such occasional employment of traditional language, the liberal preachers reveal only too clearly what is in their minds. They speak with disgust of those who believe that the blood of our Lord, shed in the substitutionary death, placates an alienated deity and makes possible welcome for them the returning sinner. Against the doctrine of the cross, they use every weapon of caricature and vilification. Thus they pour out their scorn upon a thing so holy and so precious that in the presence of it, the Christian heart melts in gratitude too deep for words. It never seems to occur to modern liberals that in deriding the Christian doctrine of the cross, they are trampling upon human hearts. But the modern liberal attacks upon the Christian doctrine of the cross may at least serve the purpose of showing what the doctrine is, and from this point of view, they may be examined briefly now. In the first place, then, the Christian way of salvation through the cross of Christ is criticized because it is dependent upon history. This criticism is sometimes evaded. It is sometimes said that as Christians we may attend to what Christ does now for every Christian, rather than what He did long ago in Palestine. But the evasion involves a total abandonment of the Christian faith. If the saving work of Christ were confined to what He does now for every Christian, there would be no such thing as a Christian gospel, an account of an event which put a new face on life. What we should have left would be simply mysticism, and mysticism is quite different from Christianity. It is the connection of the present experience of the believer with an actual historic appearance of Jesus in the world which prevents our religion from being mysticism and causes it to be Christianity. It must certainly be admitted, then, that Christianity does depend upon something that happened. Our religion must be abandoned altogether unless at a definite point in history Jesus died as a propitiation for the sins of men. Christianity is certainly dependent upon history. But if so, the objection lies very near. Must we really depend for the welfare of our souls upon what happened long ago? Must we really wait until historians have finished disputing about the value of sources and the like before we can have peace with God? Would it not be better to have a salvation which is with us here and now, and which depends only upon what we can see or feel? With regard to this objection, it should be observed that if religion be made independent of history, there is no such thing as a gospel. For gospel means good news, tidings, information about something that has happened. A gospel independent of history is a contradiction in terms. The Christian gospel means not a presentation of what always has been true, but a report of something new, something that imparts a totally different aspect to the situation of mankind. The situation of mankind was desperate because of sin, but God has changed the situation by the atoning death of Christ. That is no mere reflection upon the old, but an account of something new. We are shut up in this world as in a beleaguered camp. To maintain our courage, the liberal preacher offers us exhortation. Make the best of the situation, he says. Look on the bright side of life. But unfortunately, such exhortation cannot change the facts. In particular, it cannot remove the dreadful fact of sin. Very different is the message of the Christian evangelist. He offers not reflection on the old, but tidings of something new. Not exhortation, but a gospel. It is true that the Christian gospel is an account, not of something that happened yesterday, but of something that happened long ago. But the important thing is that it really happened. If it really happened, then it makes little difference when it happened. No matter when it happened, whether yesterday or in the first century, it remains a real gospel, a real piece of news. The happening of long ago, moreover, is in this case confirmed by present experience. The Christian man receives first the account which the New Testament gives of the atoning death of Christ. That account is history. But if true, it has effects in the present, and it can be tested by its effects. The Christian man makes trial of the Christian message, and making trial of it, he finds it to be true. Experience does not provide a substitute for the documentary evidence, but it does confirm the evidence. The word of the cross no longer seems to the Christian to be merely a far-off thing, merely a matter to be disputed about by trained theologians. On the contrary, it is received into the Christian's inmost soul, and every day and hour of the Christian's life brings new confirmation of its truth. In the second place, the Christian doctrine of salvation through the death of Christ is criticized on the ground that it is narrow. It binds salvation to the name of Jesus, and there are many men in the world who have never in any effective way heard of the name of Jesus. What is really needed, we are told, is a salvation which will save all men everywhere, whether they have heard of Jesus or not, and whatever may be the type of life to which they have been reared. Not a new creed, it is said, will meet the universal need of the world, but some means of making effective in right living whatever creed men may chance to have. This second objection, as well as the first, is sometimes evaded. It is sometimes said that although one way of salvation is by means of acceptance of the gospel, there may be other ways. But this method of meeting the objection relinquishes one of the things that are the most obviously characteristic of the Christian message, namely, its exclusiveness. What struck the earthly observers of Christianity most forcibly was not merely that salvation was offered by means of the Christian gospel, but that all other means were resolutely rejected. The early Christian missionaries demanded an absolutely exclusive devotion to Christ. Such exclusiveness ran directly counter to the prevailing syncretism of the Hellenistic age. In that day, many saviors were offered by many religions to the attention of men, but the various pagan religions could live together in perfect harmony. When a man became a devotee of one god, he did not have to give up the others. But Christianity would have nothing to do with these courtly polygamies of the soul. It demanded an absolutely exclusive devotion. All other saviors, it insisted, must be deserted for the one Lord. Salvation, in other words, was not merely through Christ, but it was only through Christ. In that little word only lay all the offense. Without that word, there would have been no persecutions. The cultured men of the day would probably have been willing to give Jesus a place, and an honorable place, among the saviors of mankind. Without its exclusiveness, the Christian message would have seemed perfectly inoffensive to the men of that day. So modern liberalism, placing Jesus alongside other benefactors of mankind, is perfectly inoffensive in the modern world. All men speak well of it. It is entirely inoffensive, but it is also entirely futile. The offense of the cross is done away, but so is the glory and the power.